date with summer. She said Leos have egos, but make great lovers. That's all that she knows. Ocean, white seagulls, sky turns purple. Virgo, on the sand with Merlot. Her clothes off, her skin so soft. It turned cold, wind from the north. Beneath the purple spinning sky. Let me tell you about my twin, Jim and I. We were wet from the waves till our linen dried. Then the sun started to fade, then in tides. It's all love, but I hate when women lie. She said she was just my summer fling. Wait till spring, she'll come again. She kissed me gently, I rubbed the winter hair. White as snow, we said cheers to our New Year's. Right in flows, the night is cold. Come here, put this jacket on. My dear took some tongue cat, Ollie and horny goat Capricorn. It's getting late after dawn, let's make some passion porn. She said wait, let me score them till the autumn. It's like a lake when we falling. Brown, orange, sound of birds calling. Don't beat around the bush, get to the point. Taurus, or our envy poison. Left us a corpse in the cold. Scorpio, coffee in the loft with some weed rolled. A kilo, fish scales. Pisces, summer of love, share bliss. Reminisce, kiss and tell. Ocean, boat sails, big whales. Times I miss, she said, this is the season, let's take a picture. Aquarius, pouring out a heart. Take a chariot like a cherry pick. Seasons, morning till it's dark, like Sophia the Caesar. She said I should never leave her. Thoughts were laying on her heavy. Libra, he be my angel, I'll be your leader. She looked back at me, don't be a jackass, Sag. Good thinking why you always stay mad. That's why we always bump heads. Aries, I used to drill it like a ram. Relationship got cancer. Sideways, held on things like a crab. Especially our past. But seasons are our destiny slash. Forever November 22. A stick of gum, pennies and glue. Loafers on sofas with you. Mocha, posters of us too. Seasons. Summer, winter, spring, fall. Seasons. All seasons. I love the seasons. The seasons. The seasons while we're here. The seasons while we're here. Seasons.
Yo, colleagues, equilibrium that mastered the gun style. My cell phone's own, quarter past with the sundown. But Aries answer saying he'll be back from a gun trial. Caught shooting the breeze in the back is the sunchild. Leave it as a phone to the side, but mine Jupiter, Capricorn, answer with one ring to rule them all. Sun King Aquarius change can make you new it all. Taurus are the spokesman of real, they know who to call. Superman, rise to the occasion when the humans spoil a lonely child. Better sand castles with the hands of time, relax, meditate and stay home like the Cancer sign. Gemini 12, imagine I'm Peter Pan, I'm on the pitter pattern of the brain drop rings of the grand design. Phantom of the amber shrine, Virgo things you can't combine, but it makes the plans align. Leo under the camera time, up the stage I look up at the stars like they're fans of mine. Scorpio found treasures she ain't seeking, never plan to find. Fish up his footprints in the annals of the sands of time. Pisces footprints, 12 inches is a ruler. 12 signs, the ecliptic is a jeweler. Sag cross the spirit river in the physical maneuver. Aston Martini, take a sip of the Kaluba. God craft, coming hopper to the ship as I maneuver. The 4 seasons, I call them the 4 seas. 7 in the center, it calls me the 4 C's. I'm leaving bars behind like I walk through the doors free. So much self-esteem, I can walk through the walls, see? Messages in the numbers, I met her in the summer. Hit after hit, I never guessed I was a drummer. Wrestle the Leviathan, my vessel is the lion's den. Moby Dictionary made these steppers out of hydra skin. I sat back, just watched the time spindler. Zodiac Goldie, Optimus Prime Minister, who climbed the sky ladder to rocket for my temperature. And once I reached the pinnacle, I got the perfect view. Sometimes I'm not even sure if I'm on earth with you. Be prepared when the seasons come. 4 creatures, 4 wheels that complete the one. 12 signs on the road, what will we become? In a race against time, who can beat the sun? Be prepared when the seasons come. 4 creatures, 4 wheels that complete the one. 12 signs on the road, what will we become? In a race against time, who can beat the sun?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Wind Down hosted by the Iron Software Hip Hop, the one, the only, our Sun Ra, Killah Priest. I'm your brother now. On live. We got a special guest by special request. We are going to have an amazing show. I don't know if y'all know, but we're going to have an amazing show. You understand what I'm saying? So it becomes my honor and privilege at this time to introduce some, present to others, a magician that makes blank canvases disappear. One who goes into the deepest recesses of our mind and shows us our endless and limitless potential in regards to light and color, and transforms blank pages into immortalized portraits of moments frozen in time. So it becomes my honor and privilege at this time to introduce some to others, a world renowned with decades of experience in the fine art of fine art, the one, the old Mr. John Newsom. Welcome to the wind down, sir. Welcome here. Welcome,
Wow.
welcome.
Wow. Thank you, Knowledge Born. Thank you. Thank you so much for that incredible introduction. By far, the greatest introduction I've ever received. And I'm humbled and honored to be in your presence. You know, I just love and respect the podcraft so much. I'm on the craft, man. You guys just pick me up, man. Thank you for having me on board. And the wind down too, you know, I forget I get to chill a little bit.
Right?
This is my first time as a guest on the wind down. So thank you so much to Killah Priest and you all for having me. It's an honor to be here. Always a pleasure to build. It's inspiring, it's exciting, it's meaningful, and it's productive. You know, it's like gardening, you know, it's like gardening. You know, we water, we fertilize, and we grow the garden, man. It's great. It's
Beautiful.
great. Yeah. And thank you for the introduction of Seasons too, off of Forest of the Happy Ever After. That, you know, I'm just going to go off the top because it's interesting. I was actually thinking of that verse of Kai Zodiac's earlier. I had remembered that verse, but I didn't know the context of where the verse was from. And now I remember because I hadn't seen that video for, I think about 1.5 years, because we're going to be coming up on the 2-year anniversary of the release of Forest of the Happy Ever After, May 1st. So
yes,
makes sense. But Kai Zodiac's one of my favorite MCs. He's just incredible, and the poignancy of that delivery.
Uh-oh. Might have got a phone call. Give us a second. In the meantime, tell somebody that we are live. Here we go.
You know what? I apologize for that pause. It was actually producer Plug calling in.
Did you send him the link?
I can, but I'm not as technically savvy as that, to be honest.
I'll send it to him. You were in the middle of a point. You were talking about Kai Zodiac and his music.
Yeah, I was, and Gustavo just informed me that Roy Ayers passed.
Oh man, that's a hard one.
So I just have to share that because I know there's so much love in the craft right now.
Right.
That I feel like that's such a big one that I feel like, you know, our shared enthusiasm for life is gonna be something kind of healing emotionally for that one, right? So thank you, Gustavo. I don't think he knew I was on yet. So I'm gonna take that news and build on it a little bit, because I was fortunate enough to see Roy Ayers live in New York. I think it was a year ago, and he played with Jizza. Is it Jizza? It was. I'm kind of shocked, but it was amazing to see him. He played 2 tracks, and everybody loves the sunshine, man. Everybody loves the sunshine.
Right.
And you know what? It gets us back to the forest, right?
Right.
It gets us back to the forest of the happy ever after. And you know, I was Killah Priest invited me onto that project, and it was just the greatest creative endeavor to work with him over the year-long expanse of building out that album and the artwork. Here's the cover for you all to see. And this is on the cover of a field guide that accompanied a museum show that we exhibited in Vermont last summer. And that's at the Brattleboro Museum. You can go online to the Brattleboro Museum and explore the exhibition. And the field guide is available. And Killah Priest got to play a live show there too. We got to build out there. Solo Gem was there. We had an amazing time. So
they performed God Nature out there, correct?
They did, and it was on Solo Gem's birthday, and I surprised him. I walked out on stage with a cake, and I gave him a cake. Priest knew about it, but Solo didn't know about it, and it was beautiful. It was great to be there. We'll have to go up again now. I'm just going to kind of roll, if I may. We also got to drive up and visit Purpose. And I got to sit in on a listening session off of Abraxas, Rebus Semipleroma. And
so you got an advanced listen before the advanced listen type of situation.
Well said. And Purpose's daughter had graduated, and they were having a barbecue cookout. Beautiful family vibe. And anybody that knows me is like, it's all family first. Like, I'm all about family. And shout out to my lovely wife, Cassie, my son, Luke, who also says hello to Priest, and my daughter, Ruby. They're watching. So that's meaningful to me. So Purpose and I linked on the fatherhood chatter, and he could grill, which was great. And but he was going back and forth between the grill outside and the studio downstairs. So Priest and I actually, knowledge born, I got to witness Priest with the pen,
life changing.
And he and I just get along so well, and creatively, we just start going in. So we were writing together. We started, it was like if I was like painting, he came up and started, just for a minute.
Right.
And it was so special just to, be able to sit with him. Now, when watching Purpose work, Priest would give commentary to the sound. And I don't know how he did it, but through his wizardry, Purpose would make the adjustments in real time. And Priest and I looked at each other like, what? Like, it was, I knew from that moment that album was going to be extraordinary. And I can't wait for part 2 and part 3. And those guys are just unbelievable together. As we know from part 1, it's just masterpiece. So that was really great.
When you prepare for an opportunity, you walk right into it. You see what I'm saying? So preparation was there. If I could ask,
please,
your earliest recollection. Let's go back into your origin story as an artist, as a painter? What got you started? Like, what was the spark? Like, what did you see? What did you hear? You know, what did your parents say? You know, you see what I'm saying? Like,
Wow.
what was
Wow.
it?
Well, that's the question. That's not a good question. That's the question, kind of the origin story. And I'm going to answer it in two parts. One
Okay.
is I just had a natural attraction to the art of drawing and painting, mixed with kind of an awareness of symbolism and allegory and metaphor before I even knew what those words meant in relationship to pictorial space. So uh, I, I I liked archaeology. I was always curious in archaeology since a very young age. I was born in Kansas and I was raised in Kansas and Oklahoma out in the prairies. So you know, I didn't really have any access to the urban culture, although except through television. Um, so to really answer it kind of quickly and fundamentally, it was through like just the natural attraction to the process of drawing and painting. But then the second part to answer your question, um, my father uh, took a business trip to Philly when I was 14. And he came back from his trip and he brought me a souvenir from Philadelphia. And it was a tape. And I'll never forget this. And he came up to me and he said, this is a new type of music called rap. And he put that tape in my hand. And it was Run DMC's first album. And I didn't. I played it till it popped. I don't have the tape. It popped, and and it was extraordinary. It's still up there in my top five, I think, all time. And uh, and I never forgot it. You know, it was such an influence because you know there was like, you know, my father gave it to me. It was extraordinary. No one else was listening to music like that, and it kind of, you know, I've told several MCs about this story, and you know, it just so happened that it was Run DMC's first album. So that's how I got started with my formal fine art practice and my baptism into hip hop. Those are the two starting points. So, and I took it from there. I mean, if you want me to run with it, I can, but
Run along. This is your story. I want the
wow.
people to know as much as you can. Like,
All right.
so
Well,
you get the Run DMC album. Like, where do you pick up your version of the pen? You know, of the paintbrush. You begin to paint.
yeah.
What are some defining moments over the years? It's like, okay, this is what I'm supposed
Wow.
to do.
Yeah. You know, I really feel like it's only now, like I'm going to turn 55 on April 30th. I'm just so I'm the same age as Priest and Raekwon and some other members. You know, we're generationally linked, and it's it's only in the past like decade that I've really got immersed in this area of my practice. And it's something that now I have a deeper understanding and appreciation for. Whereas when I was coming up, it was all about the academy and learning the techniques of formal Renaissance practices and whatnot, and studying art histories of different cultures, and going to you know the academy and just really learning the foundations of that, and thinking, you know, I want to show in galleries, I want to show in museums, I want to move to New York, and I had a dream to do that. And I'm here now talking to you about it. Like all my decisions of all my life put you and I together in this conversation. Like you too. I mean, this is just amazing. So, you know, I have to go back to the beginning as your question opened up in terms of the origin story. It was around the same year. I was just turning 14. It was on my birthday, and my father, I thought everybody forgot my birthday. And again, it was like a tight-knit family. I come from a, solid family unit, and it was weird knowledge. It was weird that no one was saying happy birthday. My father came into my room. It was on a weekend, and we were living in Oklahoma. This was the rural world. And he said, "You want to go have a Coca-Cola downtown?" And I said, "Sure." I was kind of pouting, but we made it to the diner, and we were talking baseball. And he said, "You want to drive to Oklahoma City?" Because we lived about an hour and a half north of there. I said, "Sure." So it was a beautiful day. We drove down, and back in 1984, you could still go up to the tarmacs at some of the local airports, right? And that's what we did. We drove up to the airport by tarmac, and there was a little Cessna plane waiting there for us. And I knew something was up, but I didn't know what it was. And this was a big day, and we got on this. And my dad was playing with me, and he was messing with me, and he said, "Hey, you want to go on a plane ride?" I said, "Yes." So we get on this plane, and we take off, and I didn't know where we were going, and we were up in the air for about an hour, and we started making our descent, and over an urban Mecca, and we land, and there was a car waiting for us, and he said, "Well, what do you know? Let's continue our drive." And I didn't know what was happening, but I knew something was up, and we got in the car, started driving around. I was glued to the window and looking outside at everything whizzing by, and then we stopped, and I looked at my dad, and he looked over at me, and he said, "Happy birthday." And I looked out the window, knowledge, and there was a building that said the Dallas Museum of Art. And I just flung the door open and ran down the sidewalk to the entrance and blasted into that museum. And it happened to be a pop masterworks exhibition, American pop art. So like Roy Lichtenstein, people like James Rosenquist, Roy Lichtenstein, Andy Warhol, and it was just the type of work that I had access to in, via MTV at the time, which had started, the public library. My mother would drive me down to the library. I'd check out anything I could find my hands on about contemporary art. They had one book there that was on the New York pop art world, and I read it back to front, etc. But that day changed my life, because when we got back to Oklahoma, I just knew I had to go. I just had a calling. You know what I mean? It's just like you hear this calling. A lot of us have these stories, and that was my moment. When it opens up, and it's like the call to adventure, right? That's what it was. It was the call to adventure, and it was like, how do I get from point A to point B? Well, I looked in an art magazine, in the back of an art magazine, and I found an ad for Interlochen Arts Academy for a summer course to go away and study drawing and art in northern Michigan, outside of Traverse City. And God bless my parents. They were supportive of my vision, and they were able to send me to a summer camp there. And I knew I could never go back, but it was tough, and I tell people when I share this story, I say, I hope that my children never do what I did, because it was such a sacrifice, I mean, it's a loving, it was out of love, but it was such deep love and support that it was, it was really beyond. And nowadays, with everything I've done in my life, and the blessings that have been bestowed on me in my career and development, really, it's like, because of that foundation and I learn from it. You know, I really take it with me, and try to use that compassion with my children. So I get to Interlochen, and I start doing life drawing classes, you know, classic still lifes, learning how to mix colors, learning about the color wheel, all these foundational things, studying art history, slide presentations of Da Vinci and Michelangelo, and things like this. I went back, and I asked my parents if they could help me go to finish high school there and really get serious about it. And they did. And this could be a 3-hour story. And I know we have other guests, so I want to kind of pare it down a little bit.
Take your
But
time. Take your time.
all
You
right,
got
thank
time.
you.
Take your time.
I really appreciate that. I haven't told this story in a long time. I get there and I just get really focused, and I just work, and making paintings, making drawings, you know, really attacking realism, making the realest, most representational pencil drawings I can, charcoal drawings I can. But with the painting, I wanted to do something more experimental, modern. You know, I was looking at artists like Robert Rauschenberg again, and some of these Jasper Johns. Rosenquist was a huge influence on me. And if the audience Googles some of these artists, particularly James Rosenquist, you'll be able to see some of the correlations. But I was honored to have the first solo exhibition in the history of Interlochen Arts Academy at the end of my senior year. That was a really big thing I'd worked hard for, and I applied to one college, and that was the Rhode Island School of Design, and I got in. So I went to RISD, and I lived in Providence, and I kind of had a head start because of my preparatory schooling. So the first couple of years at RISD, I felt a little frustrated and stunted. So I applied for a transfer. Not very many people know this personally, but I applied to a transfer to Cooper Union, and I got accepted to Cooper Union, but they didn't offer any dormitory uh, housing. And my parents, bless them, that's the one thing, was like they didn't want their kid in New York that yet. But I was gonna be here anyway. So, but it was just putting it off a little bit longer. I stayed at RISD. I ended up meeting some wonderful friends, and many that I have, you know, to this day. Uh, you know, a lot of Wu-Tang fans and people that actually know them, and they started happening. You know, again, we're generational, so you know, it wasn't quite 95, but it was 90, 80, you know, 89, 90. So it was starting to happen, and there were a lot of punk rockers up there. Wasn't my scene. A lot of guys and gals from DC and Providence area. A lot of the bands would come up through Providence on their way to Boston, and they would play the Living Room, which was a great venue in Providence. And you know, we'd go see Fishbone and Jane's Addiction and Fugazi, and Murphy's Law actually stayed with us one night. It was wild. It was wild, but it was, you know, it was the music. And so I ended up having a really good second half experience at RISD, and I liked school. I liked learning. I liked the knowledge. I think it's one reason why I enjoy the podcraft so much. You know, Killah Priest and I share a very dear mutual friend named Nemo Labrizzi. And he actually called me yesterday, but he is someone who knows everything about cinema. But the reason he does is because he's taken the time to watch all the films. And as you know, if you're involved in something, whatever it is, you want to really know about it, you got to sacrifice the time to put in the study. I mean, for knowledge born, for knowledge to be born. So I spent a lot of time in the studio and painting and drawing and learning in art history and the libraries, and because we didn't have cell phones, we didn't have laptops. It's like we were that last generation before, and it's like even the DJs, like the scratching and stuff, like early, all that stuff, beautiful, beautiful. And so I like the setting of learning, and so I decided to go to graduate school, and that got me to New York. And I went to NYU for painting, always painting, from the start to now, from then to now. And it got me into New York, and I just started going to all the galleries and chasing older artists, trying to get into their studios, learn how to do it. I got an early job at a gallery in the Fuller Building on 57th Street, that because I wanted to do this for a living. I wanted this to be my life. I'd always dreamed of having a family and exhibiting in New York. That's really what I wanted to do. So I figured the best way to do it, to make some money while I'm painting and to get some knowledge on the exhibition side of things, was to get in there. And I did. And, I was working with these actual artworks of these painters that I was looking at when I was back in Oklahoma and as a kid, and I was wrapping Roy Lichtenstein paintings, and I actually was seated at a dinner one night with Roy Lichtenstein. I got to meet him. I got to meet a lot of these people. Basquiat, I had it goes on and on. But it got me to New York, and I really liked it. I love the energy of New York. Ironically, this is my 33rd year in New York as a practicing and actually, contemporary painter. And I say painter because formally that's really what I am. Fundamentally, I'm a painter. I am an artist, but I'm foremost a painter. Like, my vocabulary really is in the realm of painting. So it was 1995. Now we're at 1995, okay? Oh, man, 95. And I mean, that was the year, I think, generationally speaking. That's when all the Wu solo albums started dropping, and I got my first solo show in New York. I graduated NYU in 94, and I met a gentleman at a dinner party named Earl McGrath. And Earl McGrath, this is a photo of Earl. Earl was the manager of the Rolling Stones during the 70s. And he was best friends with the founder of Atlantic Records, Ahmet Ertegun, who discovered Aretha Franklin, worked with Ray Charles. And Earl, when he was managing the Stones, he was always friends with artists of the period of the 60s and 70s. And he and his wife Camilla formed these wonderful friendships and bonds with these artists. And they had a home in LA and another home in New York. And Earl, after he retired basically from managing the Stones, he opened a gallery in Los Angeles. And see, I was focused on New York, so I never thought about LA, so I never heard of his gallery. And one day he invited me up to his place, and he said, your work, my wife's kind of kicking my ass right now because I need to find something to do. I'm going to these dinner parties, I'm flying around, but I need to do something. And I've decided I want to reopen my gallery in New York with your show. And I had a drink with a Baccarat glass, right? I dropped it on the ground. I'll never forget it. Shattered into like 1,000 pieces. I couldn't believe it. And I said, yeah, that would be amazing. And he said, I have a real estate agent booked for tomorrow morning. You got to be here at 10. We're going to go look at spaces on 57th Street. He and Camilla, his wife, lived across from Carnegie Hall at the time. And he said, the galleries in Soho are going to be moving to Chelsea, but there's no restaurants in Chelsea. So I don't want to open in Soho because the galleries are going to be moving, but I don't want to open in Chelsea because there aren't any restaurants. So I'm going to open, and he was 64 at the time. And he said, I'm going to open on 57th Street because then I can walk to work. So went up there. We founded the space on the second visit at 20 West 57th Street. I worked hard on the show. We opened the show. And I just want to read a quick bio on Earl for the audience, if I may, because it's interesting in relationship to music as well. This is a quote by Mick Jagger. Earl was a wonderful man with a great eye for new and innovative art, and such an amusing companion, too. Earl McGrath was the ultimate 70s jet setter, an accidental record executive who discovered Daryl Hall and John Oates and Jim Carroll between rambles with Mick Jagger, Andy Warhol, and a galaxy of luminaries. Now a trove of rare and unheard music comes to light in Earl's Closet, an expansive double album from the vaults of the one-time Atlantic Records exec and president of Rolling Stones Records. Features 22 tracks of folk rock, country, funk, and R&B gems from both future legends and an eclectic cast of never-heard artists. From early 70s California to late 70s New York, this album is at once an archival mixtape, a secret history, and a journey to the heart of an era. So this was my first art dealer in New York, and I did 3 solo exhibitions with him. And when he gave me the offer of the show, the gallery was 3 blocks away from where I was working at the other gallery. And I went in and I told him I have my show coming up and I'm going to have to resign because I got to get busy, right? I got to really get busy. And it's kind of a classic story. And that was, he gave me my break. He gave me my shot. You know, they say that like you can have all the talent in the world, but if you don't get that one break, that one bit of sparky luck, it ain't gonna happen. And it's kind of true. And at least it was for me. So I wanted to share that with everybody. You can get this album online or in a record store or ask producer plug for it. The opening went off really well. Nobody knew me, but everybody knew Earl. And we had a fantastic opening. He sold work. Yoko Ono gave us her apartment at the Dakota for the after party. It was like unbelievable. And so time went on, and other painters of our generation started exhibiting downtown. See, I'm up on 57 exhibiting with Cy Twombly and Bruce Nauman and these other artists of an older period, which is amazing, totally honored, incredible. But I realized I had to get with my generation, you know, because you got to build with your generation. And I had just always been kind of extrovertedly ambitious to get it going, that I started a little early. I got great experience, but I needed to switch lanes. So I ended up leaving the gallery after my 3rd show to get downtown and start exhibiting with my peers. And that was around the late 90s, so I started exhibiting, and you know, it's a struggle. If there's some younger artists out there, you know, whether you're a musician or an artist or a writer or a filmmaker or an actor, actress, whatever you're doing, you just got to stick at it. You just got to keep at it, and it's going to happen. I mean, it really is, because if you quit, it's not going to happen. But if you continue, it's going to happen, because you will manifest it. You will, day by day, you will build towards it. And it's through those struggles, actually, when you get those high points, that you'll look back and you'll be like, wow, I went through it. I did what I had to do. And that's something I think, you know, like I said, I'm going to be 55. And if I'm talking to a 25-year-old painter that's in New York that's trying to do this or that, it's like, you know, work at your craft. hone your craft, do your craft. You know, I was talking to Purpose about this, and it's like, that guy is brilliant. And I know how dedicated he is. I use him as an example because through conversation, I just witnessed the passion and the artistry. And so to have Priest come and bless him with the opportunity to bring it to fruition, boom, there it goes, you know, and then you get Abraxas. And so, I don't know, I just, you know, rooting for everybody to keep it up, you know, including myself, you know. It's like, you know, it's life. But if you get a community, you know, like the Podcraft, and you can get inspired, you know, then things can really happen. You find your tribe, and you build with your tribe. And so, so I went through a period of exhibitions in New York and had a few group shows in Europe. You know, my first foray into international travel of, you know, my artwork. And then 9/11 happened. And I was living downtown at the time, and I had been in the studio late. And I overslept a 30-minute planned appointment to go see my pharmacist, who was located in the basement of Tower 1. And the only reason I wasn't in the basement of Tower 1 of the World Trade Center was that morning was because I happened to oversleep. And because I'd been up all night painting, because I used to be a night painter before my children came along. Now I'm a day painter. But back then it was like nighttime, you know, you go to the openings, you go paint, you know, and then it is what it is. But you know, so 9/11 happened, and I had just opened a show in New York 3 days prior to 9/11, so it wiped out that exhibition. But you know, being a New Yorker all of my adult life, you know, I'm not a born New Yorker like my children, but you know, my adult life, I love the city so much. And that was an unbelievable situation for the city, as you know, something really impactful. And I haven't thought about it like that in a while, but um, it made me understand really the fragility of life, and even enhancing the fact that you got to go for it. You got to really dig in. Like, yo, you're alive. You really got to dig in. So you know, I've always painted large scale. I painted primarily large scale. I believe in the New York school of large scale painting. I want to put the viewer in the space of the painting. I want it to be a physical experience. You know, a lot about the paint and also the pictorial. It's not just purely abstraction. It's pictorial with that how. It's the how and the what. You know, it's the balance. Like we talk about equilibrium, and you know, that's a whole other discussion. But I just continued, man. I just continued, and I met my wife Cassie in 2002. Shortly thereafter, I met her in an exhibition in Houston, Texas. My dealer at the time convinced me to fly down to Houston, and it was summertime. It was hot. I'd grown up in that region. I knew how hot it was going to be. I didn't want to go. They convinced me to go. So glad they did, because I walked in the gallery and Cassie was working. Man, knowledge born, you're getting it out of me.
Hey,
Oh man, you're getting it out of me. She was standing. Oh man, I gotta go there. She was standing with her back facing me. It was the day before the opening. She happened to be standing in front of my painting, which was a painting of. It was a painting of titled "Summer Swarm," and it was a beehive, and I knew I was in love when I saw her, and I walked up next to her, and I said, "Do you like this painting?" And she said, "Yeah, I love this artist's work." And I walked up to the surface and I pointed to this detail and I said, "Isn't it amazing how he can make that one mark do 7 different things?" and she said, yeah, I said, I'm the artist, John. And it was reciprocated. So as you know, like artistically, when Priest and I linked up, it was reciprocated. It's like the artistry, you know, whatever it is, in business, in love, in family, in whatever it is, when it's reciprocated, because you can go chase it or go at it, but if it's not naturally reciprocated, it's not going to really blossom like that when two become one, as Prince would say, right? Like when two become one. So two became one, and now two has become four, and I got her moved to New York, and we I was painting. My studio at the time was located on Spring and Varick, in which is in Soho, and we were living on Prince Street in a little apartment, my bachelor pad. I'm trying to time this out with the years because there's a lot happening right now, like in my career and what was going on with this. And I started exhibiting with a renowned art dealer named Patrick Painter in Los Angeles in Santa Monica in 2007. And shout out Patrick, just a phenomenal art dealer in Los Angeles, and he became a very dear friend. He rose my whole career to another level, and ironically, it was in LA. It wasn't in New York. So I started exhibiting with Patrick in 2007. I was flying out to LA a lot and spending time in Los Angeles, but I couldn't wait to get back to the studio in New York. But I was exhibiting primarily at that point in LA. So 2007 up to 2011, that's when Cassie got pregnant with Luke, and we moved to Brooklyn. So now we're in Brooklyn, okay? And it's 2011. I'd done a few shows with Patrick's Gallery in LA. I was exhibiting at several other galleries, but my heart was in LA at the time with the artwork. And then in 2013, again, I want to give the other guest time, but I know this is the wind down, so we're winding it down and through. I got a call from an art advisor in 2013, and she said, I have someone I'd like to bring by your studio. And I said, yeah, okay. I can't tell you who it is, but can you be available at such and such a time and date? I said, yes, of course. So she came by with another woman. They were both impeccably dressed and just completely well-mannered, professional, amazing. I thought the other woman was a collector, or someone that would be interested in the paintings in some area, and but she wasn't. We were still waiting on the primary guest, and they were running late, but that was fine. I happened to have a number of paintings out in the studio at that time, so there were things to look at, and we were exchanging stories, but they wouldn't tell me who it was. And about an hour rolled by, and the other woman, not the art advisor, the other woman gets a phone call, and she cups the phone and says to the other woman, he's outside. I'm going to go get him. And so they go get whoever it is. I don't know who it is. And I can hear people coming down the hallway to where my studio is located, and the doors just kick open, and it's Raekwon. And Ray comes in, and the energy was unbelievable. I mean, I'm just so thrilled. Knowledge and Priest, thank you for letting me share this with everybody, because this was just amazing. Raekwon came in, and I just started laughing. He was smiling because he was seeing the paintings. He liked the paintings. He had seen the paintings, and figured out how to get to me. And he was there, and he went and he sat down. I'll never forget it. And Ray, if you're watching, I love you, man. This is so good to be revisiting this story right now. This is amazing. He goes, he sits in my chair, and he looks up, and he's like, "This is fly." He's like, "This is fly." And the women are kind of, chuckling a little bit. And I find out that the other woman is his manager on this project. And she says to him, "Tell him what you're up to." And he says, "I'm starting my 6th studio album." And she said, "Tell him the title." And he said, "It's Fly International Luxurious Art." Now, that is, if you know Raekwon, after a time, you'll understand how creative he is. I mean, he really is super creative. And I had never been approached by a musician live like this to entertain the idea of working on album artwork, quote unquote. But it hit me, and I didn't know it was him that he was going to walk in and do that. It was very on the fly, pardon the pun. And he said, I said to him, he said, I like the paintings. I'd like to invite you to do the artwork. And I said, "Well, I don't usually do artwork for album covers or albums or things like that. But if I were to, I would be honored to do that with you." And it was eye to eye and a handshake. And Dan, we were off. We were rolling. And I thought to myself, well, he'll pick a painting and we'll send it to graphics and they'll put the typography on it, and boom, that's how I understood it to be. Well, it went deep, and it took 2.5 years of work. Like, I was working in the studio on my work and my shows and those kinds of series and artworks, but I was really focused on this as well. And he wanted me to just really encapsulate the album. And he invited me up to Platinum Sounds. Jerry Wonder produced the Fila album. Ray wanted me to sit in on recording sessions. And that's what I did. I got to meet Busta Rhymes. I got to meet Ghostface. I got, and one gentleman in particular, because I always sat the back. I was observing. Sometimes I get out in the front, but I'd sit in the back, and I got to sit with Mel Carter. And Mel Carter was just always a great confidant in the process of observing the studio. And I'll never forget something he said. Mel Carter said to me once, he said, "Just do your thing." He's like, "Just do you, just focus on what you do." And I needed to hear that, because I was in uncharted territory. And it was, I love Ray. I wanted to deliver for Ray, but there was pressure. It was like a real pressure there too, because it was him. And it was bigger than him, because it was the fans. It was I always talk with Killah Priest about the ecosystem, and how Killah Priest has created this wonderful ecosystem with the Podcraft, and it really, he's created an expansive space for a lot of brilliant minds to roam around in, and that is RZA did that with Wu-Tang, obviously. It's like around the world. It's just these big systems, right? So, but Raekwon cared for me during this process. And so when it got intense, he'd pull me in and we'd exchange ideas, and I'd go back out. And the Wu-Tang Clan was also doing their anniversary tour during that period too. So where are we at there? It was approaching, it was before 95. When did 36 Chambers drop? When did that?
93.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So we started the project in 2013, and they had to go on a world tour to support the anniversary. And so I would be getting texts from Ray. He'd be in Switzerland or Poland or something, and he'd see something, you know, because he has really great taste. And I remember once he saw a jeweled figurine, and he just texted to me. He said, "Just throw this in there. Like, just think about it." Blah blah blah. And I was going to the Metropolitan Museum of Art. I was looking at a lot of ancient artifacts and sculptures from Mesopotamia and other, you know, regions of the world, and kind of bringing all this back to the studio and creating a world. And periodically he would check in at my studio just to see some preliminary drawings or sketches, and then I'd be up there hearing excerpts from the album as they were building the album, as they were doing sessions, as Jerry Wonder was doing his magic. It was an unbelievable experience. And then one day, Ray came in, and the drawing for the album, which ended up being the cover, was on the wall of my studio. And this is a pencil drawing that took 11 months to draw, and also was highlighted in the layout and the graphics by Eric Wiley, an amazing graphic designer who was there for the whole ride, 2.5 years. Bless his heart. Shout out Eric Wiley. Thank you so much for your hard work and dedication to this project on behalf of myself. And I know Raekwon and everybody else involved as well. You did a phenomenal job with this. And again, this is framed, so it's you know, it's got other artwork within it. For those of you who already have it, you know, and for those who don't, order it up. Scram Jones was awesome. He's on this. Like, there's some great production, and amazing MCs as well. So and this is signed, and that's and we were approaching the release, and I'm feeling so comfortable talking with you, Knowledge, or just having you there as a sounding board to listen to me. I'm gonna have to go back a little bit to my friend Nemo Labrizzi, because Nemo introduced me to Papa Wu before I met anybody. Like, before I met anybody, I met Papa Wu, and for some reason, Papa Wu and I just hit it off. We party together. R.I.P. Papa Wu forever. He was amazing, and you know, we hung out. We went to dinners. We went out to clubs and did all this kind of stuff. It was great. I'm glad I remembered that to shout him out, because he was so fantastic. But it was approaching the timeline for this artwork to get finished. And again, there was a lot of it. It's not just a drawing for the cover. There was a lot of it. And you know, I was a 4 a.m.er during that time. It was like 4 a.m. We were leaving the studio. These cars were buzzing around the city. Like, it was wild. And you know, God bless my wife for putting up with me during that period, for real. I mean, it was just really got intense, because I was feeling a certain pressure, you know, and I was just, you know, I wasn't, to be quite honest, I wasn't handling it as well as I could have in terms of my extracurricular intake. Let's just put it that way. But I was staying focused. I was highly functional, you know, super highly functional. But there was just that one little thing on my neck. And I was like, there's no way I'm not delivering this at 100% for Ray, because there was all this other management. This was a big album. There was like all this other stuff to coordinate, right? So I quit all substances, and I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do drugs, I don't do any of that. And I delivered 100% everything. In fact, when Eric and I went back to go into the liner notes and adjust the commas between words. You have to take a microscope, like not a what do they call those? What do they call those? Sherlock Holmes has.
Magnifying glass.
Thank you, thank you. A magnifying glass. You had to go through a magnifying glass to see the commas. That's how tight it got, but that's how tight I got, and that's how tight this album got. So I know this is 100%. And I got to thank Raekwon, because that was the great gift. You know, that was my gift. And that goes back to what I was saying earlier about the struggle. You know, you're working, you're doing your stuff, but you're up against challenges, and you just keep going forward by any means necessary to get it done. And if it means getting, you know, that stuff will fall off. Sometimes you got to rip it off you, but that you just got to go with the good energy, stay on point, sharpen, razor blade sharp. And I don't even think I've told Ray that story, but thank you, because man, look at life, man. It's just blossoms. So that's that story. That's the first album that I did. And again, this is artwork. It goes back in, and I let it spill over into my studio practice, because again, this was like, I didn't know what it was at the time. And April 28th will be the 10-year anniversary of this album's release. So not only is it an anniversary year for Only Built for Cuban Links, it's also an anniversary year for Fly International Luxurious Art. So shout out, Ray, congratulations. I had the honor of presenting the artwork for this album in a mid-career retrospective at the Oklahoma Contemporary that was held in 2022 in Oklahoma City. And Raekwon got to visit the museum and see the artwork in the museum. And the team at the Oklahoma Contemporary was incredible. Shout out to all of them. Again, the Brattleboro Museum, which I'm going to get to, that we did Forest of the Happy Ever After with exhibition with Killah Priest, amazing. I've just been very fortunate to work with good people. So this was a great project, and it led to just inspired moments within other areas of my artwork. And I'm going to take my phone, if I may, just for a minute, to show you all a piece in progress right now. You'll see behind me, this is an oil painting in progress. It has the composition of a leopard looking over a log. So this is like a tree log, and it'd be interesting to maybe send in the final finished painting with the color to Priest or AD. Maybe they could show it later. But I am going to make an announcement. My son Luke is curating his first exhibition, which opens in New York, in Chelsea, June 26th. And this painting is going to be included in my son's first show. So I'm going to let Priest and everybody know about that, so we can maybe expand on that later in the summer, along with some other things. But I wouldn't have arrived to this chapter of my work without the experience with Raekwon, because along with studying these ancient artifacts and sculptures and vignettes of papyruses and beautiful medieval manuscripts, this is a griffin. This is like bird and beast. This is land and air. This is royalty. And I said, well, what if I made a giant, leopard, and it led to another leopard, and it led to a tiger, and it led to other things. And so, people that might not know that iconography of mine was inspired by that experience. So it was nice to be able to share that painting in progress with you, because it gives also the audience an idea of what it is I do outside of the artwork for the recording artists. Now, so when we did the show at the Oklahoma Contemporary, when I got offered the show, it took 4 years in the making to put it together, to borrow from collections. We had trucks going around the country, bringing works in, etc. The COVID hit, and it was 2020, and Killah Priest's feed came across my suggestions on my Instagram. And he was, if as you'll recall, he was doing a lot of lives in the morning and teas and whatnot. And I just was mesmerized. It was like a mandala just listening to him. And I had met him very briefly through Nemo Labrizzi, our good friend, at a birthday party of Nemo's where he performed heavy mental from start to finish out in Brooklyn. It was great. And I was working on Ray's project at the time, but didn't have time to tell him. But it was just that moment. And but so I knew of him, but this is when I started to really kind of link in with it. And there was a gentleman that he would go live with on his morning streams sometimes. And this guy was really interesting. And he said that he had a Wu-Tang record shop on Canal and Broadway, right by the Q train, where I get off on my route to Jersey to my studio from Brooklyn now, because I moved from Soho out to Mana Contemporary here where I am. And I'm looking forward to having you by when you're in Jersey. And this was Gustavo. This was Producer Plug. And through watching some of the earlier episodes of the Podcraft, I discovered Jordan Maxwell. I didn't know who Jordan Maxwell was until Killah Priest. And this is kind of a cool artifact knowledge. This is an original copy of VHS of Jordan Maxwell's basic slide presentation signed by Jordan Maxwell. So I went deep on Jordan Maxwell, and I have got another signed artifact of his. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to meet him. He passed away on March 23rd, which was the preview evening before opening day on March 24th of my show at the Oklahoma Contemporary. So, and Producer Plug spun at the opening in Oklahoma City. And that's interesting. I kind of jumped ahead there. But I said to myself when I was watching Priest live, I said, I got to go meet this guy. So, because it's just so interesting. I can do it because everybody's in quarantine. Nobody's out running around. I can't sit around. I had to go to the studio every day. It was like abandoned trains, like, you know, it was like I Am Legend outside. It was like, you know, just duck for a golf ball flying out randomly somewhere because it was just nothing around. So I went in and I met Gustavo, and we instantly hit it off. We really hit it off. And I gave him a copy of Ray's album, and, you know, we just started getting to know each other. We became fast friends. And now he has spun 3 of my museum shows since 2022, and we have other projects coming up. So, you know, he was getting ready to come out to Oklahoma to do the gig at the museum, and he recommended to Priest, maybe we do a simulcast link via the Podcraft and link the studios between LA, Oklahoma City, and New York. And that's what we did. And for the viewers, you can go back in the archives and see that episode. And basically, I took Priest on a NAD on a walkthrough of the exhibition. And it was AD, shout out AD, that said, hey, you know, maybe you guys should talk offline. This artist might be good for that nature project you're working on. And that's what we did. And thus the Forest of the Happy Ever After blossomed. And that was just like the most beautiful experience. And so I made 4 oil paintings for that album. And it was the front cover, the back cover, the interior cover with the liner notes, and then also a separate painting that went on the CD and the inset of the vinyl. And I made a suggestion to the museum director at the Brattleboro Museum in Vermont, about taking a look at the paintings, and they offered me a solo exhibition. They loved the paintings. They loved the idea. They also the context of Vermont for the forest. Like that's where the forest is. So we got that all done. Now, the first piece that was finished was the painting for the cover. I had another museum show coming up in Wichita, Kansas, and it was near the area where they filmed The Wizard of Oz and where Dorothy's house is located as a museum for The Wizard of Oz. And we know
We're not in Kansas anymore.
not in Kansas, man. Yo, not fist bump. Not in Kansas anymore. But somehow I got back to my homeland place of birth via Killah Priest. And shout out to Chloe Lang and the wonderful people at the Mark Arts Center in Wichita, Kansas. We premiered individually the cover of the Forest of the Happy Ever After album there. Again, Gustavo was in Wichita. He spun a great event. He played some really good prints that night. It was fantastic. And it was so ironic that it was where the Wizard of Oz had taken place because of just the stories that get told on the Podcraft via Priest's interest in that film. And the mythos involved is fascinating. So, okay, so
my first
we did Wichita.
My first official appearance on the Podcraft was giving a comparative analysis between the Wizard of Oz and the Wiz.
That's right. That's right. Salute.
So
there you go. There you go. Again, the alignment we were talking about, right? So I was with my children in Brooklyn on a weekend. We were in a local bookstore, and the exhibition for Vermont was percolating. And I saw some field guides sitting around, like mushrooms of, Connecticut and birds of Brooklyn and whatever. And I picked them up and I said, this would be a good format to do the catalog publication for the Forest of the Happy Ever After. So I noticed it was Waterford Press based out of Tampa. I contacted the CEO. I ran the idea by her. She said, we've never heard anything like this, but we happen to have someone that works in our Los Angeles office who's a big Wu-Tang fan. So why don't I put you in touch with them and you see what you can do? He loved Killah Priest. They did a great job. And this is, again, what I showed you at the beginning. And Priest and I did we worked really hard on that. We did a text that elaborates on our process. And he and Solo Gem were able to go out there and perform. It was the first time they did God Nature. And I can't wait for Solo Gem's album, I mean, it's going to happen when it happens, but it was great seeing them live and spending time. Killah Priest.
So what was that synergy like for them two together on the stage? You got a chance to witness a rarity. People, we don't get to see that. We see them travel around. You understand what I'm saying? Seeing them on the stage together on Solo Gem's birthday. You understand what I'm saying? Like, what was that like for you orchestrating something like that and then seeing it coming to be?
That's a great question. It was amazing. They got to visit my studio here before we went to Vermont. So we got to spend some real time together, chop it up. We went out for some delicious Indian food dinner. Priest and I both love Indian food. And so we had a great time there. We had sugarcane drinks and we took some photos with the paintings, and we regrouped in Vermont. We had more Indian food in Vermont, and they were ready to take the stage. It was at the Stone Church, which is, a great venue there. Again, shout out to Danny Lichtenfield of the Brattleboro Museum for also help orchestrating all of the production.
Solid.
There we go. That's the cover.
Yeah. I just wanted to put the visual up there while you were speaking.
Thank you.
You know,
Thank you so much.
one
I
of my favorite
appreciate that.
songs ever. You know, this
Yeah.
song right here.
Yeah. Thank you. You know, just a little formal background on the painting. It's based on the medieval portraits that you see at the Met that are painted on wood panels. So I really got interested in that idea, and that painting, along with the other three for the album, are all oil on wood panel, and it's opened up another area formally to me. You know, I start thinking allegorically of the symbolism that's going on here with the Killah Priest logo being carried by the ant, and some scripture that relates to things, and the animascara mushrooms and fox chase, and the opening, the pine cone representing the pineal gland. And it's just really wonderful to see that. The dragonfly, which is a great track. And then to me, the owl represents solo gem. Getting back to your kind of question, for me, it's like the father and the son. You know, the owl with the wisdom has his wings stretched out over the father's. I mean, there's just some really nice symbolism there. But they did a great job. The concert was amazing. You know, I sent you some video footage to consider for the Killah. Such a fascinating chapter of
Definitely.
Priest's oeuvre. So yeah, it was great. I mean, again, I look forward anytime I can get together and build with them is special, like this evening. So Forest remains and grows in stature to this day of what it is and what it represents, and as an album. Gonna pop this off the wall here. Priest wrote a really beautiful inscription here to me on this album, and it's a real keepsake for me. I'm gonna divert just for a minute to this third frame piece we see, because this came in recently from Rasul. And this is Rasul's solo album on vinyl. And he texted me, he said, could you send me a photograph of my album along with Priest and Ray's? Because I told him I had them framed. Well, surprise, Rasul. It's like beyond the photograph. I put you up here for the wind down. And this is also signed. So shout out, Rasul. Thank you. Such a fierce MC. I love this album. Now, I didn't do that artwork, but it's very relatable, and I'm very, very honored to have this in the collection. I want to bounce back quickly to some formal qualities of the Forest album. I befriended an artist by the name of Raymond Pettibone, who some of you may know, about 8 years ago at an afternoon luncheon for artists and their children. And Raymond has a young son named Bo, who at the time was 5, and my son Luke was 6. The boys met and became best friends. And so via their friendship, Raymond and I formed a real bond. And he's a generation above me. He's a world-renowned artist. He's originally came up in California, and he also exhibits in galleries and museums. But he also early on created album artwork for a lot of the seminal punk bands of the Southern California scene, like Black Flag, Minutemen, Off, and most notably the iconic graphic for Black Flag of the 4 bars that you'd see if you Google it. I don't have a copy of it now, but it just came to mind. And so I was speaking with Raymond. I was showing him the Forest album, and he said, "Oh, he said, this is kind of like the guy that did the Santana. Was it Santana or Miles? This is Raymond." I said, "Interesting. Wait, I know what you're talking about. Abraxas." Ironically, Abraxas, but the Santana album, Abraxas. And so through that bounce off, of Raymond's insight, I discovered Mati Clarwan, the fantastic Australian painter from the late 60s, early 70s, who did a lot of seminal artworks of the period for artists like Jimi Hendrix, uh, Miles Davis, Santana. It kind of goes on and on. And he did the cover for this album, which a lot of you will be familiar with, Bitches Brew for Miles Davis. So this is an example of Mati Clarwan's artwork. It's psychedelic, late 60s, 70, early 70s is like a real moment for him. But I thought it was interesting. And then here's the interior with the liner notes, and there's Miles. But the liner notes like this is extensive, like you'll find in Raekwon's Fila album too. It's 2 pages like this, but we went through and made sure everything was perfect. Again, I have to reiterate because we really went in. Mati Clarwan's great. He became a real inspiration to me as a visual artist, and somebody who I don't think I would have discovered if I hadn't have gone into this area. But I love the intricacies of Mati Clarwan's work and how it relates to what I had been doing. But it's interesting, I wasn't familiar with him at the time. You know, I was doing this. So, you know, you're in that airspace and you discover people. Now, these albums are a little earlier. This is, If You Don't Know, Blessed Are Those by Killah Priest. And it may be a promo. I'm not sure. I got to ask Gustavo. But the reason I have it out is to show people kind of
Yeah, that's a promo from Heavy Mental.
Yeah. So, but just the simplicity of this, right? Of the presentation. And then also here is a copy of Raekwon's Only Built for Cuban Links. Now we know what the iconic cover for that album looks like, right? But this, I don't know if this is a promo. I don't know how this works, but I have these two, and then also back to Killah Priest. This is One Step, Fake MCs, signed by Killah Priest, just to show the simplicity, kind of the iconic nature of this type of presentation in an album cover.
Single, yeah.
Because what I'm so anxious about now is Killah Priest invited me to do the artwork for Celestial Grammar, his collaborative album with Fourth Disciple. And we had a beautiful Indian lunch, one of our lunches, where he brought that to my attention. I was just overwhelmed with enthusiasm for the project. We got on a call with Fourth Disciple. We had a great talk with Fourth. He's in Pittsburgh. I know how long they've been working on this album. I know how special this album's going to be. You can't rush greatness. You really can't. And Celestial Grammars, I know it's going to be one of those albums. It's just Fourth Disciple's a master producer of what he does. And Killah Priest, that combination, you know, you go to their previous album, Don't Sit on the Speakers. And then also Fourth Disciple's solo project, The Algorithm, which I highly recommend to anybody who hasn't heard it. Check that album out. Me, visually, I'm looking at the content of the cover and the liner notes and the graphics and this and that on how these albums are structured. And, you know, they're very clean, very specific, kind of muted in color, but specific, you know, very graphic oriented, both. And they look fantastic for representing the albums that they are. Don't Sit on the Speakers, right? Just you hear that title. The Algorithm, you hear that title, the covers echo it. With Celestial Grammar, my mind just went like this. You know, this would become my third real serious project to engage in. And I did about 3 months of research on this. And it took me about 3 months off and on to complete the painting, and it's done. And it hasn't been revealed. And obviously, I'm going to respect Priest and Fourth's decision on when that date will take place. But all the information I'm sharing with you is public knowledge. And I know that the fans are going to be absolutely thrilled when it happens. And I still have other paintings to create with it, similar to the story that I was discussing with Forest of the Happy Ever After. When we finished the cover, it was shown in the museum while I was working on the three other artworks, and then they were subsequently shown together in their entirety in Vermont. Well, with Celestial Grammar, what I can say is we're going to go really big with this. We're going to go really big with this. This is going to take place initially in New York, this type of presentation. The conversations are being had. That's all I can really say at the moment about it. But I want to sincerely thank Killah Priest and Fourth Disciple for the invitation and their trust with putting this very, very special project in to represent it visually. And I've pushed myself into a place that I just never knew I could reach. So I look forward to the day you and I can have that visual in front of us, and I can listen to your breakdown of it. You know, it's going to be tremendous. So I wanted to mention that, but I also wanted to mention it in reference to what graphics and the nature of albums can represent. When I was on the call with Killah Priest and Fourth, Killah Priest was driving. I was in the passenger seat, and towards the end of the call, I can share this. I said to Fourth, I said, "Is there any closing remarks maybe that you want to let me know about what to think about with this?" And Fourth Disciple said to me, "Think Doctor Strange." I'm just going to leave that right there. So this brings. Hello? Hey, I like that bomb. Thank you.
I had to drop a bomb on that.
Thank you. Salute. That brings us up really to kind of the now.
Mm-hmm.
I just got back from Schwandorf, Germany, opening a 2-person show with Raymond Pettibone at the Kebbel Villa Museum outside of Munich. It's our second project together, our second exhibition, but our first museum show and our first European exhibition. It's based on the 7 deadly sins and the 7 heavenly virtues. So if you go online to Kebbel Villa, KEBBELVILLA, shout out to Jürgen Dem, the artistic director, for inviting us to the show. This catalog, this beautiful hardcover book, was designed by Martin Steiner Studio in Berlin. He does incredible work, and the essay is by the renowned esoteric scholar and author Mitch Horowitz. And Jürgen Dem wrote the director's foreword and actually mentions both Raekwon and Killah Priest in the book. So I'm going to have a signed copy coming out to Killah Priest in LA, and I'll give one to you hand delivered at the studio. The exhibition runs through April 6th, and it's just an absolute honor to be able to work with Raymond and collaborate on exhibitions. Again, he's a world-renowned artist, but a friend first. You know, we have a real friendship. He's family to me, and being able to work on exhibitions is great, but it grows out of the friendship. And family is everything to me, and the Podcraft is like a family, and I just have such admiration for all of the minds and guests that Priest has on here, and I'll continue to support any way I can. So really, that brings us current.
Ladies and gentlemen, the great John Newsom. So I got a surprise for John, and I got a surprise for our next guest who's here trying to get everything together on the technical. So I'm going to play a clip from you, John, and play a clip from our next guest, because I know you have something to say to him exclusively. So I'm not going to spoil it. I'm just let you say it to him so he can have it for his own. All right, so tell a friend to tell a friend. We're still live here on the Wind Down with John Newsom and our next guest, okay? Give us 1 second here.
Thank you.
you know, you're delineating the form through these marks, but you're doing it in a way that is just so studied, so learned. It's almost muscle memory at that point, you know, on how you lay down a mark, like a drummer or a boxer or something like that. That's really key to what I do. You know, there's a part of the process that's very, it's intuitive to a degree of like how your individual gesture works, how your individual mark making capacity, you know, manifests. But I'm interested in so many different types of painting and appliques that's just one part of my process. So, and it usually happens towards the beginning of the painting when I'm physically either preparing a ground, laying down marks to activate the monochrome field, and it sets up an arena of possibilities for me to start investigating the forms of the composition, or how the forms are going to be embedded within the composition. Because I'm not thinking as much about the what I'm going to be painting as much as I am the how I'm going to structure the composition. Not even the how I'm going to paint it, but how it's going to be structured within the composition. Because composition, it's all about the composition. You know, if it's strong, if it's a strong composition, it's going to be a successful painting. It doesn't matter what you're painting. It's all about the composition. Exhibitions are interesting to me. I like the process of formatting an exhibition, and I've never put together a show on this level before, Nature's Course, and it's a different relationship too that's allowed me to grow and expand my thinking within, you know, how I structure exhibitions. It's very well organized. The paintings come from chapters of years. The 31 paintings in the show weren't created over a year or two or three, like preparing for a normal gallery exhibition. It was really decades that went into this. And so I've been working with my archivist in structuring, and several of the curators at the museum to structure bodies of work that came from other periods that influenced a specific painting, you know, or paintings that have caused me to organize other bodies of work that aren't even on display in this show, so that there's a balance within the archive structure that wasn't there previously. And I mean, I've been organized, but now it's like, it's really the breath of the rhythm of the voice of the painting that's like imbalanced.
It's just a freestyle. Meanwhile, we keep the beat kicking. Sweat dripping. Girlies in the limo eating chicken. Oops, don't get the grease on your booty hole. I love you, Robo, move over. I gotta blow my nose, sneezing.
I'm working, bro. I need 5 minutes.
Time to get busy with a Jenny. If it's good and plenty, don't you know?
Fuck is you doing, man? Shit gotta change. What shit? This stay on the sideline, pay your dues shit. I can't fucking do it no more. Either I do my own thing, or I'm out. Well, then bounce, nigga. And one more thing.
Just fucking with you, God. Come on, man.
All right, so let's bring on our next guest by special request. Okay, a thought leader, a composer, a writer, an author. Y'all might have seen him in the acting world. Y'all might have seen him in a lot of different places. He's a phenomenal thought leader and a musicologist. Okay, one who has inherited the arts and the sciences and the magic that is music literally in his blood. You understand what I'm saying? Some people say I was born this way. He was literally born this way. So I want to give it up for one of my brothers, one of my ALIs. I might have seen him in a different modality, but I wanted to greet y'all with the origin story of one of my masterminds, the one and only legendary Chris Clarke.
My brother, you honor me with those words, man. Thank you, brother. And peace, John Newsom. Salute.
Salute, Chris.
Any friend of Gustavo is a friend of mine.
Oh, man. Gustavo's the man.
Yeah, every day make money and pray, Gustavo.
Yeah, Gustavo. Wow.
So, John, before I start bothering Chris, you have a connection that you wanted to share between what you know about him and his origin story in the real sense. So I would be remiss if we didn't start this way.
Thank you so much, Knowledge. Thank you so much. Chris, I just wanted to mention, going back into my presentation at Interlochen Arts Academy, where I did prep work in high school, there were a lot of musicians there. And your dad just stood in such high regards with all of them, right? And I was thinking of your father when I was thinking about my presentation, knowing you were going to be on and not knowing how Knowledge was going to structure us having this on. And by the way, you've done a beautiful job, Knowledge. Thank you. I just wanted to mention, because I was talking about Marty Clarwan, the artist, and I thought to myself, I wonder if Chris's dad had ever played on an album that Marty Clarwan did the artwork for. So I did a little research, and sure enough, your dad played on George Duke's album.
I was gonna take a guess, but George Duke, which
Oh,
one?
I'm sorry.
No, you good. Which one?
Rendezvous.
Okay.
And Marty Clarwan did the cover art for that album, and the track was Better Ways.
Wow. What a era, man. You know, you bringing it up. It's a nice opportunity to just to shed some light to it. I mean, man, what a time, man. Because like, okay, people will say, you know, the quick conversation is, oh man, back in the day, you know, the vinyls, you could see the cover, big pictures, and the art. Yeah, okay. But the deeper conversation is, because of that, artists and record companies commissioned incredible artists to make these masterpieces. It's not just like a photo of a motherfucker holding a 40 for the mixtape. No disrespect, I love that shit too, because it's a different aesthetic. But I'm saying, like, it's not the same thing as what you're talking about. These Santana album covers, these Azimuth album covers, these motherfucking, I mean, shit that nobody is even like. Just real quick, just 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Just like, don't nobody know who she is like that, but they did that. And I make sure I look at this all the time, right? I mean, okay, Junior Walker, we know who he is, but like, look at that. Like, you know what I mean? And like, you know, us vinyl collectors, we have our shit just sitting up on the wall. I mean, behind me, look at this. Right on my wall behind me, I got the OJ's family reunion. And I don't really want to yank it off the wall, but that's a painting. And what's dope is it's family reunion, right? So you got the old Jewish man, the old Asian woman, the Russian man, the black OJ niggas in the middle. You got the like, you know, all these different ethnicities, and these are people painted. So just in general, that whole time, it wasn't just size, but it was like the platform facilitated these incredible artists being brought in.
Yes.
Not, you know what I mean? And people don't mention that enough. So you know,
thank you. Like an essence, you know, there's like a certain essence about it. I think that there's soul, man. There's soul, you know, there's just soul there.
I mean, bro, I remember, like, you know, I'm an avid Raekwon, you know, enthusiast, to put it mildly. I remember when Ray first mentioned Fila, you know what I mean, like as an album title, and it was just Fila for a little while, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you how I get down. It was Fila for a while. He didn't initially say Fly International Luxurious Art. He didn't drop that for like 6 months later. So it's just Fila. So it's just like, I'm thinking, okay, niggas is on, they paid in full energy, Fila, we just on that shit. But then he said, by the way, motherfucker, this is Fly International Luxurious Art. Then after he said that, we didn't see the cover for I don't know how much longer that was, whatever. But when I finally saw the cover, it was like, they really mean that shit. It ain't just a painting of Ray, just, you know, with some Fila on. It's some fucking really Fly International Luxurious Art. And I'm like, that's what we talking about. And I'll share this with you too. You know what that shit puts you in the leagues with, bro? You sitting in the leagues with motherfucking Earth, Wind, and Fire with that cover. Because I always tell people, I say, man, one of the things people don't mention enough is for Earth, Wind, and Fire being the biggest selling black band of all time. I mean, just not just black, but just let's just get to that. The biggest selling black band of all time. And with the exception of their first album, I believe it's their second album, was where they started with the Egypt stuff. It might have been the third, but I think it's the second. But from that point until now, all these are all the biggest records too. It's all Egyptology on the front. And you think about the millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of homes that shit is sitting in, and that hadn't been there before. Like, that's really the gift of artists and visionaries. Shout, rest in peace to Maurice White. Shout to my man Vadim and Cabran and all them. But yeah, man, so salute to you. Your painting is sitting in that pantheon of fly shit, man.
Bro. Thank you, man. Yo, I just want to close it out by echoing what you said. I saw Ray and Ghost perform around that time, and Ray was on stage on the mic. He said, yo, we're the Earth, Wind, and Fire of this shit. And you know, the energy, man, the energy. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. Salute.
And salute to you, bro.
Thank you. Knowledge, thank you. And thank you to Killah Priest, too, for having me on. It's always a pleasure.
Man, I was loving, I came in, caught some of the end of what you were saying. I was loving to hear some of the history, man. And just, that's just beautiful, man. Like, you guys made some timeless forever shit that's sitting there, bro. I need to get some more. I don't have it all on vinyl. I gotta get some of that stuff on vinyl. I got Heavy Mental on vinyl, but I don't have the
Forest.
Yeah, thank you. I don't have that.
Yeah, we'll get the Forest. But you know what? I want to say one more thing, if I may. Like, getting back to Ray, some of the, because he has 7 solo albums. He takes his time. He's a perfectionist. You know, The Wild, which is his 7th album. Amazing cover, amazing album. You know, the build on that is incredible. I love that album.
Did you do The Wild?
Also, pardon?
Did you do The Wild, the cover?
No, I did Fly International Luxurious Art, but I'm just mentioning that that's a great cover too. But
absolutely,
you can, in having that experience with him, I know that the attention to detail that he paid with that. So like, but you go back to Immobilarity or the Lex Diamond story, or the, you know, and those albums are like, you know, it's there, like Knowledge was saying earlier, it's like he's on the street, he's in the street, he's by the light post, he's there with the coat, things like this, you know? And so it's very well orchestrated, the whole thing visually. And what you're saying about Earth, Wind, and Fire, it's the same there. It's magnificent. It's really magnificent, man.
And it's amazing too, because, you know, what separates the greatest artists from great artists, in my opinion, is once they, like, obviously you know, Michael Jordan would have liked to have scored 60 points every night, right? But no one scores 60 points every night. No one, every single album is Illmatic. It's you know, humans, we can only do so much. But there's standards and there's levels. And once you achieve a certain level, you set a standard for yourself. And it's other people that affects other people, but for yourself. So it's like right out the motherfucking gate. Ray came with one of the coldest covers that we've ever seen in life. So from that point on, him being who he is, he made sure that, I mean, even the cover, all those Vatican mixtape shits are dope as fuck. You know what I mean? And you know, the mixtape covers are not as glossy and high. You know what I mean? The mixtape covers, but they're dope like that. They're like they're like super dope. You know, there's one of them where it looks like the most, you know, like quickly done, but it's still fly and conceptual and has a vibe and shit. So that's the thing, man. And a lot of people don't understand, like, to really, you know, like, and it's interesting too, because when he always speaks about, you know, Ray likes to let people know he focuses on albums, not songs and singles, right? And it's like, that's the whole thing, because the album ain't just song 2, 7, and 9 and was produced. The album is the title. The album is the visual. Every time you click on the motherfucker, you're gonna see that image. So that's one thing I always admire about the God, and everybody that's collaborating with such as yourself, but who's steered the art. Y'all are, I mean, you know, y'all are dream team motherfuckers, man.
Well, thanks. And I'm so glad you brought up the Vatican mixtape series, because of those covers, and those albums are so incredible. Kind of reminds me a little bit of what Priest and Purpose are doing with Abraxas. You know, those that, you know, stretching it out in that volumetric form. It's like going to be amazing. You know, I just love witnessing it, and on all levels, visually, you know, audibly, and live. You know, it's man, I'm so glad that you and I had this time to do a little build, you know, because you really get it, man. It's such an honor and pleasure to meet you.
For sure. I'm gonna share one with you too, some of my music. And I heard, I can't remember who it was that said this, so I don't want to say the wrong name, but somebody else said this once, and I just can't remember who it was. But not all the time, but sometimes when I get the opportunity to, I'll see a photograph, or maybe a painting, but with me, it tends to be a photograph, maybe a photograph that's been treated, but usually a photograph that will speak to me in such a way it will dictate the album that I make. So like a friend of mine took this photo years ago, and it was the craziest photo. And it was just him sticking his head through this thing, but he had this mask on. And I was like, bro, I just keep staring at that picture, and it's like making me make beats. Like I'm just thinking of it. And I was like, dog, you think I could? Because he just a guy that took a photo. He doesn't release art like that. So I was like, yo, could I just use that shit and make an album with it? And he was like, yeah, go ahead. So I made a whole album. And it's when I listen to the album and I look at the picture, I'm like, because like, you know, I be making shit, and if it felt like that, it's like I just steer it to that, and that was like kind of like my visual muse. And I've heard some artists, some rap dude said that once, and I just can't remember who it was. But same thing, the way some people have to have a title before they start an album, and a lot of these things, they're like, because I can't speak for all other genres, but I know rap music is such a collage medium. Because even if we just writing raps, we're like, you know, we just, you know, and my mama said, because to rhyme, you're looking for things that fit the puzzle. You know, rhyming a lot of times is filling in pieces to puzzles. So it's like, it by nature, it's a collage. Like this is a map. By nature, it's I mean, sometimes, you know, you tell a story, you go linear, but a lot of the rap that we love, especially like Wu type shit and, you know, certain shit, it's just De La Soul, we just grabbing shit. So it's like audio collage. Somebody said that before. I didn't coin that term, but audio collage. So when you see a photo that it like feeds that part of the brain, because if it's a really inspiring photo, it just does that. So that's the importance. A lot of people don't understand how much, you know, the visual shit influences us, because people that might not think about it, they might think, well, how could you look at a picture and think of something to say? It's like, well, maybe it's not for you to understand how that shit works, but the way it works for us is, you know, it's the same way you look at a woman and you hear poetry in your head. Please, baby, nigga, please, Moosey Blue, Sugar Bloomers, hear words, but you know, so you know, anyway.
Wow. Word. Yeah, it's like the 3 Feet High and Rising cover, with the kind of combination of the photograph and then the artwork. And then also one of my favorite Killah one of my favorite Killah Priest album covers is Divine Intervention. I mean, that's got that combination of kind of a photographic quality, but an artwork quality kind of layered over, but seamlessly. And, you know, True Masters, incredible. That album is amazing. And it's just fascinating. It really is a study of it. I'm so glad we're having this conversation, you know, because it is it's a totality, right? It's a totality. And,
it really is.
Yeah,
it really is. And I love too, like I have a bunch of, I probably have 6, you know, album cover art books, right? I got like 2 or like, you know, I have 3 that are like just generic, you know, when I say generic, I mean, but they're just like, you know, best album covers, 500 of best album covers, But then I have a reggae one that's reggae album covers. And then I have one that's like jazz. I might have more than 6. I have a jazz one. Then I have a blues and soul one. I got all these different ones. And it's amazing when you look at the shit, because it's just like, just the connection between the way, like, it's funny when you look at an album that, like, you haven't heard the album. So you look at the artwork, but you feel like something that's like, you feel something. But the ones where you know the album, you know the music, and then you look at the cover, like, I'll give you an example. Marvin Gaye, Inner City, what's going on? Like, when you, that shit sounds like that. You know what I mean? Like, it sounds, the cover, like, it sounds like that. You know. So, anyways, but it's really important. So I love this discussion, man, because I think that it's one of the things that is not, you know, is a conversation that's not supported enough, because it would lead to better art if people understood the value that you get. You know, it's like people don't even realize what looking at art does for their brain, because people think like, okay, if I listen to a podcast, I'm going to hear some words. I'm going to get a cool vocabulary word. I'm going to learn something I can say to somebody that I'm smart. Okay, cool. They can kind of like 1 + 1 is 2 that. They have a hard time seeing what you get from looking at art. Some people, like, we know, because we're cultured. A lot of younger motherfuckers, they're like, art show? You tell me we're finna go to the there's an art show, and they're like, for what? Like, I've heard people say shit like that. Like,
that's a good point.
It's deep.
That's a good point. That's deep. That's deep.
It's not taught like it was.
That's a good point.
You know, and when you're trying to explain to somebody, it's like travel. It's like, if you go travel, that's my best analogy. I say it's like travel. You can't explain to somebody what you gain from walking down the street in another continent. The air, the smell, just the feeling of the people. You know, you might not read or learn or be taught anything, but just the way it feels as a human to be in another polarity and another, like, all of that. It's the same with art. It's like, you can't say, I'm going to look at this painting and I'm going to have this epiphany. It's not about that. It's about, you have something in you now that wasn't there before that feeds epiphanies to come. You know. So.
It's like knowledge, what we were talking about earlier about love. It's got to be reciprocated. But if you get that reciprocation, the blossom happens, you know? And it's like Chris was talking about travel, you know, you're there all of a sudden, and if you're in the right zone, boom, inspiration takes place, man, it takes flight.
And it's like a deposit in the bank of your soul that comes out later, because you don't see it like, you won't. It's the same way. I remember my father telling me this is a story. I love to tell the story as much as possible, because I just think it's such a crucial story that I just go out of my way to tell it to people. But when he said something that really helped him as a musician, was he was taking lessons from a brother named Bayard Lancaster. And he said he went over to see Bayard Lancaster. Now, at the time, my father's like maybe 15 or 16, and Bayard's about 23, 24. So he goes over there. And at the time, my pops, you know, this is 1960, you know, 6 or something. He's listening, John Coltrane and Miles Davis over here, Motown over here, the Rolling Stones over here. That's kind of what he's fucking with, right? Like, that's his thing as a 50. He's a musician and his ears, but he's still kind of, you know, he's still in an earlier phase of his worldliness. He says he goes to Bayard's house and Bayard's playing some bugged out shit. He doesn't like it. And he says to Bayard, like, yo, what is this shit, man? Why are you playing this shit, man? Why don't you throw on some Train or something? I don't like this shit. And Bayard says to him, why do you have to like everything? Can't you just listen to it? And he said it was like the curtains opened. And he said like that shit, because it's a whole other way of looking at the world. Like you don't have to look at every movie or every comedian looking for make me laugh, ha ha. Maybe this motherfucker's gonna say something to you. You know, people say Dave Chappelle ain't as funny as he used to be. The nigga's dropping more science than he used to be. Like everything isn't about every movie isn't like everything isn't about immediate gratification. I mean, I'll tell a person
that's a jewel.
It's a jewel, man. I mean, I'll tell a person in a minute, and people be like, you didn't like Mystery of Chess Box when you first heard it? And I say like this, Knowledge Born knows, nobody on the planet wants to see me in a Wu-Tang fade. That's a fact. Knowledge Born Allah knows that. So I was gonna say this, but I'll admit, when I first heard chess boxing, I was like, the fuck is this? Like, I did not like that shit, and now I love it. I've studied, I analyzed it, but I wasn't ready at that moment. I'm an LA nigga. I was listening to some other type of shit when that came out. So when that came out, I was like, I don't know what these niggas is on. And then when I heard, but anyway, so saying that to say, I kept listening because I was intrigued by it. It wasn't like that's whack, get it out of here. It was more like, fuck is that? But it was kind of like, that's fucking weird. Like, like, you know what I mean? Like when you see somebody wearing that. Yeah, when you see
remember that.
Yeah, like, you know, when you see somebody wearing a weird fit and you just be looking at them, like, you're like, this nigga weird. Like, you keep looking, like somebody that's dipped over here, you're like, oh, you look good, bro. But the guy wearing weird shit, you're like, the fuck is he wearing? Yeah. That was me with chess boxing. And
tremendous lesson. That's a tremendous lesson.
Tremendous, man. And that shit multiplies through life in so many areas of just, you don't have to like everything. You don't have to like everything. You know what I mean? So, you know.
Wow. Salute. Great point.
Yeah. My brother.
Totally. Instant.
Look forward to meeting you, brother.
You too. You too. Well, Knowledge.
Yes, sir. Final thoughts before you go. Give us one more word from that art world. I'll frame it for you then. Do you, as an artiste / painter / artiste, right? Do you have the picture you want to create in your head first, or do you start fooling around with the paint on the canvas and it comes to light and you're just as excited or intrigued as the onlooker who will see it when it's done? Do you start with a finished product in mind, or how does that work?
That's a wonderful question, and it brings up a conversation that I heard Raekwon have when he was asked, what's more vital, the beats or the lyrics? That's a heavy question, very specific, but it kind of goes to your point as well in referencing, it's like the how and the what. It's like in that video. It's really, for me, honestly, the root of it is the how. And Ray said in the beginning, it's the beat, because the beat jumps you into the lyrics, and then it happens, and sometimes for some artists, it might be vice versa. But I have to say, for me, in likeness of the beat, for me, it's the formality, it's the ground, I go back to composition and the structure, and then the pictorial gets built out of that. So I would have to say it's really the improvisation that occurs in my work happens in the process of how I assemble the imagery together. Like Chris was pointing out in the imagery behind him on his wall, very similar to that, It's like kind of like a collage mentality. And I hope that makes sense, because that's how I really structure my work.
Let me ask you to add to that. Would you say it's something similar to, like, let's just say, for the sake of for the sake of an example, like let's say Knowledge Born, like we looking at his picture on the screen right now, right? Like he's basically centered in the middle, and then to the left he's got the mic, to the right he's got the sisters behind him, and there's some purple swirl shit because it's very purple on this side of things. Like, would it be almost like a simple way to be? It would almost be like in your mind, maybe you kind of like visualize the basic shapes and colors, but the detail like would be like the equivalent of would be like when it's done, when you first envisioned, you didn't see the brothers on his shirt, Malcolm and all them, you didn't see that. Marcus Garvey, and I can't see because he's got the phone, but I see oh yes sir, Huey P, and sadly to say I can't recognize the fourth. Who was that?
Steve Biko,
motherfucker. Right. So it'd be like you could see Knowledge, you could like have the shape of him, but maybe the details like that. And then let's say, for example, on the far left, the little blue things that are coming and all the little glitters, they're like the little things that they're like the strawberries and the sprinkles.
Yeah.
But you see the cake and the base happy birthday. Like, okay.
You're right on point. You are right on point. Totally, exactly. That's exactly it. Yep, that was a perfect analogy. Yes.
Okay, word. Yeah, because I was trying to like,
Thank you. You said it perfectly.
My brother.
Yeah, definitely. So, I'd like to close actually by going back and revisiting that moment with Priest at Purpose's studio, because that was kind of a similar situation. That's being in the presence of Priest, getting to see how he structures a verse. He's painting with his pen. And it's very similar to how you just described the interaction with the composition on Knowledge Born's screen, and then also how I graph and matriculate my paintings. It's interesting, I think that's a really good place because it shows how interconnected it is.
Right. Yeah, right. It's, I guess it's like a
process.
Making a movie. You get the scenes, you get the outline, or the outline and the scenes, then the details, and then down to the 50th take of the actor saying, "Nope, just lift your head when you look at the camera." All the minutia of it. Yeah, that's the beauty of it, man. I mean, it's funny because I'm obsessed. I'm always obsessed with how everything, there's the macro and the micro, and I'm always intrigued by looking at seeing, and then so like seeing the oneness between you painting a picture to a mother giving birth to a child. You could almost say this, a vision. I'm gonna have a son, I'm gonna have a girl, and then you here, and then you shaping them. No, you look both ways before you cross the street. Make sure that you do this, and then don't. We pray this, and it's all like you have to kind of like get a little bit flexible with how you line things up. But at the end of the day, it's vision. Then something is here. Yeah. Then you shape what's actually here.
Don't you feel like that when you release a project? You work it, you incubate it, and then you release it to the world.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
John, before you go, can you go back and get that album from Rasul real quick?
Yeah.
Rasul, that's my guy.
Yeah.
I just saw him the other day at the Twin Gambino shit.
All right.
Woo, Rasul, my dude right there. I saw him twice in a week or 2 weeks recently. I hadn't seen him in forever, and I saw him twice. I was like, yeah, Rasul.
Shout out Rasul.
My dude right there.
Look how quick y'all did that. You see, that was magic.
Rasul.
Right,
hey,
can y'all hear me?
What's up, brother?
Look how quick y'all did that. Can y'all see me?
Yeah, we see you.
What's going on? Assalamu alaikum. Yeah, I wanted to jump in real fast and say what up to John.
Yo, salute Rasul.
You got Chris in the house. What up, Chris?
Family? What's up, bro?
I'm just chilling, man. Just chilling. It's kind of raining out here in LA.
Yeah, I'm in LA too. We out here.
It's raining
it's
in New
raining out
York.
here. Me and Chris is rained out.
Yeah.
Man, yo.
But yo, I love it. It looks awesome. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Salute.
Yeah, man.
Great.
Hey, I wanted to say something to you, John. Man, I had a little flood in my house, not like the RZA,
Oh, okay.
but there's like leaking, and it messed up my bookshelf, and it kind of damaged some of your books. I was wondering if any way, if you could send.
You.
Yeah, because they're really damaged, man, and I really love those books, and I feel like they're I used to collect a lot of books when I was young.
I'm so glad you told me. We'll just get the titles, and I'll send some more out to you.
Yeah. The one, the pink one, and the John Newsom, right there. You check. Oh, there it is, right there.
Oh yeah, I'll get that to you.
Yeah, but it's messed up, man. The pages is all messed up because the water was coming down.
Yeah.
On that thing, and I everything that I have that I get from the show, I look at it as a collector's item.
Yeah, I hear you. I don't know if you saw earlier, but I was telling Knowledge Born that I had your album framed and installed up there on the wall with Raekwon and Priest. So
that's what. Hey, man, I love it. So when people walk in there, they may not know who I am, and you say, "Man, that's my brother Rasul right there."
That's right. Yes, sir.
You know what I mean?
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Other than that, everything else is good?
Yeah, everything's great. This has been such an amazing evening, and thanks to Knowledge Born and for his time and questions and being able to share my story with you all. And the podcast has just been so special. And I'm so happy to meet you, Chris.
You too, brother.
And Rasul, it's nothing but love, man. I can't wait for your other projects, man. Keep it up.
I got the we're gonna do a remix to that album.
Wow.
And with different beats on it. I'm working with that guy, what's his name? Shaka Amazulu the Seventh. You know who that is?
I like the collaborations you've been doing with David J. Blazer too.
Oh yeah, that's my man, Blaze, man. I call him he's like 60-second assassin.
Woo!
But a little different. He just gotta structure it a little bit, and I've been trying to train him. But he got some stuff. I mean, everybody gotta find their way. You know what I'm saying? It's just like you just said, like painting. Yeah. The
chambers.
Exactly.
Chambers. I've been thinking of on Vedic Vape Room, the water chambers, man. Some of the water imagery in that. It's just unbelievable,
Exactly, man. So,
goes back to our ecosystem. Goes back to the ecosystem here,
Exactly.
It's expansive.
Exactly.
Man. It's expansive. Yeah.
So exactly.
This is great.
Yeah. So, man, I can't wait. I'm gonna be out there when I was about to come out to Philly, but my dad and them, they remodeling their house.
Mm-hmm.
So they had to move out their house, and they stand in like a hotel for a month until the house is rebuilt or whatever they're doing. And then I'm gonna come out there. So when I come out to Philly, then I'm gonna come up and visit you and Omar.
That's great. Well, we'll look forward to having you here.
Yeah.
I see where Philadelphia is the final stop on the Wu-Tang final chamber tour.
Wow.
Really? I didn't know that.
Wow.
Yep.
Philadelphia, huh?
Philadelphia.
You know what's science to that they actually they land in the plane, so to speak, in the birthplace of gangster rap.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Let's not get it fucked up. Let's not get it
fucked up. That's the Schoolie D.
Wu-Tang came out on some gangster rap shit. You can't. That's what they came out the gate. It was gangster rap. So let's. I'm an LA nigga. I got to go in real quick. Gangster rap.
I mean, Ice-T was influenced by Schoolie D.
That's what I'm talking about. Yup. And then
what I mean? I think it was like just him and Schoolie D at one time that was talking that talk.
Yeah, because Schoolie came with the PSK and all that, and then Ice-T, basically 6 a.m. is a mirror, and he said it out of his own mouth. It's him redoing, because Saturday night is ready to party. 6 a.m. is he was doing the same shit, but then
same style.
It goes even deeper because that's the genesis, right? That's
right.
The beginning. But then the when it got official was
Death Row said we need Corrupt. Corrupt came and had Snoop, because Snoop was spitting, but Corrupt was the nigga that made him be like, oh shit. That's why Snoop, when he was at his most fierce as a rapper, really like was when he was locked in with Corrupt on the daily. That was when he was really on his MC shit. Wow. So Corrupt brought that, and then also too, East Coast cats. I'm sure y'all can bear witness yourselves. I mean, I know I'm the only West Coast dude here, but I just know I've heard from at least a dozen East Coast dudes that said Corrupt was the one that made us really fuck with the Chronic like that. You know what I mean? Because cats wasn't really at first necessarily gravitating towards the Southern accent and Dre. You know, he was, but he wasn't like that. But Corrupt was coming in with the spit shit.
Yeah, he was a spitter.
So it's like Philly has always played that ill role with.
Yeah, we always had. I was thinking about this the other day. We always had glorious MCs. You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, myself, and I come from a chamber where, you had the roots back then. It was called the square roots. Before they took the square off and they put the roots, right? And they was like the crew. They was like the crew back then. See, what people don't understand, like after Schoolie D and a bunch of cats a lot of people didn't have no deals in Philly except the roots. Wow. You feel me? So there was a long period of time of underground people coming out, like myself, Jedi Mind Tricks. I really don't like bringing their name up, but I have to because it's a part of the history. So you got myself, them, and a couple other guys. And I ain't gonna lie to you, none of us really got major record deals. It was Beanie Siegel and all of them got the deals.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I think that, when I think about it now, I think that I probably should have got a manager instead of trying to just do it all by myself. Because, Beans and all them, Beans and Philly's Most Wanted and Eve and all them, they was all part of Black Friday management. Entertainment, whatever it's called. You remember that, Knowledge Born?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a Muslim brother. His name was, forget his name, Muhammad. So I always, think like, man, I shouldn't have really ran with all that crazy underground stuff and really tried to like get a manager, and he could have probably cleaned it up a little bit. But hey, man, that's the choices we make. And
now you got this. Look at this.
Oh yeah, that's awesome.
That's
right.
Right.
That is awesome.
I forgot that you was from Philly, God. Like I forgot. I'm an LA dude, but my whole family's from Philly.
Oh, word? What part of Philly? What part?
Germantown, Mount Airy, all that.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, North Philly. And yeah, man, what's crazy is my cousin is City Councilman Daryl Clarke.
Really?
Yeah, that's my cousin.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, I'm Philly.
Yeah, you have to go back to Philly.
Yeah, but see,
the triangulation of the Philly story right there. You see
that's
what I'm
deep,
saying?
right?
That's crazy.
I was sharing earlier about his hip hop journey begins when his father came back from Philly with Run DMC first album. You understand what I'm saying? So discussing Wu-Tang and all of these things and all the connections, right?
Yeah. Well, I tell you, John and Chris, the first time we met Wu-Tang, and it wasn't with Killah Priest.
Wow.
We didn't know. Well, what happened was we didn't know who the hell they was at first, and we used to hang on 3rd and South Street. You've been to South Street. Y'all been out there.
Shout out.
And on 3rd and South Street, they had a hip hop store back in the early 90s. I forget the name of it, but it was this dude named G that he opened the store and he had all the Wu-Tang stuff in there. Like we didn't even know who the fuck Wu-Tang was. But we always seen the W, and he kept playing Protect Your Neck and Method Man. Like every fucking weekend or every day we was down there, we come from Love Park from skateboarding, we would go to South Street. That was because Zipperhead wasn't a skate shop, but it was like they had a little skate shop on top. It was like a punk rock store with a skate shop on top. So we go down there, we out there hustling, doing what we do, and we go to 3rd and South because it was like a pizza store right there, and the cheesesteak store was there, and G had that hip hop store there. And he had his turntables and the stuff in the back, right? Yeah. And he played that single Protect Your Neck damn near all day long. He would switch it up a little bit, but that's all he played was Protect Your Neck and Method Man. So we was down there all the time. I was one of the first ones in Philadelphia rocking a Wu-Tang shirt.
Wow.
I was rocking it in high school. We and you know, my cousin Steve, he's like we would trade the shirt back and forth. He would wear it, then I would wear it.
That's
you know what I mean?
Wow.
Yeah.
I was the first one in Philly walking around with that shirt on. Now remember, I bought it too. I bought it. Yep, I bought that joint. And look, this is the crazy thing about it. The Klan would be there sometime, but we just didn't know who they was.
Yeah.
Like Master Killah would be there when I think Master Killah was there. I don't think I ever seen a RZA, but I definitely seen Master Killah, Divine.
Yeah.
I just didn't know who was who back then. You know what I'm saying? Wow. But they would come down there sometime.
Wow.
To the store and stuff and kind of like be there. And when I think back, like, damn man, we could have rocked with Master Killah or the RZA, whoever was there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it wasn't until because we was infatuated with Sons of Man, right? And Killah, you know, when that Sons of Man single came out, that we was like, all right, these are the guys we want to. We like Wu-Tang, but we like these guys.
Yeah.
Because it had like the biblical narrative and like the biblical samples, and we was like, oh man, what's that album going to sound like? You know what I mean? So we went and we made a very adamantly made ourselves go meet the Killah Priest.
Wow.
Like, and we got to meet him at a Red Man and Method Man show.
Oh, wow. Where was the show? Was it in New York? Or
this was in Philly.
In Philly.
This is in Philly. And he was there with Red Man and Method Man. And Method Man had Killah Army with him.
Wow.
And the Sons of Man. So I got to meet Killah Sin. I got to meet Killah Priest. I got to meet Fourth Disciple. I got to meet
was Ninth Prince there?
Huh?
Was Ninth Prince there?
Yeah, Ninth Prince. He's the one we was rapping in the cypher. And he's the one that took us inside the venue to meet the Killah Priest because he loved that rhyme so much.
Oh, cool. He's really cool.
It was really Ninth Prince that introduced us to the Killah Priest.
Salute Ninth Prince.
Yo, it was incredible. It was incredible. When
I still remember that. And 60 Second Assassin was there and Killah Sin. Yep.
Wow. Epic.
Yeah. Hellraiser wasn't there, but and Prodigal wasn't there. But the Killah Army, Killah Priest was there, 60 Second was there, and Killah Sin was there. Yep. Met the Man Red Man show.
Amazing. Incredible.
Yeah. Crazy story, huh?
Yeah, beautiful. Well, that's where they're closing out the tour. I mean, Philadelphia is going to get the final chamber.
Yeah. I mean, that's crazy, man. That's bugged out.
It is. It is.
I think they got somebody from Philly on the album.
Wow.
What's that brother name? You know who he is? Knowledge Born?
What's up with vodka?
Oh, he talking about crazy. He brought up vodka. Vodka was a wild MC. He was a wild. I don't know, man. Like I told you, you used to watch two. What's it called? Too Raw for the Streets. You remember that?
Yeah, but I would more like see vodka, like clips of vodka. I wasn't like on them DVDs like that or nothing like that. But I mean, I
don't know if we talking about the same person, but it was a guy from Philly named Vodka.
Yeah. But I'm saying it wasn't like I watched Too Raw from the Streets in particular. It was more like niggas vodka on YouTube. But I think the clips were from Too Raw for the Streets. But
right. All of those guys, Chic Raw, Lost Children of Babylon. You know, I don't want to name a couple of the people because a lot of them was haters, but them young bulls was dope. Meek Mill came out of that whole circle. Meek Mills. Wow. That's how he got his deal. So man, we kind of missed. A lot of us went the independent route, and I think we should have all tried to get major deals or some kind of deal, because that independent, everybody can't live off no Jedi mind tricks and trying to run with that. You know what I mean? You got to kind of create your own independent world, and that's kind of what I did. That's what I did. I separated myself from that nonsense and created the Lost Children of Babylon, which they really come from, really.
Yeah. And
that's what they're
continue to
influenced
do.
by.
And continue to do. Well,
Hey,
I mean,
go ahead.
For real, you continue to do well, Rasul. I love it. I love the album. You know, it's like what we've been talking about, kind of a theme to touch on through the night. You know, we just keep going, go harder, you know, and it's like,
hey, Roscoe, now that I got you here, man, listen, I know I told you this, or maybe I didn't tell you this. Listen.
What's that?
Can you hear it?
I think I can hear a little bit. Yeah, I could turn it up a little bit. Is that your track?
That's you. I sampled you from the Podcraft talking. Can you hear? Can I hear it or too low?
Let me put my phone up to my ear. Go ahead.
Can you hear it?
Yeah.
It's too low. Low.
How do I?
Just turn it up a little bit.
Is there a way I can turn the mic set? How's that? Is that better?
Yeah.
Check you out, God. You talking serious right here. Watch.
Where's that? Yeah, who was I talking? Who was I talking to? Who was that? Who was I talking about? I mean, I must have been disagreeing with someone.
Right there in the moment, right there.
I'm trying to remember who. That's the thing, because that song is like 3 years old.
You know, here's the thing. I'm going to tell all three of you guys. I don't want you guys to ever think that I don't like to be right a lot of the times. I want to be wrong, because when I'm wrong, I learn from my mistakes.
Wow.
That's a part of who I am as a character. But the problem is that a lot of people that come on the show, I can tell that they're not very well read. Like when you speak about Islam, I'm not necessarily taking up for Islam. I'm really just correcting you so you don't sound crazy in front of an Arab or a person from Gambia or a person from overseas, and you come in with all this stuff and you don't particularly really know what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like I be trying to. It's not an ego thing, and I'm not trying to be obnoxious, and I'm not trying to belittle nobody intellectually. But I'm not going to stand up there and allow you to speak, and I know I know you're wrong.
If a civilized man doesn't perform his duty,
that's right.
You know, it's like when you start speaking about the Sumerians and the Anunnakis and all of that stuff. I was telling somebody the other day, all of that stuff comes from the narrative of Zecharia Sitchin. He wrote those books in the 70s.
That's right.
Then what happened? Dr. York came along and capitalized off of it. And he put it in the hoods. And we was out there propagating the Anunnaki, this, that, the third. And everybody started talking about it. You feel what I'm saying? Dr. York gets locked up. Now it's reverting back.
Wow.
Because it's a constant continuation of confusion, because they don't want to go out and learn about the Assyrian culture. They don't want to learn gear, which is falsely called cuneiform from cunis in Latin. They don't want to learn Latin. They don't want to learn Arabic. They just want to watch conspiracy theory videos.
Right.
And get on and pass it on to their friend. You feel me? When you're dealing with a scholarship, you got to study.
Yeah. We talked about that earlier tonight. Definitely. You have to.
This is John Newton right here. Newsom.
Yeah, thank you.
He's a professional painter.
Yeah.
If you don't listen, if you could sit in a class with John and you try to overtalk him and say some guy on the internet said painting come on, John ain't gonna want nothing to talk to you about that. You can't tell him nothing about painting. So how you gonna tell somebody about the Torah, the Ha-Torah, they can speak the Hebrew, or someone is speaking that reads the Quran and they read it in Arabic, and then you come with Circle 7 Quran.
Wow.
Okay? So I'm not trying to belittle read that stuff too, but when you're dealing with individuals, just deal with what they deal with. Know what they knew. That's one thing that was dope about Dr. York back in the day. Dr. York, he can speak Hebrew and Arabic and Espanol, Spanish. So when a person comes in, he's a Hebrew, he's an Israelite, he's a Yahud, he's a Hasidic Jew, he can sit down with them and have a conversation.
Wow.
Superpowers. Languages are superpowers.
Yeah, language
Totally
is the key.
dynamic. Dynamic.
There you go.
That's
Language is the key to unlocking to unraveling the mystery, to breaking it open.
Yeah.
The Hebrew Israelites is running around saying King James is black. You know why they say that? Because they don't want to learn Hebrew. So they rather read King James version.
Right.
So if you say King James was black, what does that say, y'all? That means that that the guy who wrote it is black and he translated it. And we know that King James was an Anglican.
Yeah.
This is known. This is stuff is facts.
Yeah.
So if you were to debate, like let's say for instance, if the Hebrew Israelites, they put them in a forum, the academic societies, they said, "Come on, y'all, let's debate." They would get destroyed in front of scholars because they would show proof and facts that King James was an Anglican and a Caucasian.
Yeah.
You follow what I'm saying, John?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
So
absolutely.
you don't want to stand in front of society and look like a fool.
No, no, sir. No, sir.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
But you know, people like to sound foolish.
But I always find like when you're on and the topics are rolling, it's dynamic, Rasul. Like you really give so much.
I mean,
to
see,
the
here's the
podcast,
thing.
bro.
Here's the thing. To add, and we saying Rasul, God, you have such a charm that even when you cutting the nigga's head off, you do it in a charming way, and we love it, God. Like
we do, we love it, Rasul.
We love it. Like I don't
well,
ever,
you know,
God, don't ever
tonight.
Let me tell you something. I'll tell you. It comes from, you want to know where it comes from? It comes from being an ex-Nuwapian.
Rest in peace to MF Doom.
Okay, yeah. I can tell you a story about Doom too. That's another time. But yeah, that's a crazy story. I'll tell you that another time. There he is. We met Doom before he had the mask. He was walking around Philly with a bandana on his face.
Wow.
Before he got the mask. Because he was at people come to Fat Beats all the time. We know it's shit. That's such and such from Brand, not Brand. What's that Knowledge Born group he's from again?
KMD.
Yeah, KMD, right.
Level of X from KMD.
Yeah, KMD, right. So we knew he was from KMD, but he said, "Yo, stop it." He said, "Soul, stop calling me that." He's like, "I'm doomed now, and I'm doomed," and we didn't know what he was talking about. And then boom, he just came out of nowhere. Wow. But the reason why is because you know the Nuwapian doctrine is such a pseudo doctrine that when I got out of that, I started to say, all right, you know what? Let me just go to the core and foundation of Egypt. I already knew that. I already studied Dr. Ben's books and Ashwa Kwesi's books. I had all that stuff. Gerald Matwell. I got all that stuff, right? But again, I had to get into more of a thorough study so I don't sound stupid. Now, Dr. York, he told the truth, but he also mixed a lot of stuff with it, right? So in terms of dealing with Egypt, we have everything. Not everything, but we have enough stuff to give you a particular timeline on what happened. You feel me?
Yeah.
We have the language. We can learn the language now. They saying we can't. That's bullshit. We can learn it. You know, we have everything. So it's just that we don't want to go and make Egypt spooked out when somebody like Chris, yourself, John, and Knowledge Born can learn the language and read it for yourself and go there and read it.
Yo,
you
man,
follow what I'm saying?
Let me throw a quick super solar salute, man. One of the flyest things I think in rap music history ever is the nigga Casual from Hieroglyphics. One day, he one day said, "You know what, man? Fuck that. I'm gonna learn how to read hieroglyphics." And he
knows how to read. Like let's say
Wow.
Exactly. He's better than me. I'm still sharper than my sword. Him, there's a few brothers. Wu Ja'u, him, my friend Omar, Omar the artist, Rama Omar.
Yeah. He's great.
Him, like those guys can actually read it.
Wow.
And you know what, real quick too, while we're here, shout out to the divine Prince Master Rakim, because he said, you know what, let me start studying Kung Fu. Matter of fact, let me go to Wu-Tang Mountain.
That's where he went. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Something and then be like, wait a minute, let me really.
He went and actually met, you know what I'm saying? That's what you gotta do.
Pilgrimage.
Yeah, that's what you gotta do.
Pilgrimage.
That's what you gotta do.
I got on the Staten Island ferry and went to Park Hill and Stapleton. So when I talk my Wu shit, I show pictures. I was there at 160 and all that shit. I walked through.
I never been to the projects over there, but I've been to the Wu store. I can tell you a funny story about that too.
Your boy, the funniest shit ever is I dressed like my most New York fit I could put on. If you see a picture of me, you'd be like, that nigga don't even normally dress. Cause I was just on my I'm not finna just walk.
That's probably where to see. They had Instagram back then. Like, yo, Chris, what the hell you doing?
What if you walk to it in khakis with some K-Swiss on? Like, I'm an LA nigga here. Like, I wore like some normal shit, but just a little bit New Yorked it up a little bit. Like I had my beanie. I wore my beanie in a way I don't normally wear it. Shit. But yeah, man, what happened to Rasul? Phone died?
Maybe the Falcon picked him up.
The Falcon picked him up.
Rasul, I love you.
That was incredible.
That brother is pure adrenaline. There he is, back. Energy.
Sorry about that.
No, we love it. We had a moment to reflect on your brilliance and your energy, man.
Well, you know, I've been talking. I want to get Omar on the show.
Yeah.
Which Omar?
And because what I learned from Omar, he's older than me. You learn stuff from young people. I think that's awesome. I'm studying the language and whatever. But when I started me and him started becoming really close, I noticed that, Omar said, Rasul, man, you got to start looking at the ancient Egyptians in a different way. And I said, well, what do you mean by that? And he's like, man, you got to study nature more. And me being arrogant, and I'm like, well, I do study nature. He said, no, you're not understanding. So he started explaining to me about the falcon, right? First and foremost, he corrected me and said it's not Haru. There's another name for in the ancient Egyptian language. It's called Bek for falcon. And it almost sounds similar to beak.
Yes.
Right?
It does. Yeah.
Now, I think I said this on the show before. The sound of the bird or the fowl, and they're going to call it a fowl, but the falcon, hard from the vocalization of what the bird says is why the ancient Egyptians attributed that sound to it.
That makes sense.
Yes. Not only that,
through like the nasal passages and the air.
The nasal passage from exactly. And they sound like that. Not every bird sounds the same. Right. You know this. You know this, John.
Yeah. No,
because you paint the natures. Yeah. So and I always said, I'm thinking Haru means this, Haru means that, and that kind of I said, wow, that knock, there it is right there. As far as the happily ever out there.
Yeah.
Now,
there it is.
The bird. The bird. I agree with what you're saying about the bird, but when you transpose it to the seat, when you're talking about Heru,
right?
In his royal form, right? There's many forms of Heru.
That is correct.
You got Heru Behudet, which is like the warrior. He's a
Behudet. Right.
So when you do that, okay, that's the bird. But they have determinatives in the language.
There you go.
Give you
y'all brothers, man.
The proper representation of what it means. You see what I'm saying? Like, so if you had a king or if you had God, you had a flag. You see what I'm saying? So it's like it's a standard bearer. It's something that's there in regards to that, in regards to the crown. You see what I'm saying? So when you put those together, okay, you're dealing with something. But that for the bird is one thing, but for the royal house is a whole nother thing. You see what I'm saying?
Right. That's that. That is correct. Yeah, and Heru, Aket, Aketwi, Aket, in the ancient means mountain. Determinatives. That's right.
Determinatives, man. I love y'all brothers, man. Determined. I never heard that shit before.
Yeah,
determinative is like if it's like
5-year-olds to speak the language. Now don't get it twisted. You understand what I'm saying? You ain't got to go someplace else for it. We got children that speak the language.
No, you don't gotta go. You don't gotta go nowhere. You can sit right here in America and learn. And actually, you sit here in America and learn any language.
Right.
Really, at the end of the day, it just depends on how much are you willing.
You understand? They're going and reading it off the wall. So, so the people that are studying and learning, when they go and make their pilgrimage to the Nile Valley, they're reading it off the wall.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the people who said it's not been translated, because that was something that people pushed for a minute. How the pyramid math that constructs each pyramid is written on the pyramid. But if you're not a reader, you don't know.
Right.
You understand?
Right.
Because if you understood the penalty for writing something wrong, right?
Ooh.
We know graffiti artists, right? We know graffiti artists.
Yeah. That's true. That's true.
Never like if rest in peace, Tang One. The reason why you would know the difference between Tang One and another artist who was there was another guy who was running around sparking up Tang One.
It was another guy that was wrote that.
He said, I know his tag, because the
that's dope right there.
Yeah. He writes his name.
The artifact show. You remember that, John?
That's cool.
Yeah.
It's from my neighborhood. The fact that that little slight variation shows that this is something different. So every inscriber, everyone who was there as a scribe, they went through a grueling process, because if this was going to be around, they knew it was going to be around forever. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So
yeah.
If they did something wrong,
that's tight right there.
In the Medu, they would write through it. The same way you cross out somebody's tag on the joint. You see what I'm saying? So imagine you got to do this in stone.
Not to cut you off, Knowledge Born, but they used to do that. Like, it's funny you brought that up. You know how you cross out somebody's tag in graffiti, right?
Right.
They did that in the Nile Valley. They thought that if the king, or they thought he was a tyrant, or if he didn't do certain things, they would write over his name.
Yeah.
They would put a cartouche over it, and you would never know. Yeah, right. It's almost like
exactly.
I said, well, Daddy, don't you know that things go in cycles? The way they writing off. Oh my God, man! Hip hop is the greatest thing ever, man. We just,
yeah, man. So, and here's my thing, like, just to add on, like, as far as like bringing, because me and Omar, we've been trying to work on a script for, or not really a movie script, but like an outline for a script for someone to write it about Taharqa. I always speak about Taharqa, and the reason why I speak about him so much is because he was the last Nubian. He was the last Kushite ruler, 26 dynasty, and that was when Egypt lost all of their, as far as the people on the continent ruling. That's when the foreigners came in, and they was able to occupy them, and he was the last of the so-called Nisut Bitis.
Wow.
Because the Assyrians came in, ransacked Men-Nefer, right? Called Memphis, right? Was it or Thebes? I could be wrong. You guys got to look that up. But anyway, they came in. The Assyrians came in and conquered Egypt, and pushed Taharqa back to the third and fourth cataract down the Nile River, and they was the rulers of Egypt. Because they couldn't control the borders. Egypt had a hard time controlling the borders. Yeah,
I just want to say that for the record. After 3,000 years of fighting, 3,000.
Oh yeah.
Not 3 days, not three years. 3,000 years of fighting.
Squabbling 1,000 years later. Still squabbling.
He was the last one, though. He was
still squabbling. Another 1,000 years later. Squabbling for 3,000.
But see, he was the last one though.
Right.
And these stories need to be told about ancient Egypt because it's there for us to research and study to get the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help you Allah, as they say, right?
Well said. Well said.
You know what I'm
That was
saying?
great, Rasul. That was
So
amazing.
you gotta get the truth. It doesn't matter about race or anything like that because you're dealing with the ancient times. It wasn't really about race like that. You got your ass whipped by the Romans, you became a Roman. You got your ass whipped by the Egyptians, you became an Egyptian.
Wow.
You know what I mean? It's just what it was.
Yeah.
And you know, you gotta think Egypt at that time was it's like a metropolitan.
Yeah.
Right.
You know. So you had all kinds of different shades of colors there. And not only that, they was dealing with the Greeks. They was trading with the Greeks. They was trading the Hindu plant, the papyrus plant, and going to Byblos, and they was trading with them because the Greeks they wanted to write their scripts, and they was use papyrus as paper.
Right.
And that's where you get, things being translated into Greek. They had to extract that from Egypt. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had it.
Yep. That's right.
The same thing with lapis lazuli. That's not native to Africa.
Yeah, where is it at?
That was brought into Africa from Afghanistan, not smuggled in, but traded with gold. And you can keep it real with you about this too. I want y'all to know this about ancient. They looked at lapis as almost as precious than gold.
Wow.
More precious.
Did you know that?
More precious.
More precious than gold.
It was more lapis lazuli. And if you notice, you see in the Egyptian art, they use a lot of blues.
That blue.
That blue. That's lapis.
Yeah, that blue.
And that's not native to Africa at all.
You know, it'd be interesting to get a comparison of right now. I don't know who would be the best person or best group of people to do this, but to get a comparison from an unbiased perspective of which of those materials do you get more from on your skin? Because it benefits from both. Because gold and lapis lazuli, you get benefits, different things though.
Oh yeah.
That's a good question. Let me ask a few of my Egyptologist friends about that.
Yeah. Other thing about that brings up. Pardon me to interrupt. I was say, what brings something to
like a spiritual, like people will wear crystals in something that's spiritual,
or like copper.
But even
copper is like a conductor, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say like gold and lapis lazuli put on your skin, they contain energy. But here's the one thing that's interesting though is to my knowledge, you get lapis lazuli, you get pure lapis lazuli, whereas with gold, alloys, different 14.5 carats. We got some side, you don't know necessarily with gold because it's a different world versus the gold that they had in ancient Egypt. You know what I mean? It wasn't some dude named Joey the jeweler over there fucking with his mans over there in Koreatown, splicing you up. You know what I mean? It was a different. So
that's a good question. I'm glad you asked that, Chris. Let me ask a few of my friends. Maybe Knowledge Born knows. I can't recollect to say if lapis was used for some kind of like a metallic, like something that's like a symbol or something like, a talisman or something like that, correct? Right. Like something like that.
It has a cooling effect on your. I remember Smooth B was the one that brought that to me. That cooling.
He said lapis does that.
Yeah, lapis does that. And I have this book called The Crystal Bible, which breaks down, the attributes of different gems. But it's interesting too, because just not to leave the subject, but just to put it in perspective, because it just pops in my mind. It's the same thing when you're looking at today versus then. It's like a motherfucker eating a potato 2,000 years ago, or eating corn, for example, right? You hear the Incan Empire was built around corn. We don't even know what the fuck they were eating, because the shit that we call corn is not what they had. We have
That's true.
Styrofoam.
That's true. Do you think that corn is supposed to be manufactured, right? It's not real. Some people say that.
Oh, you mean corn in general? Because I do know that corn is by far, without question, the most genetically modified, worst of all the so-called vegetables, because they spray on it to keep it from rotting. Because so much comes from it: corn syrup, corn
oil,
eat it. So
corn oil. Right.
So they just wilding with corn, and corn is like styrofoam, bro. At this point, that's why that corn that we love, that tastes so good. I only eat corn now if it's at like a farmer's market kind of situation. I just can't really be that motherfucker at the fair eating corn no more. You know what I mean?
No popcorn.
Can't do it no more, God.
Popcorn is good, dog. I like popcorn.
Let me bring in the
I don't know about that. I like popcorn. I can't stop. I like popcorn.
Me too. I love it.
Bring in the iron soft of hip hop, man. The one and only Killah Priest.
Woo!
Oh yeah.
What it do? What it do? Hold on. Let me see. I'm up here. Shout out to John Newsom. What's good?
Thank you, Priest.
Right.
So good to hear your voice. Thank you for having me tonight, brother.
Yeah, sorry, man. Me and Solo just running around taking care of some business. What else? So shout out to Sue. Who's the other one? Shout out to
Chris.
Oh, that's me. Look like that. Looked again. Behold, there was 4. 5. Yeah. Shout out to the God in the corner. Hold on, let me see what it. I'm on my phone because we moved. I couldn't get back to the spot.
So,
Chris Clarke.
Oh, you driving?
Yeah.
Priest, you driving?
Yeah. Like that. What's good?
What's up, brother?
We was just out here. We was just talking about corn.
The golden starch.
He said the golden. He said the golden. I didn't see nobody say that though.
Rasul said we was just talking about corn. You see how it goes? That's how it go right there.
No, that was the subject though.
None, it won't be none. Yeah.
We went through John Newsom's great legacy. We delving into Chris Clarke's great legacy. You see what I'm saying? And Sue came in, jumped off to the top ropes, and we in the cornfield now.
Let me say something. Word, that's great. Yo, John, let me tell you, man, you one of the top, not if the top, but it's always a pleasure to see your work and the way you do it. I'm saying you was overseas, and man, I was just in and out, and it was just it's an honor to work with you. You know what I mean? And an honor to work with you more.
Absolutely. Absolutely the same. The feelings are mutual, Priest. I love you. I love working with you. The creativity, the flow, our processes, what we produce. I'm excited about Celestial Grammar, Fourth Disciple.
Yes.
It's just an honor.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, is it coming out? When's that coming out, Priest?
It's coming. It's coming. It's taking its time. Yeah, it's coming. Yeah,
greatness.
We got the artwork. Yeah, exactly. There's
nice.
a lot of hidden gems in this. A lot of hidden gems. Word, it's coming.
Beautiful.
You, brother.
Nice.
I'm gonna be listening.
This T-shirt has been overseas a few times. It's been to Spain. It's been to Germany. It's been to Turkey. It's been to Brooklyn. It's like, I love this Podcraft T-shirt. It's really good design material too. So just to the audience, check out the shop. Look at the merch. It's really good. I've got like the mugs and everything. It's just awesome.
Yeah.
AD, shout out AD for doing all that.
Yeah. Hey, Deezy.
Hey, Deezy.
Hey, while we here, let's just take a moment to send love to the brother Roy Ayers, man. Much love to the brother Roy Ayers, man.
Nice. You did the I'm sorry. Yeah. You did the artwork for that, John.
For Celestial Grammar.
Oh, nice. Awesome. That's dope.
Can't wait to share it with you.
Awesome.
Yep.
I don't want to cheat Chris out of his time. I gave y'all time to.
All right.
I want to get into his story. He deserves some love and some recognition. So
thank you, Knowledge Born. Chris, great to meet you.
You too,
Rasul.
Yeah.
Speak soon.
Yeah, no doubt.
Peace, John. Get your cousin on so we could go through your origin story too. So let's schedule something soon.
All right. Peace out.
All right, peace.
Rasul, peace to the God. Much love always.
All right.
All right. So we had the dopest interlude in the universe. All right. We go to the second reason why we is here tonight. So let's discuss you as the writer, the thinker, the musicologist. Take us back through your earliest recollection and spark in regards to writing and in regards to music.
Well, for the writing, I would say I was into comic books early, and the moment I really realized I was drawn, but I started really getting into like making my own little, storylines. But at a certain point, I just started getting more intrigued with the storyline, and start off, just comic book fictional shit. And then, but at the time, of course, listening to rap music and just loving it. And then, I don't know, just childhood creativity made me just write something. And then I just noticed I just always liked writing. And sometimes when you're real young, like 9 to 10, it might take you a second to realize that not only are you good at something, but you should actually like stay on it. You know what I mean? Like it's like meaning like you'll like doing something, but you just so young, you're just doing shit. But every time I come back to writing, it just felt natural. So I just at a certain age, it just kept picking up more and more and more. And then I was such a devout MC that pretty much everything I wrote rhymed. But then here and there I started, but in school, I was always nice with it. Like I was always kind of like English teachers, would always make an extra big deal about me and, read my shit in the class and all that. And I just always was celebrated in that way, but I really wasn't doing it for celebration. I was just doing it because I loved it. And then it just continually just get more and more and more and more in just different formats and just expanding my horizon, realizing that when you can write anything. I could write an instructional manual. I could write a formal business letter. I could write a treatise. I could write a legal document. I could write a script. I could write a 16. You know what I mean? So it's like I like writing different types of things. And because also each thing that represents a new format comes with education. And I enjoy that. Like I'm really, I'm always looking up, grammatic rules, because some rules, I appreciate following. There's some rules as a hip hop motherfucker that I, break, but I like to know the rules I'm breaking. The great master Wayne Shorter once said that to really break the rules, I'm kind of paraphrasing, but it's something like, if you really know the rules, you can really break them the best way, or some shit like something like that. Just meaning like you can break a rule and not know it's a rule, but if you know it's a rule and you choose to break it, you can get really ill with it, especially artistically and shit. So like, but even down to shit like when we were kids and they taught us you can't start sentences with the word "and." That's incorrect. You can start a sentence with the word "and." And I remember being a kid being taught that, and that shit had me fucked up for 20 years or whatever the fuck. So, you know what I mean? But yeah, so that's the writing. As for the music, I mean, it was in the home before I was in the home. So I came out and the music was there. So like on that level, it's just there, but it wasn't pushed on me as an activity. It was just, there's Watermelon, there's, a fucking John Newsom record playing. It's just that simple as that. You know what I mean? Like, Pops is watching The Godfather, going in the other room, and the music's playing. Like, it was just always there. But then my father playing music live and observing him in the home studio working on shit. It was always like something that was like,
But truth be told, I wasn't a guy like, oh, like making music. It was just so matter of fact. It was just like, you know, it was there was nothing special about it because it was so, that's just what it was. And then at a certain point I realized, like, I'm talking about when I'm really, really young, like, it was just, you know, it's just, I mean, I don't want to say the cliche, but I thought everybody was like that type shit. It was just, you know, if you were born in a fucking crack house, how you not to know that people ain't chopping up fucking shit everywhere? It's just what's in front of you. So, but as I got older and it just started to really resonate with me more and other things, but I started rapping first. I didn't start making beats until years later where I really like needed beats, but I started to feel like maybe there's a certain type of beat that I could make. You know, my own creativity started presenting itself. And that's really kind of what that comes. So then at that point, that's when a lot of the stuff that I'd been submerged in since a child started to time release inside of me. And certain things that I was fortunate, I've been fortunate to see and hear things that no one else ever saw or heard within the context of being a hip hop nigga, you know. And I don't say that to sound like I'm bragging. It's just certain shit is real. It'd be like this: if you went into the other room and you saw, you know, you name 3 world-class top of their grandmaster teacher musicians in the other room playing, and it's not being filmed, they're just playing, and you went in there and it's you and 30 other people, and Knowledge Born's the only hip-hop dude up in there, right? Then you the only hip-hop motherfucker that ever saw that. It's like I grew up, that's just my everyday. So a lot of that type of stuff that like later, you know, because I'm a jazz, like I say, I'm a hip-hop nigga, but I was a jazz baby. I was born, you know, both of my parents, you know what I mean? My father played bass, my mother played bass. They met in All City High School band. So it comes from, there's just a lot of music that influenced me. But like I said, I wanted to be, or I don't know if I mentioned, I wanted to be a comic book illustrator. And then I got into rap. So I didn't really start per se, quote, making music because, you know, in the early stages of rapping, this is my personal opinion, somebody might disagree, but I think what I'm saying holds weight. In the early stages of rapping, you're not making music really. You're developing your craft as a reciter of words that you've put together. You have to get to a certain, you know, like you could say if a guy who just started rapping, you know, last week goes in the studio and downloads a Pusha T instrumental and spits his 16, you could say he's making music, but that's not really the same thing to me as what I really consider making music early. Now, once the person has developed a certain level and they understand what they're doing and they understand the musicality and it's a certain thing, I know that's all subjective, but that's just my opinion. So I don't really consider myself really making music really until I started, like maybe a little bit before I started making beats, because I was doing pause mix shit and stuff like that. But then I got into really like starting to make beats and produce, and then really produce shit and really get into other things. So the music, the making music came later. The writing started, but they were integrated because they were both, you know, feeding each other. My earliest memory is watching my father watch The Godfather. It's like my very first memory. I remember watching, because I remember as a kid, like looking at, like thinking, why are you watching this shit? Because it looks so boring. These dudes in these dark rooms with these dark suits, yo. And it just looks so boring. You know, you're 3-4 years old. Everything is bright and hey, and just the shit look like boring. But the impact of that shit and just the seriousness of it, and the music, it left an impression on me that like I tend to make serious music. I mean, like you said, people that have seen me in my other modalities, you know, they might just know me for playful, fun shit, but I'm actually a serious brother.
in a lot of ways. So the majority of my music is more on the serious side, you know what I mean? And when I say serious, I'm not out here, I'm not no street nigga like that, rapping no fictional shit that I didn't live. My version of seriousness is more philosophical, existential, and more like, you know, almost I don't want to say journalistic, but almost like, you know, reporting realities of things, because certain beats, my beats tend to side towards more serious shit. I don't just look to make a bunch of just bouncy, fun, playful, haha party shit. Like I make shit like that sometimes, but anyways, yeah, I know I'm going all over the place, but that's kind of my origins like that, I guess.
I love it. I love it. Something I always want to ask you. Whenever you did, or if the day never came, when you figured out who your father truly was, did that affect you in any kind of way? And if it did, in what way truly? Like who your father was to you versus who your father was to the world and to the world of music. You know what I'm saying? Like, what was that like?
There's a lot to that. Well, first off, you know, I just feel compelled to say this sometimes, because sometimes there's a part of me that feels it's not guilty, but it's like I'm so blessed to have, I mean, he's a superhero. It's like he's a superhero, and you know, a lot of people don't even know their father. So it's like on a certain level, it's like I'm so like ultra, and you know, he's not perfect. You know, we're all flawed. You know what I mean? But you know, he gets an A+ in my book, and I was gonna say, like on a certain level, because I'm a kind person, so sometimes I almost would feel bad, like because I wish other people could feel like what it's like, you know what I mean, and that's just because I guess I'm prefacing to answer your question with this, because what I'm about to say is so like damn, and I don't want to come off like I'm bragging, because I don't brag. But if you ask me the question, if you really want me to answer it, it's like, imagine I don't know anybody that loves hip hop more than me. You know what I mean? Like, and everybody can, you know, we can go on the mountaintop and see who can really prove that. I'm not saying I love hip hop more than anybody or everybody else, but I don't know anybody that loves it more than me. And so, like, imagine what it's like to be like, your father's music is sampled on Illmatic. Your father's music is sampled on Pete Rock and CL Smooth, The Main and Greenie. Your father's, I could go Tupac. When I get like the illest niggas ever got samples of my Pops records. I could go on and on who got samples of my, you know, some of my favorite niggas ever in rap. They find out who my father is and they like, yo, take my number. You know what I mean? Like to my father's friends. You know, I was a kid, you know, imagine loving a rap song for 20 years and then not knowing and then finding out one day later that like a guy that's like an uncle to me, that's a sample from his record. And I'd be at his house where he wrote the shit or recorded it. Like, that's just shit that I was blessed, you know what I mean, to experience. I mean, memories of like, you know, going with my father to like a jazz show, a festival, and one of his friends is playing a song, and like it's the Junior Mafia song that's on the radio at the time. You know, they love it on the radio, like
True.
You know, like, and it's just like, you know, that type of shit. So it's like, on top of him being a superhero, I get all this other shit that's just such joy, and so to know how many people shit I never realized. So there's that. But then it's like, I mean, it's like I said, it's so epic. Let me. This is the best way to describe it, because like I said, I just feel, especially now, because like I you know, there are people that I guess it's just like sometimes, you know, I've never been like a person to like show off what I have. I'm the kind of guy, if I got a super dime piece chick and I see the homies that look like they don't get no chicks, I feel bad for them. I'm not one of them like, yeah, nigga, wish you had this type of bitch. Look, I'm gonna take her to the room and fuck her all night. She's sucking this dick. I'm not like that, because I don't want to like make people feel bad, because I've been so blessed that I just wish everybody, and granted, please believe I've experienced my form of my share of fucking struggle. Shit ain't been sweet in this lifetime. And there's other sides that come with having a father like I do, and or better yet, a parent, a situation like where you know, like I do. It's there's a yin and a yang to that shit. You know what I mean? Which is but to answer your question, I mean, I guess it's a part of it, but to continue what I'm saying at this point is like, it's so epic. I mean, whenever I talk to people and I'm trying to give them, like, because I'm a long-winded brother. I mean, you know, let's get to it. I like to, I'm a quadruple Virgo, so I'm a detail cat. So I go on and on and on and on. But just to like, if I'm really trying to get somebody to understand quickly so they can understand the scope of things, I say, when the Arsenio Hall show was at its prime, when it was the biggest show on TV, my dad was on the show, and Arsenio said that he was the Michael Jordan of the bass. So it's like, try to imagine, you know, that. Now, my father, not everybody knows my father's name like Michael Jordan, because my father is a bass player. It's not the same thing as an athlete, and my father's a producer, film composer, but like everybody's seen movies he did the music for, all type, Boys in the Hood, Poetic Justice, all this type of shit. But he's really that, you know what I mean? He's really like that. I try to tell niggas that's perception of thing is really limited, and all I really understand is hip hop. I say, okay, my father's like, let's say he's like Nas, because my father was like the young prodigy who came into the game at like 19. He was like, oh, this the new nigga, kind of like Nas. You know what I mean? Like to just give somebody something so they could kind of understand it and have something to grasp. You know what I mean? Because a lot of people they're not paying attention. Like people, for example, everybody knows who Prince is. I got footage of Prince in 2009 playing my father's song on his show. My dad ain't playing no Prince songs at his show, but Prince was playing my dad's shit. You know what I mean? Like guys like Rick James and Prince and Sting, these guys are fans of my father's before they came out. You know what I mean? So he's a big fucking deal. Like he, you know, so the epicness of that and how it influences hip hop producers, you know, and how that influences me has been it's just the illest gift. So that's like that level of it. Because you asked me, how does it affect you? Because your question was, how does it affect me seeing how the world, you know what I mean? And fortunately for me, because he's not like Prince, I'm able to exist in a world where people treat me for who I am, because not everybody knows who my father is. So I didn't really deal with a whole lot of like superficial fake friendships, because everybody was trying to like, you know Prince's kids or Michael Jackson's kids or some shit. Although I know, you know, some of the Jacksons, and I know some of those sons and daughters of that, you know, of some of the black, you know, motherfuckers like that. I ain't gotta sit over here and list too many names, but my shit was always a little more tucked, which in my estimation allowed me a little bit of a more I don't want to struggle for the right word, but basically, I just said I was a little more normalcy was provided in my upbringing, because he's not, everybody doesn't know who he is, but the people that do know, they're like, oh shit. So there's that, but then understanding who he is. But then it's more like understanding who he is
beyond the fame is like is deeper than like fame. Like there's people that are way more famous. Like, let me put it like this. No disrespect, but Nelly is more famous than Pharoah Monch, right? But like, I appreciate Nelly as an artist. He's a talented guy, incredible vocalist. But Nelly's box of crayons is half of a normal box of crayons. Pharoah Monch is one of those big jumbo box of crayons you get on your Christmas with 78 colors, and his shit is all spanking new, and they're all filled in, bursting, ready for you. My father is that type of motherfucker. So there are artists that are like, you know, more famous than my father that don't even have a 30th of his musical acumen or all the other shit he has that goes with it. So it's like, to be the son of that is iller than being the son of somebody that's just wild famous. You know what I mean? Because it's just like, you know, it's just you know, and being a person that I am that, you know, is really dedicated and obsessed and devoted to what I do, you know, I appreciate the ability, the refinement, the you know, like my father will say some shit to you. People will talk to him about my father's favorite musician is John Coltrane, but as a bassist, he patterned himself, as he'll tell you, he patterned himself after Ron Carter. But here's the illest shit, which is what makes my father who he is. When he says that, he'll say, one of the main reasons I patterned myself after Ron Carter is because of his preparedness. And I remember when he first said it to me, I was like, oh shit. Like, not just like, oh yeah, he just, you know, he sounded great and he played some shit, but his shit was correct here. He was prepared. He's the consummate epitome of what you're supposed to be as a bass player. The bassist in music is the center of the rhythm and the track. What not everybody understands, but the bass is the center of everything. It's the bass. So, you know, a guy like Ron Carter, he is an oak tree. You put him there, boom. Everything else is moving around, but this is what it is. He's the center of the universe, and he is such that because he's also prepared. He comes in, he knows the music, he's on his shit. Da 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 da. So, saying all that to say, there's a lot more to it than just being funky and being able to do some impressive shit or being able to be just being so gifted in hearing melodies. There's the soldier, general, king element of it. Like, there's motherfuckers that can fight. Like, Mike Tyson ain't just the Brownsville nigga that had all the testosterone and energy in the world. He was also the guy with custom models, studying, even when he wasn't like that educated, so to speak, via the school. His mind was ready to study that shit. And then his linguistic articulation came later, but he was already wired to know how to study and be taught to study and learn how to study what was his direction in life. And so that's what I come from. And so that to me is the greatest gift, because it's the strength of, it's the source of my strength, because, you know, I don't just fuck around. So when I tell people shit, like I tell people what I don't know about, but what I know about, you're going to have a hard time getting around me on that, because that's my shit. That's why I always bang like that for the Wu, because I studied Wu-Tang like that. I study rap performance on stage like that. I study certain shit. I don't, you know, I can't say, I'm not, you're not going to hear me dropping science really about, I pose unique questions when the subject of Egyptian history and all that stuff comes up, but I'm not knowledgeable to be, when you always talk about the Sumerians and the Assyrians, I'm sitting back because that's not my
area of expertise, so I'm listening. But when it comes to certain things in music, you know, like yeah. So anyways, I be on the shit, you know what I mean? Sorry, I just got a text right now.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that. Pardon me, I just sent us one text and I'm good. No, just real good.
Your business, okay.
Sorry.
What I'm gonna do real quick is play a song and we're coming right back here. Tell somebody we live with Chris Clarke. Tell everybody that we are live with Chris Clarke and we just really getting started with some shit.
Getting started, answering these questions, building on it.
I am the memory of centuries. I am the winter trees. I am the mystery. I am the hidden history. I am a living and the living epiphany. I am a soft prayer and I am witchery. The way to my sarcophagus, I am trickery. Unearth me and curse thee. Only those that I find worthy will I give mercy. Other than that, the air will become murky. Your food will become mercury. For all the nations have committed perjury. Urgency, state of emergency. But personally, my well is only for the thirsty. If you excite the dead, there's spider webs. You feel light in the head. The manna from heaven is called tiger's breath, dragon breath, planet X. Before and after Adam's death, disintegrate Esau till there's only atoms left.
I love those mornings. In my immortal sunshine, the water become wine, the clouds will come by. During the flood time, check my bloodline. Descended the fourth kind of Malachi York mind. I walk to talk rhymes. Never force lines, unknown source fine. Pure thought, like a chief on the source ride. The Levites were the priests of the lost tribe. The key to life is to teach and exalt Yah. The Edomites is the beast, the all eye. Seeing, reason with the demon. His eyes is gleaming. In the pyramid scheming. From the Europeans, the great sale. Observe before you break your bill. They started banks, but Rockefellers couldn't take a mill. How I feel. Summer came, now it's gone. Autumn rain, now it's storms. September, less timber. October, November. Cold enters. December, deep winters. January, new plans in hurry. It's February, feds are scary. Tax receipt, cash deplete. Backtrack last week. Calming folks, pro athletes, corporate elites. Dog parks, March, April showers. Rainbow flowers. May, June, last days of school. They cool. July, fruit flies. August, invisible garden. Nocturnal forest. Came back around my eternal conscience. Bipolar flowers. Insects infect trees and solar powered. Sacred natives in the medicine circle. While a chief painted on the shell of a turtle. A little runner deer, hunted a hare. Sneak behind it slowly, chugging a spear. Young rabbits unaware once the summer is near. These are hallucinogenic frontiers. Only mystics come here. Sunlight shimmers in the rivers. The salmon's lunch for the bear. Broken terrains of cliffs, outcrops and ravines. Streams filled with fish. Quiet nights, quiet light. There's movement, the moon lit, the lagoon mist.
I know what the scarecrow is. It's like outer space and his inner is. And like a blossom you open up and understood why you could not love. It's so high.
Ereshka Gal, Mesopotamian child, goddess of the night, my wings in flight, Zechariah 5 verse 9. Then I lifted up my eyes and saw two women, new beginnings, wings like a stork, a queen with the courts, beaming your thoughts, charcoal activators, salt marsh, and fresh water, insect-filled backyards and wet mornings. My day is dawning. Yahweh is calling. Mother Namu, purple mantle, light the candles, ignite the sand dunes. What's unknown, for if I told you, it would never be shown.
I worked my way over into the sunlight here without looking directly into the sun.
From the darkness came in the light. Bed-Stuy. I'm from Gateside. I was born in Bushwick. My upbringing is in Bed-Stuy. And a lot of MCs came through my block. A lot. Big Daddy Kane, Jay-Z, Jazzo, and A lot of them came up. My block was like a haven for that. Like I'm a fan of rap and all of it. So just being that, just being a fan of it, made me want to push a little harder. You know what I'm saying? I had a mixture of gods and Hebrew Israelites and Islam, you know, so it came from a lot of mixture. I kind of like had a lot of this energy that was in there, so it's like a different type of philosophies in there. But they didn't give it when it came in. It's slick because it never was just set. It was like, you got a demo deal. So the demo deal, at first, and you stress out, like, damn, I got a demo deal. That's good. But just say deal. You know, once you hand in the songs, then you got the deal. So I handed in the song, but I wanted to hear, yo, the deal is yours. And 3 of us formed the Maccabees out of that. Hellraiser came, and then Timbo came, and it was supposed to be all 5 of us, but it didn't work out. We got Black Market. We'll talk about that later. It was my song. It was a song I called As I Die Slowly. So it was the same thing, and then we just called it America. It was the whole clan. So there's a song called As I Die Slowly. So I said, yo, I got the song. Because they would say, yo, what is something for AIDS? So I said, I got a song about AIDS, but it had to be all of it. It had to be the clan. So I said, America is dying slowly. And we just ran with it. RZA loved it. To do the next video, they was just like, sorry, there's no more videos, no more nothing. We done. So after Heavy Mental, it was like, I was really like, man, I'm done with this, you know? So I was ready to go independent then. But then MCA called me with a check. View from Masada was about to be born. I met this producer that was in there. He kept asking me, I kept going to the studio, and it was like, yo, man, this cat keep going to your studio session, you know, and he wanted to hit you with some beats. He was working there. He had dreads. It was Just Blaze. 4th Chamber, we in the studio. I'm over here with Jizza. Ghost and Ray is over there recording at the same time. And this dude, I just saw this dude in the middle of the circle, commanding it. And I never seen that done, especially with the clan. Like nobody had did that. At that time, this cat was different. And that's when my first time encountering the cannabis. We met sword to sword, man. The offering is all New York. When I came out here, it was like more of a, like behind the stained glass where it started at. But then I started getting out, and then artists, I seen people wanted to work with me and things like that. So I was like, oh, yo, this is a little different. And other than the clan, like we was doing it because we was keeping everything in the house. It was my first time out, so I started working with other artists. So Four Horsemen came, the idea came from cannabis towards me. Can't speak for the rest of them. And then he told me to call Corrupt, gave me Corrupt number, and Raz. And me and Raz already had a relationship. It was cool. But the first one who brought that to my attention was cannabis. He was like, yo, we gotta start a group. I want to do it. It's gonna be me, you, Raz, Kaz, and Corrupt. It was just special to me. I started meeting people that I was fans of myself. And like DJ Pooh and all these guys, it was just dope. You know what I mean? I didn't know they was actually listening. I just thought we was making music, and it was right there. We was all celebrating right there, and that was it. Hip hop is here to stay, and I'm a part of it. So let's go. It means a lot to me. This is all behind the stained glass. So when I first came out here, I moved out to Manhattan Beach, and I came to Topanga, which was a whole different world. This place, mountainy, it's the view from Masada. Is the vision, is the vision.
I didn't know Priest lived in Topanga. That's where my father lives and has been living. View from Masada is my shit. Shout out to my man Near, who went by Near Assist or Polar Bear. He produced something on there. I didn't know that. And it's funny because so at one point in time, I think, according to the timeline, I think at one point in time, Shock G, Killah Priest, and my father all Topanga.
And Holly Berry.
She a Virgo, right?
Oh,
Holly Berry. I think she a Virgo.
Okay, there you go. All right, so I wanna segue into cinema. Since you mentioned Godfather, I know what Godfather means to you. So, in essence, how do you go from the 4-5-year-old kid watching The Godfather to becoming a Godfather figure in cinema? You know what I'm saying? And the reason why I asked is Bill Duke has a reference where he says, he told me in an interview, and I heard him say it before in his master classes, that you don't act. He said he rejects the notion of act. He says you become. You see what I'm saying? So from you looking at that screen, 3, 4 years old, 5 years old, to pulling off your own Godfather figure type space, how did you become who the world knows you as?
Wow. My man. Everybody out there that's seeing this, man, y'all really gotta appreciate how blessed you are to be observing this brother Knowledge Born, man. And the way you formulate your stuff, man, it's always a pleasure to just, man, your mind is so brilliant, the things that you observe and the way you just so nonchalantly drop the jewel with the, like, in the question, like, here go the question, but you slide some shit in. Beautiful. Well, it's funny. I started in my mind writing something the other day about movies, and you know, here's the thing, right? It's so funny too, because sidebar, and I'm gonna get to your question, but you know, I realized recently, like, man, the whole who's your favorite rapper, which top 5 shit has completely, like, I don't even want to say contaminated my mind, but it's like I'm obsessed with it. I tend to look, because it's just fun for me to be like, this is iller than this is iller than that. Like, I don't know, I just get it, but I'm trying to not always, but my instinct is to frame things like that a lot of times. So I was gonna say, because movies, if you really think about it, if a person says to you, compare movies and music, well, music is in movies. So if you really think about it, just being factual, movies are kind of like the ultimate, in a way, they're like the ultimate artistic creation, if you think about it. Like, if you really just, because look, yes, a painting, yes, fucking, Salvador Dali or Hieronymus Bosch, yes. You know what I mean? What's my brother Vernon, the black brother, Vern, I love the way he paints. Chaz Guest, fuck it, black painter, throw black painter in there. But I was gonna say, yes, okay, Stevie Wonder, yes. And I'm not trying to say, all that's beneath movies. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying, like, movies, as when we say movies, we're talking about movies that are, picture, sound, audio, books, the screenplay. It's like it's all brought into one thing. So the best movies have, now, don't get me wrong, there are movies like No Country for Old Men that don't really have music in them. And there's silent films, of course, but like
you ask the average person to name their 5 favorite movies, and they're going to name 5 movies. They can hum the theme song to 3 or 4 of them. Let's just get right to it. Or if they can't hum it when it plays, they can sing, you know, they know it. So saying all that to say, movies are, so I've always been a cinema buff since I was a kid. I mean, that's why I say I really mean that. My oldest memory is watching my dad watch The Godfather. That's my oldest memory. And I don't front, like, you know, I'm not saying people front, but some people say they remember being an hour old and looking at people. Hey, you just iller motherfucker than me, I guess. But my earliest memory is like 3 or 4, watching my dad, you know, because it was just so wild to me. But anyways, I've always been such a fan of movies. It's always been like, and the thing with me is, I'm the type of person, I'd rather watch 10 masterpieces 10 times in a row than watch 100 movies and see what I get. I like to study masterpieces. I've seen Goodfellas 1,000 times. For sure, I've seen Goodfellas 500 times, without question. Like, maybe not from the very beginning to the end 500 times, but for sure. Like, I study the masterpieces, Only Built for Cuban Links. So the point that I'm making is, it's really, to me, it's the same thing. When people say, do you like music, or do you like making music, do you like acting better? If I'm really pressed, I'm going to say music. But the truth of it is it feels the same thing. I mean, and this might sound crude, but it's like asking me doggy style or missionary. It's really like, I love it all. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just be cruel, but forgive me. It's kind of like, it's the same thing. We fucking, you know what I mean? Just get right to it. I mean, I'm like, for the grown and grown. But what I mean is, that's kind of how creation is creation. If I'm sitting here making something, I'm making something. I get a joy out of creating. If I'm writing a book, if I'm painting a pair, because I got into making my own, painting my own shoes. I'm one pair in so far. Now I'm a better rapper, better actor. I'm a better this and that than I am. But it honestly, truly, it feels like the same thing. When I'm creating. So I get this joy of creating. But yeah, I'm better. But see, on a certain level too, there's like Andre 3000. And I know I'm going a long way around answering your question, but I'm rounding up. It's like, regardless of what anybody thinks of Andre 3000's, exploits on the flute, right? I was going to say, I can't speak for him, but probably he feels as much joy and exhilaration from getting into that as he did when he was making Aquemini, for example, right? So you can have your opinion, but he's feeling what the fuck he's feeling. And I'm not, like I said, that's just what I assume. I could be wrong. But I say that to say, so I always wanted to be in movies. I always wanted to act, but not always. Truth be told, I wanted to rap longer than I wanted to act. If memory serves, I don't, I think so. But I always loved them all the same time. I mean, I saw movies before I was paying attention to movies before I was paying attention to rap, because movies are just like they're there. Period. I mean, before you're a child, there's movies playing when you're being, you're just a kid. The movies playing on TV before you're out. Really, my parents weren't sitting up listening to rap. So, but anyways, so also once I'll drop another jewel on you on this, which kind of is some information that kind of like adds to that. Once you realize it's projection and reciting lines are very similar. And one of my old rhyme partners,
it's really interesting, right? Me and him is fascinating. His mother, famous actress, rest in peace to Eileen Brennan. She's most famously known. She was the evil drill sergeant in the movie Private Benjamin with Goldie Hawn. And she was Mrs. Peacock in the Clue movie, Eileen Brennan class, a bunch of things, but those are the ones people know her from the most. Anyways, her son and me were early rhyme partners. Now, he's a few years older than me, like about 6, 7 years older than me. But what was so fascinating was me and him would do songs. So his mother is a famous actress and a great actress. My father is who he is in the world of music. So it was like when we would do songs, we were like night and day. I had all the technical ability. I could write my rap. I had developed my own notation system so I could look at a piece of paper and know how my rap goes. I can pick up a rhyme that I wrote a year ago and at least see like 90% of how it goes. Like I know where the words that rhyme land. There's, those little things, you have to like, but I could see, 90% of it. Whereas my man, to this day, he can't recite a rap the same way twice. He writes it, and every time, and not on some old dirty bastard shit where he's so artistic and he's flipping it every time differently. No, old dirty bastard had the skill set to recite a rap the same way twice. My man didn't. He would just, because he wrote it in a frenzy kind of style, but he had all this passion. So it was always amazing to me because we were like polar opposites. He had all this conviction and passion, but he would need you to count his bars for him, and he wouldn't always land where he was supposed to land at the end because he might, and then end up being 15 bars, not 16, or end up being 17 bars and not 16, because he was just like, I always called him, he was like a Tasmanian devil. He'd just be like, it was like this experience when he rapped, and he could never, and I'm talking about, over 20 years of doing songs with this motherfucker at the crib. Like, this is my guy. This is my day one rapper, one of my day one rapper partners. So he was incapable of it. Like, I know this. Whereas with me, back in those days, I could recite the same rap 20 times in a row to where only I could hear the difference between takes. Just a slight imperfection of this word. I didn't hold it, but I didn't have the conviction, the passion, the emotion in my rap. And it used to really bother me because I'd be like, yo, I got all this like technical ability and I'm all, my shit is correct, but like, it don't sound like it should. He don't even really kind of know what he's doing, but that shit sound, you believe him. And then I thought about it. And I was like, yo, because he's been taking acting classes since he was a kid. He wanted to be an actor. He's an actor. He doesn't even rap anymore. He's an actor. He's a professional actor. And he comes from an acting, like I said, his mother. So I was like, he's approaching the mic and approaching these deliveries like with the energy of an actor, conveying emotion for you to feel him. His projection is based off, when a guy does a monologue isn't done to a metronome. A monologue is done to a through line of feeling. Rapping is done to a metronome because it's a fucking beat. I mean, you don't have to follow it all the time, but you know what I'm saying? There's a time frame, et cetera, et cetera. So that shit also then gave me insight to really the power of that. And then I started looking at Pac. The same guy that people say, you just felt Pac. It's the same motherfucking thing on screen. So then once I looked at that, by the time I got to acting, because by the time I got into really acting, it was like I already had gotten into, I could put emotion in my shit. You're going to feel my shit. So I went through, because that was years and years ago. You had to get into learning how to really project myself. But anyways, then I started saying, wait a minute. So now let me use it the other way. Acting is memorizing lines. And I mean, a component broken down to a systematic thing is memorizing and delivering lines, which is the same thing as rapping. So once I peeped that, like I said, it's a similar thing. And so they feel the same in the essence, because I'm looking at something and I have a motherfucking goal to make motherfuckers feel me, and I want my shit to be correct, and I want my shit to be excellent. Like, that's how I look at it. So then it was just a matter of like trying to get in. And I filmed something last year. I need to get back into it because I don't have an agent right now, and it's frustrating because I stay on my craft and I stay working on shit and refining my shit, but I miss it because I have so much. I mean, I get to manifest it in certain other ways that are, but they're not like being in the TV show, being in a movie. But yeah, so I don't know if I fully answered your question, but I know I said some shit that was worth being said.
Right. So now the iconic standout role in all of your becomings, right? You become somebody who you are in part. What's that transformation like for you, aside from the in part of you playing a part of you, becoming a part of you for the world, like so believable that people forgot? And then for those who loved, they got a chance to have a love moment.
And you said, what's that like for me being that? That was what it was?
What was it like for you? Like, just in retrospect, you don't even have to tell me in the moment. Like, in retrospect, just like hindsight being 2020, you looking back at this iconic figure that you are becoming, and in part you are. You understand what I'm saying?
I'll tell you, man. Love you, bro, man. Like, I'll put it like this, man. I just got to say this because I can't like just breeze by it, man. There's so many people that want to like act like we aren't who we are, and they want to overlook certain things we do. And there's only so many people that's really going to give us what we fight for. And then, like in terms of like respect and recognition. And then on top of that, there's even fewer people that's going to see who you are and what you're becoming and that type of shit in advance and acknowledge it as a reality. It's like talking to somebody and saying, yeah, you a millionaire, you just don't have it in your account yet. It's like that shit means something to brothers that go through struggle, man. And like, I'm one of them cats, I make it look good. I like to like present myself, but there's a lot of difficulty, man. So I really appreciate you, man. And let me say that again, man, the people, the viewers of this show, man, the gem of Knowledge Born of Lies, man. I don't make them like you, brother, but I don't make many like you. I mean, there will always be true and living brothers like yourself that keep the world spinning. That's why we A alike, B alike, C alike. But like at the same time, there's only so many. Anyways, okay, so to get back to it, well, first of all, it was just such an ill experience to play the big homie, who is one of the unsung. Let me say unsung. That's not true. He's sung, but he's like, for all the accolades and respect and love he gets, people don't really speak about him quite enough. He's like those artists, like, it's funny because he used to tour with Scarface at one point, and it's like, you don't hear Scarface name mentioned enough, but like you talk to the people that really know what it is, Scarface is like, for example, shout out to the Drink Champs crew. They be like Scarface or Ice Cube. Some people don't understand that comparison, but those of us that do, like, nah, nigga, Scarface or Cube. Like, Scarface is really that. That's not like reaching the like, to because there's a lot of people that will prefer Scarface. Like, he's really that. You know what I mean? So
Shock G is like that. He's one of those people. A lot of people don't really understand like how magnificent and how big and how singular and how unfuckwittable he is. And they just really don't. And I mean, I could go on. That's a whole other show to go and break his shit down. But like, but saying all that to say, so to play him is an honor. And I thought about it, it's like the first thing I got to play. I play a real, but this is my man. But on top of that, he's an icon. And like, there's a certain thing like there's probably this is gonna sound wild to say, but I wouldn't be surprised if let's say you, me, and 5 people we mutually know, and then 3, just for the sake of argument, to make it interesting, 3 random like 22-year-old girls from like, or one 22-year-old girl from every state in this country. If we all made a list of our 20 favorite actors, right? And so just, I know where my mind is, but let's just say we all made a list of our 20 favorite actors. So let's just say, for the sake of argument, we have 400 actors, right? I'd be willing to bet you out of that 400 actors, probably 300 of them motherfuckers have never got to play an iconic real person in a biopic, right? Like, let's just put it in context. Okay, just randomly come to my mind because we know we movie motherfuckers, right? And we going in tonight. I got the Yerba Matte tape. We're going in. Like, Brad Pitt played Troy. Okay, fine. Like, we accept that Troy's a real guy. Okay, cool. Has Matt Damon played anybody that's real? It's Matt Damon. He's not one of my favorite actors. I respect him, but he's not one of my favorites. But I'm just throwing him out there because it ain't just about my favorites. My favorite actors all played, real motherfuckers, because that's the type of niggas I fuck with. But like, but you get what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if even a guy like Matt Damon has played a real guy. Think about it, right? Born wasn't nobody real. Interstellar, that ain't nobody real. The Beautiful Mind movie, was that based on a real guy? No, that's fictional. It's fictional, right?
That was a real guy.
It is. Okay. So there you go.
I don't know. I thought it was. I don't.
Okay, but let's say for the sake of argument that that's a real guy, no one knew who he was.
Right.
But to play an iconic motherfucker that people know, Daniel Day-Lewis knows what we talking about. He played Abraham Lincoln. You know what I mean? Like, Denzel has played a couple motherfuckers. Malcolm, Rube, you know what I mean? The list continues, before you get into the fictional Shakespearean people that feel like they're real. But you know what I mean? Like, so to play saying all that to say, to play a real person that really lived, that meant something to people, is amazing. But on top of that, I'm playing the big homie. But on top of that, I get to play the nigga that put Pac on. Like, and I told somebody once, because again, I don't really like to, like we rap niggas and we pop shit or whatever. And so like, I'm a type of motherfucker because I was so blessed in life. I don't really, and I'm not, I'm not Cameron. I'm not one of them niggas just always throwing everything in your face. That's not my style. Peace to Cameron, but that's not my style. I'm more like laid back with how I'm finna like. I like to floss when everybody's flossing and I'm in a circle of people flossing, because I don't like to like, because I got a lot of homies and shit that, are incredible and they didn't have certain things happen, and it's painful for them to hear people go in about their accolades. And I always am mindful of shit like that. So I don't really like to just throw shit in motherfuckers' faces all the time. And that's just my nature. But I'd be like, man, I'm the only nigga in the Tupac movie that like Pac auditions to me. Everybody else in the movie, he's coming at from a place of an equal, or he's the big homie. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I'm the one that sit there in the movie. I'm saying the movie that makes the decision. You know, I'm the guy. You know, like. So, anyways, that shit is an honor, man. And so to answer your question, because that's the question you asked me, what it was like to play somebody like that. It was just wow, because I watched that shit. I'm like, damn, like what a fucking. And that's the first thing I ever did. That's the first thing I ever auditioned for. So just to come out the gate, and the first scene I shot, you got a standing ovation for the first scene I shot. You know what I mean? So I be feeling, you know, the uniqueness of my experience here in this life. And then when I go through my struggle, I understand that pressure makes diamonds. There's a lot of shit that I can do and that I wouldn't be able to do if everything had bounced a certain way or whatever. You know what I mean? So I appreciate, you know, even in hard moments and shit. But yeah, man, it's just wow, man. Like I said, that's the big bro, man. And he taught me so much playing him. He gave me such a blessing, and that shit is shit that will forever shape me as a person, because I saw how generous he was with his likeness. You know what I mean? A lot of people, you know, are real funny style with shit, and he wasn't. So it was incredible, man. It was incredible, and it's still incredible, and it's just an honor. It's just an honor, you know. Did I answer your full question?
Of course. What you think? That Virgo won't allow you to not answer it. It's 50 Virgo deep up in there, right? So now let's talk about hip hop. I was geeked earlier. I'm gonna do an interview tomorrow with Hakeem Green from Channel Live. You understand what I'm saying? About to see something great. 50 years of hip hop past, 50 years hip hop future. Chris Clarke's analysis, State of the Union address for the thing that you are participating. You understand what I'm saying? Like your vantage points, your perspectives. What does it look like looking back 50 years, and what does it look like moving forward 50 years from your perspective? Or perspectives, because there's a couple of you motherfuckers. You okay?
Well, let me start with where we are and then look back and look forward. So it's funny because if you look at the age that hip hop is considered, right? You know, the age is considered, right? Because different people have different opinions, all of that. But if you really look at it, because with this type of stuff, it's like you have to, you know. Okay, let me say what I'm saying, and then okay. So if you really look at it, hip hop is acting its age. Now, you say that to a certain person, and their reactionary knee-jerk shit might like, "Hey, are you fucking bugging? What are you?" And I say, well, let me tell you what I mean, because you have to deal with the totality of it to really grasp what I'm saying and shit. So, like, for example, like, because you can't just look at the little niggas on the radio right now that's mumble rapping or whatever the fuck and think that is hip hop acting its age. Because if you know, for that percentage of those motherfuckers, think of all the rappers in their 40s and 50s that are dropping major grown man game wisdom bars. More so, there's more wisdom bars now than there was in 95. Don't let anybody tell you any fucking differently. Just the differences. We know what it is. You turn on the radio. That's what you're hearing on the radio. But that's just the fucking radio, man. You know what I mean? Just like at one point you turn on the radio and all it was fucking dance songs. And meanwhile you had, Cool Keith and motherfuckers out there putting it in on some science shit, right? The jizza, all of that. So what I'm saying is people, I wrote something in this book that I got coming. And this is one of the most, I'll say this, one of the things I was the proudest to write, not because it's the most impressive, but I think it's one of the most useful things I've ever written, is I had this epiphany. I said, this is what I realized, God, like, people love to be like, yo, motherfuckers are stupid, man. Motherfuckers don't even get it. Motherfuckers are stupid. And I realized what it is. It ain't that people are so stupid. It's that people are so busy and preoccupied with what's going on in their lives that they don't take the time or have the time to ask the questions that will allow them to ponder things that will give them a different perspective. So, like, let me give you an example, right? This is random, but I don't have this is the best example because of mine right now, because it's kind of funny. You'll probably get a kick out of this, right? Like, damn, I almost broke character right now. Boy, it's a motherfucker being me sometimes, guy. Woo! All right. So, okay. So let's just say, without wasting the people's time too much, let's just say something. Let's say something happens and Shock G goes viral. It happens sometimes, right? Or Shock G's alias Humpty Hump goes viral. Happens sometimes. People see it, the people that know me, and they DM it to me. Now, here's the thing. If a motherfucker took a second to think and ask himself, I wonder if he's seen this already. Maybe they would say, this shit's viral and 1 billion people are sharing this. The niggas probably already been sent it already. But they just throw it at me without thinking. Now, this isn't the best example, but it's the only example that I could just, that was on hand because of the subject matter we've been talking about. What I'm getting at is people be just doing shit without thinking. Like, my nigga, I've been sent that shit 30 times today. You don't need to send it to me. And I don't look at you as stupid for sending it to me. I realize that you were just caught up in the moment. The person was caught up in the moment and sent it to me. Fine. Want to make sure I saw it. But that's yet another, that's not some girl fucking sending me, hey, how are you? Come get it. That's another nigga sending me the same video I've been got since 7 a.m. Niggas on different time. Anyways, so I'm saying people don't take the time to ask questions. Now, that's just a funny little personal example. But like, let's go to like something more serious, like narratives people make about people in general. Sometimes people, what I'm getting at is people don't ask these questions that prevent them, the questions that will make them say, wait a minute. So the question that you asked me that got me talking about this was, sorry, God, I got caught up in the silliness of what I was thinking of for a second. You had the question. Can you remind me the question you asked me? Because I'm going to tie it into the question. What was the question?
I'm on the journey with you. 50 years forward.
Oh yeah. Right. Okay. So I was saying,
I was on my little tricycle and shit. I'm about to join the circus. Bro.
I know, right? I'm ready to be up over here. So right. So the thing I was making is people, like, there's so many rappers dropping more shit than they were dropping back then in terms of science and just wisdom and bars. And a lot of people just not taking the time to obviously to check for it like that, but they'll just say things about shit and play motherfuckers out like, oh, niggas ain't talking about shit and it's bullshit ass shit, because it's a quick low-hanging fruit narrative that's fun, and people just, there's a lot of that shit being perpetuated in all types of areas, and definitely in hip-hop and hip-hop journalism, in barbershop talk and all that shit, Instagram, all that shit, comments, people, you know what I mean? And it's fascinating. So hip-hop, so I was saying about hip-hop acting its age. So a lot of people would take what I'm saying and they would just be like, hip-hop ain't acting its fucking age. Well, it's like it is. And I'll tell you how specifically. Because it ain't about the party like it used to be anymore. See, let's just say, and I'm not gonna sit here and do the exact timeline, but let's just say if hip-hop is 50, right? So let's just say, so that means so that's 73, right? So in 93, hip-hop was 20. So 1990, all that shit, hip-hop was 17, 18 years old. Everything was house party, dance, everything was up. Niggas 17, 20, that's all it is. We going to the party, we dance with girls, that's it, it's up. Now everything is more like, it's different. Now, we understand that a genre of music has young people and old people, so it doesn't line up. Every single song isn't. But even like, you got, like, back then, wasn't no young, I shouldn't say it wasn't any, but there really, for the wasn't no young dudes making slow, lethargic, sedated sounded zombie, slow trucker music. Yo, and I told the bitch that I said everything was. I told the bitch that nigga, come on, everything was so up. So hip hop is really acting its age in a lot of different ways. It has less joviality to it. It has less innocence to it. It has less trust. That's a big one, because as you get older, you tend to not be as trusting as you are when you're young. When you're a teenager and shit, you just trust shit because you just open and just everybody's the homie and everything is lit and everything is good. So a lot of these things, hip hop is definitely acting its age if you really get into the deeper narrative, besides just looking at a Kodak Black motherfucker and thinking that he's supposed to be rapping like, rapping like AZ. You know what I mean? So it's really acting its age. But here's the thing. There are plenty of people of that age that still like to get loose and party and have energy and or whatever. It just depends. But just in general, hip hop is acting its age. So looking back, like I said, it was more innocent, more energetic, more playful, and it was more idealistic. Brothers was rapping about unity and just cultural, like all of that, like shit, and just even just the manifestation on a simple level. Cats that was just wearing the medallions, African medallions, and dealing with they were flirting with Swahili and flirting with certain things, and it wasn't really like deep with them. It was just fashion, but hey, it's something. Versus now, it's all European brands and self-destruction, right? Like, it's deep, right? Like, it's deep. So the idealism, hip hop went and got on. It's like, no, I got to get this paper. Shit is real. I got to do, you know what I mean? These niggas they wasn't really there for me like that. So fuck it, I'm going to do me. That's kind of the general consensus. Now, obviously, there's plenty of shit that, but just speaking, obviously, because we're in general towards the bulk. But you got, like, for example, motherfuckers will bring up Coast Contra. They're like an oasis in a
in an ocean of motherfuckers their age that ain't doing what they doing. You know what I mean? And yo, I'm gonna say this too while I'm here. Shout out to Coast Contra. One of my favorite things I've seen for MCing in recent times was this. When Coast Contra first came out or whatever, and then that one clip went viral, and the one nigga E with the hair, he was spazzing on shit, right? And he was looking like that Busta Rhymes nigga, like the super standout, right? It was like, wow. But yo, these other niggas, you know what I mean, Raz and them, Taj and them, they went to the drawing board and came back brolic on some shit. And you know, I haven't been like following everything they do, like step by step by step, but I've seen a fair amount because I understand they have like an act situation. I believe each act features one of them, but I'm not fully sure the rollout of it. All I know is they let you know it ain't just bruh. You know what I mean? And what I seen, this the twins, forgive me for confusing, but one of them was going off so hard. I was like, see, it's like, yo, it ain't just him. Like that's like, you could see like what the one dude, the light he grabbed for a minute, it was like that shit got infectious. And it was like, yo, the other brothers come in like, nigga, I'm that motherfucker too. And that's what this shit is all the fuck about. And shit like that is leading it forward. Now let me spin the block back to something that I mentioned. I like to bring a point to my man, young Tebe, Earl. Earl Sweatshirt is a special case because he really beyond that, he fucks with that, you know, that like, he fucks with a lot of, not just, but he's more versatile musically than people would know if you check his features. But a lot of his releases, he fucks with that super slow, kind of lethargic, super laid back shit. But the boy's pen is second to none. Not everybody understands it. I got friends that be like, I don't get his shit. I'm like, you know, you got to go a little deeper because he's not writing rhymes thinking about what a lot of the motherfuckers were taught to worship or thinking about. You know, a lot of people don't understand his father's a poet laureate of South Africa. For people that don't know what that means at one point in time, Earl Sweatshirt's father was basically like the Shakespeare of South Africa. He was the guy that the country gave the highest award to, was him having the coldest pen. So when Earl Sweatshirt gets on the fucking piece of paper, he's not writing rhymes trying to splash like some little battle rap nigga who's just looking for the quick little blah, 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 blah. Not, no disrespect, because some of the greatest penmanship ever is in the battle rap shit. But it's a style. It's a style. Earl has a different style of writing, and not everybody's ear is familiar with that. It's like some people, you know, like I always say this because when I talk like this, people be thinking I'm arrogant. I'm gonna say, look, my nigga, I don't be knowing about a whole lot of shit, bro. I'm a LA nigga. I don't know who the fuck's on the Lakers. I don't know shit going on in politics. I don't really give a fuck, to be really honest, like that. I'm not, you know, I'm conscious, but I'm not really super educated on, like, I can't really go deep into the, you know, all that, like I was talking about earlier, when the heavy talk of the conscious, you know, the you know, from the Sumerians to the art, I can't really like, but this rap shit, you know what I mean? That's why you got me on this show. You ain't got me on this show to talk about my love for sardines. And on some, I read other things to understand other types of writing, and I pay attention. You know, I read old English prose, and there's different styles of writing that not everybody can understand. And some people, they make the mistake of saying some shit ain't shit because they don't get it. Because the truth is, a lot of people don't want to like understand or don't want to admit that they just don't, they're not able to comprehend certain shit. It's like, you know, you ever hang around like this is the illest way to put it, but you know how when you hang around like if you got a home girl and she got like some friends, and when the three of them are together and they have like this whole other girl like way of talking about shit, it's like, it's not even slang. It's a little slang, but it's more like just, it's like shorthand shit that they have as females that you just listening to. You're like, I don't know what the fuck, because you don't have the background to grasp why that shit is ill to them. And they could, like, sometimes some of those girls that have like big Instagram followings, and girls, all the girls follow this one girl, and you look at her page and be like, I don't get it. Right. You don't get it because you don't have the background to get that. I have the background to get Earl Sweatshirt and Big L. I have the background to get Doom and Loaded Lux. I have the background to get motherfucking Rappin' Ron and Richie Rich, and the background to get Saphir and Casual. You know what I mean? Like, you have to understand. That's why, like, I can sit up and watch Denzel, but I could also fuck with Daniel Day-Lewis. You know what I mean? But I could also fuck with, anyway. So saying all that to say, I know I'm just, for the future of this rap, there are people that are writing things that are really important, that aren't just, because a lot of people, man, we look at things for what we want. It's like, I look at a chick, she got to be luscious, have a smile, some nice hair, and be looking like she ready to get with me, right? You know, like, I mean, you know what I mean? Not saying immediately she's on it, but like, it's got to look like promising, right? You know, but like, I gotta like her hair, I gotta like her body, I gotta like her smile. She's got to have a good vibe about her as a person, right? Niggas be looking at artists like that. But see, I don't look at artists like that. An artist doesn't have to have, it sounds, you know, crude, forgive me, but it's just, it's the best way to, an artist doesn't have to have a nice body. And I'm not saying that literally. What I mean by that is like, it's like this. You always hear people from an older generation, they'll talk about Bob Dylan, and they'll say they didn't like the way he sang, but they liked his lyrics. Now, that means at that time, there were people that didn't like his music because they really weren't giving a fuck about his lyrics, and all they wanted to hear was a sweet voice, a voice that sounded good to them. But there were people that were like, yo, this motherfucker be writing some hella songs, right? So, and there are rappers that fall into that category. I'm not going to name them, but I'm sure some come to mind, and people didn't really particularly like their voice. But a lot of people, you know, especially cats that lived through the golden era, we want them beats that take us here. We want certain pockets when motherfuckers rhyme, the words pop, pop. You know what I mean? So if that shit ain't hitting a certain way and the beat ain't knocking, a lot of cats ain't fucking with it. You know what I mean? But you got to look a little deeper, because as I say, I can always throw on, you can always throw that shit on. And there's more shit that comes that fits in that criteria, but there's other shit that offers other things. And sometimes you have to like give it a chance to like, I'll give you an example. Movies, because we can always swing at the movies. When I first heard about Lost in Translation, when I first saw Lost in Translation, I was like, that's just Lost in Translation to me, because I don't really get it, bro. This shit ain't really, I don't know what, like, I like Bill Murray, and there's like, I like the scene where he's doing the photo shoot for the Japanese brandy, but the rest of that shit was like, and I like Giovanni Ribisi and shit, and, you know, Scarlett Johansson's pretty motherfucker, but it was just like, I don't know, I think I was expecting more pronounced dialogue. A lot of times when I look for movies, I'm looking for more memorable dialogue, like Pulp Fiction. For all of the wild shit that happened in that movie, the dialogue was so potent. That's what really took it over the top. It's not, you know, the wildness of certain scenes. It's the dialogue being so potent. So Lost in Translation wasn't that. So I was like, but when I watched it again later, a couple years later, I was like, oh, this is something different. And at that time, a few other movies that came out, there's a new era of movies where it was like people are just making shit, and shit is just kind of like happening, and it's not like bah, 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 bah,
boom. It's just shit is just kind of like happening, and you just kind of like, even if you watch the movie No Country for Old Men, No Country for Old Men, in my estimation or my summary, is like the Lost in Translation like style of a fucking Charles Bronson movie or some shit. You know what I mean? It's like, because if you look at the storyline and you look at the action and you look at all that shit, but the way it just like, even the way Llewellyn dies at the end, it just, all of a sudden he's just laying there. It ain't no big music. It ain't no big, Llewellyn's dead. It's the main guy. And when he dead, it's just like, it's like he's anybody. Like it's a style. And that style, for me, the first time I really observed, and I'm sure it existed before Lost in Translation, I just wasn't really on it. That was, so that's the thing. People get into styles, and a lot of people are stuck on styles. See, I was talking with the big homie Rockness Monster the other day, or texting about it. People get stuck on styles, man. You know what I mean? People get stuck on styles. That's like the most, like, there's nothing. If there's anything to me, if I could say any truth about the psychological status, whatever the fuck, of condition of people when it comes to their relationship with art, is that motherfuckers get stuck on styles. And we all, like, there's very, like, this is gonna sound fucking bugged out, but you almost have to be willing to cut off your arm to not get stuck on a style. Like, you got guys like Miles Davis that his biggest fear in life was that he would be trapped. So he was just leaving shit left and right. I believe that, guys like Andre 3000, you know what I mean? Like, those kind of things play a factor. They just, some people, they really will do anything to not be seemingly stuck in a style. You know what I mean? You got certain brothers walking around here, 58 years old, and they dressing like way like 19-year-old Atlanta niggas. And you like, wow, you look like a cutting edge Atlanta nigga that's 17 with that shit you got on, bro. Like, you over here doing, like, you really doing it like to a high level. Like, of like, I just see this commercial with Howie Mandel. It's a commercial for like some thing, some kind of service, like almost like some shit you could pay money for. Like, I forget what it's for, but he's sitting down, and I'm like, that's Howie Mandel? He looked like he produced on like fucking like some young English singer's album. Like, he looked like he's playing keys and like, I was like, wow. I was like, and all I want to know is, did he put that fit together, or somebody say this is what they wearing now, Howie? Because it's like a laid back, but like he looks like he looked like he played on Her's new album. You know what I mean? Like, he looked like he played on goddamn Sabrina Claudio, like, and I'm like, this is Howie Mandel, my nigga. Like, yo, like, it's crazy. So some people, they really on it. So, and some people, here's the flip side. I mean, you got some guys, they get stuck in a style, and they be like, fuck everything else, because they in love with it. Now, me personally, right? This is my thing, because you said there's multiple versions of me, and I'm gonna go with this narrative because, I like that. And, this is 99 names to Allah. How many motherfucking styles can a nigga have, right? Okay, this is how I look at it. I feel like you should stay stuck in certain styles by choice, but you have to always be a style seeker and grabbing new styles, right? Like, just to bring my father back into the conversation for all of those people out there. Look, I just spoke for 40 minutes or whatever, didn't mention my father, right? I have something to say on my own, because that was something that I was going to mention. That's the cold thing about when your father is somebody like my father is, there's always this like, and it's a real thing. Like, he's who he is. He demands that his name is in the respect he gets. But sometimes I've been in situations where people just, I'll never forget one time I'm gonna call her a bitch because I feel like it right now. And peace to all the queens out there, the civilized women out there, that I would never, ever, ever call you or refer to you as a bitch. I'm not talking about you or your type. I'm talking about this motherfucker over here that I'm talking about. One time, this chick introduced me to somebody as Stanley Clarke's son and didn't say my name. And the illest shit ever was the dude she introduced me to checked her. I didn't have to say shit. And it was so ill. And he got mad. She walked off and he's like, the fuck is that, man? And he was, like, I was like, yo, I fuck with you. He's like, nah. He's like, yo, man, what kind of shit is actually going to introduce you as your father's son but not even say your name? Because she's a real thirsty bitch and she thought she was doing something. So, and it was, for me, I've experienced all of that. But anyways, back to the narrative. I was saying, when I brought up my pops, I was saying that, what the fuck was I just saying? Damn, I was just saying, because it's so funny. I was saying that, I was saying about, oh yeah, getting stuck in not stuck in styles by choice, right? Yeah. So my father is a person, he's one of the original jazz fusion guys, right? Like he was, jazz fusion is dated. The beginning is they dated as like Miles Davis, Bitches Brew. Like the next album that came after that, or the second album, my dad's on that, Return to Forever. So my dad is like one of the architects of jazz fusion, which Ken Burns didn't give enough time to in his jazz documentary series, amongst other things. But hey, that's their shortcoming. We know the truth, jazz fusion. Which is another reason why I love Wu-Tang, because Wu-Tang to me represents the jazz fusion era of hip hop. Like, not saying era like it's just an era, but like when they came in, that's how I look at it. But that's a whole other build for those who want it. Holla. Or we could do that another time. But what I'm getting at is when my father went into that, and that was all with the electric bass, electric keyboard, right? At that time, some of the older guard of the older jazz musicians that were still coming to the gig wearing black suits with the black tie, playing, looking traditional, right? Some of them wasn't feeling the young dudes with the electric keyboards and electric basses and electric guitars. They wasn't feeling that. So there was a little bit of the division there. My father speaks firsthand on like experiences and shit. But here's the thing. While my father was doing that, he was still playing on some straight ahead jazz records with certain people. Like, he was still doing that. His album still had manifestations of that, even though he was more focused on pushing music a little forward. But he never like left that. He's always, because that's his foundation. So you could say, he's always been, the word stuck is a weird word, but he's always been rooted, let's say rooted in that foundation as he expanded and went over here and shit and did other things, and may have spent the majority of his time over here, but this was always here. And this was the root of his psyche to allow him to do this the way he did. So with the cats out there speaking for the future hip hop, all those classic records are still there, my brothers, my sisters, my people. It's like this. You love hamburgers. You love pizza. You love Chinese food, right? You love teriyaki chicken. You love spaghetti, right? We won't keep it real like basic, with some little basic shit. Okay. And you might not really be motherfucking feeling the quinoa with the braised turnips on top or whatever. That's not you. But that doesn't mean you might not love quinoa with some caramelized onions and some motherfucking whatever and some ground turkey or whatever the fuck on top. So you can't just be like, I'm not fucking with that quinoa shit. You might have to find the version of it that you like. You know what I mean? And just keep a little open-minded, because that's, in my opinion, what separates, you know, that keeps you artistically and spiritually healthy, to be able to listen to and observe and enjoy what's there for you. Like you said, you don't have to like everything, but you shouldn't close the door on a whole wave or a whole movement, right? You know what I mean? Like, I remember when, I'm gonna talk some real talk. I remember when Dipset was moving hard. That really wasn't my shit like that. But I fucked with a few songs here and there. I like that Jules Santana, Dipset. That was my shit. You know what I mean? I fucked with a couple Cameron songs here and there. Fucked with him. Like, he was always ill on the mic, but I just wasn't a super fan of a lot of his beats and a lot of that shit. You know what I mean? Like the Dipset beats. I'm gonna just keep it a buck. But I always respected him. I like the way Jim Jones raps. My word, I like the way the three of them rap. And I'm not just saying that. I would never get on camera and say I like the way somebody rap if I ain't like the way they rap. Because I like the way motherfuckers rap. Wasn't my favorite, but I fuck with it. But I just wasn't really big on the production. You know what I mean? I wasn't really a big fan of Freeway's production. You know, I wasn't, you know what I mean? But there were some joints that I fucked with. I was like, okay, I fuck with that. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is I always gave it a chance. You got to give some shit a chance. A lot of cats is cash. I say cats like to cash out. I was there, nigga. I was there when Preem was producing for Nas. I was buying it in real time. Stop. I was there when DMX ruled the world. Stop. I bought, you know, like niggas be on that type of shit and they want to just cash out and be like, I lived through the best era. That's what it was. And yo, I'm not even sitting here telling nobody that now is a better time than a previous time. That's not what I'm here to tell you. Although shout out to A. Rashid, because he has a science about 95 and being 1995 again, but we ain't, but that's for him to tell it, not for me to tell it. But like, but I know that shit make motherfucking sense to me. But so saying all that to say, I look at it like this. Do you want to really say to yourself and take in it's over? There's no more dope hip hop? You really don't. Getting psychological for a second, you know, humans, we some complicated motherfuckers, and a lot of times when we not happy, we just take the bullshit narratives. I know when my paper is low, I start thinking niggas don't believe in me and motherfuckers ain't thinking about me and they ain't worried about me and they you know, it's psychological shit that you can't control. You know what I mean? That will just come in your mind and shit. It's just, you know, we you know, you gotta like, nigga, stop. You just hungry, my nigga. You know, people love you. It's just, you know, you gonna be all right, man. It's like that type of shit. So people be on that shit with art. They like to say, and it's real easy to not do the work anymore. And I always tell motherfuckers, look, whatever type of music you like, I promise you, for every album that you love in that genre, there's 30. So if you like 50 albums from the golden era hip hop, that means, what's 50 times 30? Is that 1,500? Mm-hmm. 1,500. Okay, maybe not 1,500, maybe not 30 times, but if you like 50 albums from the golden era, there's at least another 200 that you're gonna fucking love. Like, there's so much shit that you ain't peeped. It's so much shit. So, but also moving forward, you know, it ain't just Griselda. It ain't just Vince Staples and Coast Contra. It ain't just Boldy. It ain't just who Alchemist works with. It ain't just what's them niggas? I can't remember their name right now. But you know, there's so much more shit, so much ill shit that you just not aware of. And obviously, we're not 17 no more. So motherfuckers, you know, don't have the time or the thought to be just searching for shit like that, but just don't accept it or take it upon yourself that shit ain't popping anymore. Because it's like this. Somebody said once, it's like going back to trust. The illest shit I heard somebody say is they said, if you don't trust anybody, this is the quote, if you don't trust anybody, guess what? you don't trust anybody. How do you think that's going to work out for you? Some real shit. So if you think there ain't nothing, then guess what? Where is that going to lead you? Now, here's the balance, because we going in tonight. It's my brother Knowledge Born. We going in. This is Soundbite Central right here. We going in. How about this? The balance is you don't drink the Kool-Aid. Like, I'm an LA nigga, right? I will never let a motherfucker tell me that LeBron is better than Michael Jordan. I'm not hearing that shit. Jordan is the greatest player to ever play the game. Get the fuck out my face with that other shit, right? My favorite player is the same as Snoop Dogg's favorite. My favorite player is Magic Johnson. But I would tell Magic, and he knows, Jordan's the GOAT. Jordan's the illest. My favorite's Magic. But here's the thing. People are going to tell you that LeBron's the greatest for several reasons. And not to go all into it, but I'll just say this. Business. NBA makes more money the more people think LeBron is the greatest ever. Everybody's trying to get paid. People don't want to think that the greatest player ever used to play and don't play anymore, because some people can't deal with that. Some people can't deal with the fact that, like, John Coltrane was the greatest saxophonist ever. He's been dead for 1,000 years. You know, whatever, 40 years, 50 years, whatever the fuck it's been, right? Like, people can't deal with that. It doesn't mean there's not incredible saxophone shit going on right now. You don't have to be actively in the time with the best shit being made. The Godfather and Goodfellas were made a long time ago. There's still incredible movies and shit being made left and right. But some people, it's like they feel like they can't deal with it. It's weird. People are fucking weird. You know what I mean? Because also a lot of people, they don't have the component in their brain to understand that all you got to do is watch that old shit if you want to watch the best shit ever. You're going to sit here and tell me that it's some R&B music today that's fucking with what they was doing in Motown? I'm laughing in your face. I'm laughing in your face if you tell me anything anybody doing in R&B is fucking with that Motown shit. I'm laughing at you. I will call my mother and be like, Mom, you promise you don't drink any water. This is gonna laugh so hard. These motherfuckers is trying to say this shit today is fucking with the Temptations. Like, it ain't. But I love what they doing now. It's different. It's not fucking with that, but it's its own shit. It's like a nigga boxing today ain't fucking with Mike Tyson or Muhammad Ali, but so what? It's new shit. And a lot of people, they just can't accept that. So they lie to themselves that shit now is as great as shit was. And when they spin those lies, see, I had to get to this. All that I was saying is to get to this. When they spin those lies, it makes other people, they know it's a lie, and then they start to hate everything that's going on. Like, I'll admit, in my day, I'm going to admit this on camera, I've said some negative things about some artists because other people like rank them so highly that I was trying to bring reality back into the air. I love LeBron. He's, top 10 basketball players of all time without question. People are like, well, you only top 10. It's like, nigga, do you have a sense of history? Do you know what that means to be said top 10 of all time in anything? People don't have a sense. Like, LeBron, bro, that's a big fuck. You got motherfuckers, like, just look at the dream team. But anyways, so maybe top 5. I don't know. I'm not an official. I'm not able to say top 5. I don't know, but definitely top 10. But you got to deal with Jordan and Bird and Magic Johnson. You got to deal with that. You can't not deal with that. If you're not dealing with that, you're not dealing with certain things. Like you're not, because I can't really do the whole Wilt Chamberlain, Bill Russell thing. I don't know it like that but I do know. So anyways, back to people, they have a hard time. Like, if somebody tells them that this shit now is the greatest, they might resent it because they know it's not. And I admit that I've said some things about some artists or some athletes before because I was never seeking to bring an artist or an athlete down. It was just like here's an analogy. If you say LeBron is greater than Michael Jordan, then in order to argue that, it's very difficult to argue that, almost impossible to argue that without seemingly bringing LeBron down, because you either A, have to say, well, LeBron, the deficits in his game or whatever, or you have to say what Jordan has that he doesn't have to really discuss that on a real level. So either way you do it, you're saying LeBron ain't that. But it's one thing to be like, yo, LeBron ain't that. No, we're saying Jordan is that. If you say that someone else is that, I'm like, no one's that. That's how it is with this rap shit. That's how it is with some of these producers that get listed over other producers in popularity contests nowadays based on a system of a set of criteria that matters more to other people than other people. You know what I mean? So that's the thing. So anyways, I know I went on a whole thing, but we building. So moving forward, man, wrapping that up, motherfuckers have to understand that there's a lot of people that offer a lot of things. And if you allow them to show you what they have to offer, you're going to get more out of your time on this planet as a lover of art than you are if you want everybody to rap like Big L, my nigga. Or if you want everybody's beats to knock like Premier's, my nigga. You know what I mean? You can't look at shit like that because you playing yourself. You playing yourself. It's like saying, I don't like niggas that wear orange. I don't like to see niggas wear purple. I don't like to see niggas wear, dark brown. I just like black, green, blue, a little bit of yellow and red. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like them other colors. It's like, that's the type of shit motherfuckers basically be on with their music appreciation. And, so moving forward, because the spirit is always going to make something new. That's the thing about the spirit. The new shit, a lot of it just comes, people want to make something new. There's people that they look at this, young niggas grew up. This niggas was born when fucking Drop It Like It Hot was on the radio. Niggas was born when when that shit came out, we was already seeing that as a new, oh shit, this is some new shit, okay. Yeah, this niggas was born when that shit came out. So they coming up, formulating, when they looking back at the shit that we was looking back at, they don't even, some of them, they don't even understand. They have to get to another level, to even get to, to even be able to understand why they should appreciate foundational shit. And most people don't. Most people don't appreciate foundational movies or foundational music. They really don't. They fuck with what they like. If it's old, they hear, I walk to the people. Like, they can get with that.
All day long.
It's catchy because it's catchy, but they're not gonna respect that. I'm saying a lot of people. They're not gonna respect that era, and that's the most infectious, catchy, memorable, popular song of a certain time. But the time that produced that, they not giving a fuck about that time or the motherfuckers that song stood on the shoulders of. They just taking that song because they a DJ now and they can play that shit for 30 seconds and get, it's like a lot of people are just using music. Music is like, like Netflix and chill. For a lot of people, music, hip hop, all this shit, it's just a thing.
It's a tool for them. You put the Netflix on while they trying to get to some other shit. They put the music on when they try to get to some other shit. They're not really sitting up, really going in. It's workout music. It's when they ride and they want to front on people and look cool. They're not really sitting up, you know, really like giving the music their undivided to like really. When they give music their undivided, they're listening to it to see if it's going to fit a playlist for them. You know what I mean? I'm not saying everybody, but a lot of people. So that's the thing. Okay, so I went on a rant with that. Speaking of moving forward, because we got to move forward, I'll say this. Moving forward for hip-hop, what's needed, because everybody can sit and tell you, we need more of this, we need more consciousness, we need more unity, we need more of this. Absolutely. But let's talk about what people don't always talk about. What we need more of is education of what the tradition is, but why it's valuable to the youth, the young artists, to know that shit. Because if you play the drums right now, right? Or the guitar, or the bass, or whatever the fuck. You can watch, you know, Guitar God, Guitar Hero, all that old shit. You can see clips of motherfuckers on Instagram. Ooh, look at all my shit. I'm a bad motherfucker, right? But like, as the son of a bass player, I'm gonna drop a super duper duper mega jewel. My pops is the illest, right? He'll be like, there's a certain bass player. He's like, I'm gonna guess he might be like 40, maybe. And for like, 15 years, he's been like one of the young guys that everybody, like, he's one of the guys that everybody was like, yo, he's one of the dudes. But in reality, he can just really play a bunch of impressive shit. But my pops and other bass players, I ain't gonna say this dude's name, but I'm just tell you this real shit, because I'm gonna show you rap niggas why education is important. If you rap and you listening, watch this. So he's like, they'll be like, he's not even really a bass player. And I remember when I heard her, I was like, damn. He's like, because he really can't really play a bass line and hold a song down and hold a group down. This is a guy that's gotten fired from some, what's the word I'm looking for? Some big heavyweight jazz musicians hired him because he had a name and he could play some shit, solo his ass off, but he couldn't be that oak, that tree that centers the music for a show. He's basically a guy. It's like a rapper who can spit an ill verse but can't put together a song or a dope album. There's a lot of them, right? So you need to understand what this shit is. So like the same way one of my favorite rappers, never say his name, I one time saw him on a certain platform and they asked him to freestyle and they threw a beat on and he was like, yo, the beat's too slow, throw something else on. My brother, I come from a cloth, man. You'd rather fucking put a bullet in a nigga head than act like you can't rap to whatever beat come on. The whole shit is, if you a samurai sword swinging rap nigga on the mic, whatever the fuck beat comes on, you gotta be. I remember I did a battle one time, and this is like a million years ago, and they threw on Gangstar, so now what's up? Boom, clang, 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 clang. Now I know exactly how to get in that beat. But at the time, I didn't have the vocal shit, the strength, or just the fucking boldness required. So when that beat came on, it was like, ding, clang. I was like, fuck, I wish he threw on something that was like, give me something that's 90 beats per minute, 98 beats per minute. I'd rather something too fast than too slow, because I wasn't seasoned yet. A lot of these motherfuckers ain't seasoned, man. So I just told you all this shit, rap world, to understand once again the value of understanding the value of, understanding the value of education on tradition. Because tradition, you understand, don't you want to be ready, my nigga? Well, then if you understand an era where under no circumstances did you deny the beat that came on, like if it's some freestyle live MC shit, it's different if you like, you're doing your show and you know, this is my show, but like you in a battle or you on a radio and they throw a beat on, you got to jump. It's what it is. It's like the equivalent of turning down a fade or some shit. You got to, if you step into that arena as that, you demonstrate that you're that. So anyways, I think moving forward in hip hop, we need to educate people on understanding the value of knowing the history, because you ain't got to know every fucking song, every album. You need to know what powered these motherfuckers, man. You need to know what fueled the mindset of the illest niggas that made the illest shit. It's not about history class like you know, when you, like, for example, right, when you watch, like, as a grown motherfucker, history becomes way more interesting, right? When you, different people get into history when they at different times in their life, if they ever do, for different reasons. I remember when I wasn't particularly intrigued by history, like it was cool, but it wasn't like, now I like to watch, you know, World War II documentaries and shit like that, and, you know, war shit, particularly when they take you into the psyche of the men, because it's amazing how much of the world comes down to the psyche of who's in control, especially back in those days. Not to get political, but those days, the shit was a lot more one man was running the show. So when you're dealing with the maniacs of the 20th century, the shit they was doing, and you understand the psyche that drove them to this crazy shit, you know what I mean? And you know, the ugly, the bad, and the sometimes good, when you're talking about the maniac motherfuckers, like the World War II guys that was doing crazy shit. But like, you know, I fuck with, you know, a guy like Winston Churchill and just his pep talk, the way he pep talked Europe. And he a lot of his shit was just wordplay. That's why when Raekwon sampled him for Masters of Masters of Fate, I was like, yes, nigga. But so anyways, there's reasons why you grasp shit. I remember, I say some shit to y'all, this is my age, straight up and down. I'm gonna say it like this. And again, I say this shit fearlessly because I can back it up where I'm at now. I remember when I first went back to EPMD, because I wasn't like listening to EPMD in real time like that. When EPMD was, I was little and I was listening to I was out here in LA, I was on some different shit. I wasn't really on EPMD. So I went to EPMD after Redman, I mean, really went, like, let me go listen to their albums like that. I'd heard some shit, but you know what I mean? Like, I'm by the Strictly Business tape. I'm going to that shit after Redman and Keith Murray first came out. Like when Keith Murray first came out, 94, I went back and bought EPMD shit. Didn't do it for me. I was like, it's cool, but it just didn't do it for me. Now, I'm more liable to listen to that than, because now I feel the energy and the attitude and the spirit. At that time, I was obsessing over, because I was listening to J. Rue the Damager and Tash and Keith Murray and Redman and Nas and AZ and Ray and the Wu-Tang, all, you know, like, that's what I was really on, like, precise, ill, like, advanced vocabulary shit. When I heard EPMD at that time, this is where I was at then as a youth. I was like, this is dope, but like, it's not as advanced as this. That's how I felt. But now I go to that shit. It's the same way you go back to listen to some older shit, an older movie, because it's a spirit. And then you understand that this is the shit that built, like Ray and Ghost was looking at that. You know what I mean? Like
shit like that. So once again, the value of understanding, it's understanding the value in looking back at the history and the tradition. And that's what needs to be taught. Because if you're teaching somebody something and they don't know what they're getting from it, I didn't realize until after I was done with schooling that, oh, the reason why they teach you shit like Algebra 2 is because they teach you to get used to solving things with formulas. No one fucking told me that in high school. I think that would have appealed to me if somebody said, you know, the reason why we put you through all this shit is because we want you to learn how to use formulas and systems to figure things out. Okay, that's what's up. Because I've always been a thinker. So if you don't know that, you don't know that. It's like the Karate Kid. Mr. Miyagi taught him eventually that, nigga, oh, this is so you have that. He had to tell him that's what you just got. And in the movie, Daniel-san was on his way out and popped some shit, and Mr. Miyagi said that. In real life, many a motherfucker dipped and never had that conversation with Mr. Miyagi, and they never saw Mr. Miyagi again, and they got their ass whooped by them niggas at the high school for the rest of their life. You get what I'm saying? You have to, people don't, a lot of times teachers don't want to tell you why they teach you what they teach you. Anyway, so I just think for the future of hip hop, because we all know some little niggas that know what it is because their older brothers know what it is, and they grew up in the back room with their older brother, and their older brother's playing them the raw shit, and they like, okay, and these niggas is 24 now, and they listening to motherfucking, Showbiz and AG or some shit. We all got homies like that, but it's not enough. It's not enough. We need more. We need to multiply. We need to turn these niggas into gremlins, man. We need more young motherfuckers. There need to be 5 or 6 Coast Contras right now, getting it right now. You know what I mean? Getting support, rocking with the OGs, man, coming out with the OGs, doing shit with themselves. Like we need more of that. So it really, it's everything comes down to education ultimately, but the word education, sometimes people think it's some bullshit. They don't realize, like, tell me why I need to pay attention to this motherfucker. Like I was telling my homie the other day, I said, man, top 3 motherfuckers in hip hop you should watch in the interview right now, Richie Rich. Top 3. My man's a big 50 Cent fan. I said, the same way you watch every 50 Cent interview because he games you up like that, Richie Rich is sitting there right there with that same level of G for you. Wisdom, experience, slick shit, all of that. Whatever you get from 50 Cent, you get the same shit from Richie Rich. He's an Oakland nigga. His life is different, but it's the same level. It's the level and shit. So it's like that. So I be telling motherfuckers, you need to watch a Richie Rich interview, man. Because a lot of niggas rap like they don't listen to niggas like that talk. You know what I mean? A lot of motherfuckers be rapping like they've never seen The Godfather. They've never seen Fredo play his family out. You know what I mean? That's why they make these whole moves and shit. They don't know what it's like to understand that it's niggas out here making executive decisions on motherfuckers based off shit. And if you pay attention, you know what I mean? Like I had that shit early. You know what I mean? I'm a talkative motherfucker, but like I make sure to be mindful of what I say. That's why, I got a lot of strong opinions about a lot of artists that I'll never speak publicly because I don't want that. I don't want to deal with that on a multitude of levels. And it's not classy, in my opinion. I'm not a nigga that's out here trying to just go out here on podcasts and talk about motherfuckers. Some people, that's their lane. It's not mine. I'm not fucking with it. You know what I mean? So when I speak on certain shit, I like to keep the shit anonymous and shit. And I don't like when people coming to me, were you talking about da-da-da? No. You know what I mean? I'm making a point about things because there's, teachable moments are teachable moments. And there's a lot of artists that you can learn a lot from. You know what I mean? Some people, stay on their game. Like I just mentioned Richie Rich. I told my man, I said, Richie Rich is like the Oakland version of Raekwon to me. Both are fucking writing shit that, in my opinion, is as dope as anything they've ever written. Their music is murderous, the shit they come up with right now. Y'all out there, listen to Richie Rich's new project. It's called Richard. The first song is called Squirrel. I'm going to let you figure out why he called the song Squirrel. When you hear that song, you cannot tell me that nigga is not the fucking essence of this rap shit.
all the game in the world, like Raekwon. Interviews, just nothing but nuggets, wisdom, all of that. You know what I mean? We need to pay attention. And a lot of the young motherfuckers, they just get caught up in they get caught up in the age divide. You know, ageism is a bigger problem in rap than racism. Rap is in hip hop, racism is like, you know what I mean? Racism is not, I mean, let me not go there, but ageism is, I think, is a bigger threat in hip hop than racism is. And you know, so anyways, yeah. That's what I think moving forward. That's what it needs, because all the colors is there, all the talent is there, and every day somebody's figuring out how to lock in. Because like I said, you have a lot of people that have talent, but it takes them a while to like get a grip on how to project it. Like Miles Davis said, it took him forever to learn to play like himself. He said for the first 10 years, he was playing like Dizzy Gillespie. This is a guy that is credited with twice in history changing the direction of music. Credited with twice. With the Birth of Cool, and then later with you know, he took jazz from everything to the he smoothed the shit out. Then later, 10 years later, whatever it was, something like that, he came with the jazz fusion and went bug out abstract. You know what I mean? Like, but he's the guy that said it took him a long time to learn who he was. That part. Not everybody was, you know, because some people, education. Some artists, they look at other artists that seem to be this just amazing, fresh, like phenomenal, innovative, alien motherfucker when they're 18, and they just think, oh, you're either that or you ain't shit. A lot of the illest artists, it takes them a while to like figure their shit out. You know what I mean? And you need to know that. You need to know that. You know what I mean? Because what that does is this. That allows you to look at an artist that doesn't seem like he's quite what you're looking for. Like if you're a producer, to all the producers out there, you might hear a motherfucker rap and be like, he's not really what, but the super producers are like, but he sounds, there's something about him that's special, or her. They just need to, and they keep an eye on that person. And 3 years later, that's that nigga. You have to have these things in your head, man. A lot of people don't have this shit in their head. People are too busy to just, that ain't it. That ain't, I'm looking for that. It's deeper than that. So that's what I think the next 50 years is need, because it's all here. You know, people, all the corporate shit, man, that was always there. And it's more there now, but so what? It's like, and I say so what, meaning it's like this. Yeah, there's more, you know, this is my analogy of hip hop, right? I say real quick, it's like this. Hip hop is a party, right? And just to make it, if a part or club, let's use a 10 to 2 analogy. In 1975 or whatever the fuck was like going to a club at 10:15 and there's like 18 people in there. By 11, there's like 500 people in there. By 12, there's like 1,500 people in there. By 12:31, there's like 1,800 people in there. Hip hop is the same way, but here's the thing. You could say, at going back to those numbers I just did, at 10 o'clock, those 18 people were like the most essence motherfuckers. By 1 a.m., you have some people that just fell in off the street because they seen the shit look exciting. Cats just fall in the party. They want to try to meet a chick or some shit. Just some random motherfuckers coming there because they doing whatever the fuck. So out of that 1,300 people that's there, let's say at 1:15 a.m., let's just say out of 1,300 people, let's say 500 of them are what we would call essence niggas. And the other 800 range from casual fans to
halfway in, halfway out, real dudes to bullshit motherfuckers. But here's the thing. At 10 o'clock, there was only 18 people there. Now, all 18 of them were Essence motherfuckers. By 10:30, there was 350 motherfuckers in the party. All 328 of them were Essence motherfuckers. So the potency and the percentage of the real motherfuckers was higher, but there was only 300 people there at that time. At 1 a.m., there's 500. There's more Essence hip-hop motherfuckers now than there have ever been. But there's 3 times, 5 times, 20 times as many bullshit motherfuckers. So what does that mean? It means it's upon us. We have to do the work to find motherfuckers. Back in the golden era, you go into a hip-hop show. First of all, it wasn't like it is now. Shit was dangerous. You had to go to places. You get fucked up going to a hip-hop show. Now it's rare there's a hip-hop show that's dangerous. It's rare that you see a hip-hop show. Like, you know, like, I mean, not rare like that, but you know what I mean? Like, especially if an artist that has a name. A hip-hop show that's dangerous is like you going to some hood shit where it's some niggas that are just like kind of hood famous and they got it going on like that. But like they might make it look big on IG, but it ain't really like, but niggas that have a name, back when we was coming up, niggas that had a name, you had to go into hoods to see them and shit. Now it's not even, so anyways, it's more Essence motherfuckers now than it ever was, man. And it's just a lot of distraction in the way, but I ain't scared. Like I'm prepared. If I got to talk to some bullshit motherfuckers to get the, it's like meeting chicks. There's no shortage of queens that want to love a dude. You know what I mean? You got to meet a lot of bullshit chicks to get to that. But you know, if you got heart, you're gonna get what you came for. And that's what separates a lot of people. Now, granted, I'm a hip-hop nigga. This is all it ever will be in the essence. Like, I'll never not be a hip-hop motherfucker going at it for that. That's what I'm here for. So I have the devotion and the not a lot of people, their lives have changed and finding the quality hip-hop and congregating with the essence hip-hop motherfuckers isn't their priority. They got other priorities. I get it. But here's my thing. Stop talking shit. I'm off the yerba mate. Forgive me, y'all. I get angry. The yerba mate, that should take me somewhere sometimes. But just stop talking shit and stop spreading these mistruths that it ain't hella essence shit, hella real motherfuckers. And you know what I mean? Everything that was ever there is still here. I'm not sitting here telling you that left and right, it's albums coming out sounding like motherfucking Diggable Planets and the Boogie Monsters. I'm not telling you that lie. But I'm saying all that shit is still here. You just have to get on yours to find it. And you have to be realistic about certain shit. And everything is here. So the next 50 years is what the fuck you want to make it. You know what I mean? Like me, I'm good. You know what I mean? Like I'm good. I never complain about hip hop because I see what I want in it and I look for what I want and I find what I want in it. Some people, they don't. I know motherfuckers that tell you can't meet a good girl in LA. If that's what you got to say, then that's what you got to say. You will never hear that shit out of my mouth. Now, I'm not going to act like, if you go to some small town somewhere where they ain't got all the trappings of the big city like LA has, you can meet more women that are more simple and have a more simple quality of life, and it's easier to get on a basic level of humanity with them than dealing with some chicks at the Beverly Center that got 18 niggas that want to buy them some shit. I'm not gonna act like that ain't true, but there's also a bazillion motherfuckers in LA, and there's not a bazillion motherfuckers in your small town. So it goes back to what I'm saying. It's like you gotta be in it to win it, man. And a lot of people, people just like to say shit because it's easy to cash out. It's easy to say, that ain't shit, because then they can just be done with it. And it's like a lot of people have checklists and they want to get shit. It's like the movie Training Day where Denzel says, I have how does he say? He's like something like, he basically says how many like cases he has on the like whatever, I forget the word he uses, that like he can't get off the like
that he couldn't clear.
Exactly. It's like there's people be wanting to be done with shit. So they take shortcuts to get done with it. So a shortcut to be done with having to put it in and still be out here hopping the hip way is to act like it's over and the golden era came and went. Now it's just a bunch of fuck shit. But I'm not mad at nobody that does that. I just get animated when I talk about it because you need that. Because you need motherfuckers like me who ain't gonna let nobody say that shit because it ain't true. I mean, they can say it, but better yet, they ain't gonna let me say it unchecked. I'm not saying I'm gonna check a nigga like a nigga, you know, a lot of these grown men, they just have to get it out because it makes them feel how they need to feel to move the way they're moving in their life. But it's mistruths, and we don't deal with that. You know what I mean? So hip hop is alive and motherfucking well, flourishing. People like to act like, yo, all kinds of old school motherfuckers out here touring and getting money around the world, putting out projects, collaborations and shit. I mean, you got
all kinds of things. So we're gonna wrap this shit up, okay?
Yeah.
So I can get to my portion. My portion is play more Killah Priest. You know what I'm saying? That's literally what I'm here for. You know what I'm saying? Every Wednesday I come on, you know, with the mandate in my heart to play more Killah Priest. So
I got a request
for you.
I got a request. Oh, you got final thought?
Yeah, and where people can find you and collab and tell them about your book, man. I know you got one of them books that you wrote around handy. Show them motherfuckers your book, please, sir. Please and thank you.
I will. And real quick, my Killah Priest request for you is I want to hear that song "Water" off the that's off the T album. I forget the name of the album title. The T album, the one where the theme of it is drinking tea. He got that song "Water." That's my shit. It's water, right? It's water. It's liquid. I mean, so many songs to remember the titles. So many prolific artists, and I make my own shit. I believe it's Killah Priest. It's called Water, right? Let me look. Hold on. Let me because it's one of my. I love that song. You have this look on your face, like, brother, I have another shit queued up. Get out of here. But let me just tell you real quick. Make sure. I believe it's Water. It's where is it at? It's Summer End Cafe. Yeah, Water. That's my shit. See, look, playlist. That's on my playlist. Water is my shit. That's the joint, I believe, where he said I'm a ritual individual. When I heard that, I was like, man, God bless the God. So my final thought, I know, get out here and talk. Oh, yeah, the book. I'll be thinking about some things. This is Smooth Sailing for Hard Rocks. You know what I mean? Shout out to my man Thurston Howe III. Smooth Sailing for Hard Rocks. And you know, there's some degrees in there, man. And but my final thought is that, you know, they say money makes the world go round. Some people say pussy makes the world go round. Some people say gangsters make the world go round. Some people say it's a man's world, but it wouldn't be nothing without a woman or a girl. You can hear Pavarotti singing that in Italian, standing next to James Brown, smiling with a perm. But what I want to say is that brothers like yourself, Knowledge Born, make the world make more sense because you shine such light on it, and you strategically, wisely select individuals who have perspectives that help to do that. And I just wish more people were aware of the type of conversation that is needed, and in turn always know that this is a platform for said conversations and always will be a source of such information that is so edifying to us moving forward in all ways, always. And I wish everyone the best that comes with that, because knowledge is power, and knowledge borns powers. Knowledge borns power, and that's what that is. So I just want everybody to pay attention, and for everybody that's locked in, I love y'all, man. And you know, when I get to wilding, I got so much energy for this shit. I'm just so excited because I spent a lot of time around motherfuckers that don't give a fuck about it. None of this shit. They thinking about some old, you know, flimsy, you know, frail shit. And it's just beautiful to sharpen swords, you know, with the sharpest swords. And you are that, my brother. And I'm forever thankful for every lifetime that I've known you, and most particularly this one. That's my final thought for today.
Ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only, the elusive, the exclusive, the magnificent Chris motherfucking Clarke.
All the linkers and all the winkers. Love y'all.
Peace to the God.
Peace to the God. Come on, high science, baby.
Magnificent show tonight on the wind down. Thank you, everybody. I've seen people stay for 5 hours of dialogue. Okay. Shout out to the great John Newsom. We got into his story today. It was a beautiful opportunity. So hopefully y'all glean something from both of these prolific figures, you know, who are setting trends and examples in their family and being great ambassadors to their bloodline in regards to the arts, the sciences, everything. You understand what I'm saying? And we even caught a Killah Priest sighting. You know, caught a Killah Priest sighting today, so it was pretty epic. So now we're about to get into this, the after part, Wednesday wind down, play more Killah Priest. Shout out to Mitchie Hotep, Aurora Borealis, Decipher, God Sentinels, Solar Facts, everybody who been in here long and strong. Okay, y'all are the MVP. Y'all are the MVP. And we're looking to do this bigger and better. So with that, peace and love, and enjoy the after party.
The Battle of the Locusts.
I'm from a futuristic district, Hasidic mystic. My name in crucifixes. The game is like a voodoo business. I think it's strange to think a guru listen. I'm sipping brewing witches, about to lose my spirit, choose your riches. I'm so slick, I can move in pitches. Malabees beneath the olive tree. A Buddha's vision, Kabbalah reads astrology. Harsh reality, recite the mantras to conquer the monsters. Forefathers brought upon us. Ultramagnetic, Semitic, the world spinning hectic. I Pearl Jam in my records, refreshing. God genetics, curses and blessings. God greatest design. The world noticed me. I plant seeds in your mind and grow poetries. Holy men, the Babylonian, Macedonian. I rap from podiums. My wrath kill phony Cubans, Siconians. Mesopotamian rap, cranium crack codes, Alva Pharaoh, Black Rose, Michelangelo, disciple red granite flow, golden antelope, hope achieve poetry's deep. The holy will speak, the dead will rise. Ethiopian priests anoint me, come join me. Clairvoyancy, see what's in my mind. Throwing Samson tantrums, punch the ground, leave a canyon, just anthem. Priesthood, Ayatollah. Priesthood, Ayatollah. Priesthood, Ayatollah. Battle of the locust, hold a lotus. Like a monk when he's focused. 9 months in the yoga, my energy becomes solar. Up the crystal halls, cosmic thoughts. Step on comets when I walk. The depths of the conscious when I talk. The world I live in is between the Bible and Zechariah stitching. Between the lie and fiction. So say I'm a little off, like Dr. Malachi York, but speak on fantasies like Mr. Rock. We from different forks, solar, polar regions. I kill ultra demons. My spaceship's here, see the frost, I'm leaving. Priest, yeah, Ayatollah, priesthood, Ayatollah, priesthood, Ayatollah, priesthood, Ayatollah, priesthood, 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 priesthood. Pain make the black father's chain smoke. It starts to rain in the park, children playing on the swings. Marvin Gaye standing in his raincoat. Do you see demons in the flames? World made them go crazy till he seen the babies with the wings of an angel. They can't grow, it's painful. First off, rest in peace to Takeoff. His real name Kirchnick, Kyrie Ball. At the same time with Kanye, then Kyrie got involved. Oh wow, Kirchnick, Kyrie and Kanye. Guess that's the modern day KKK. Ancestors were slaves, now we America's plagues. Be aware and afraid. From Hebrews to Negroes, I heard the sequels fire and brimstone. Cause they put the messiahs on Skid Row. We were the providers that lift stones. We had empires with big thrones. We were never pre-owned, now we unknown. When I write I can see home. Before they put our seeds in the twilight zone. The enemies with the white tone. That gave us BET and EBT. R.I.P. to Nate Dogg and Easy E. Tupac Shakur and B.I.G. Shots for you all, and one more for Shock G. They on the ships as Anunnakis. When I spit, they transform through my body. They call it the gift of my hands when man first saw astronomy. Call me Gandhi, a godly from Mali. Spread love like I'm on Molly, but I'm as strong as broccoli or broccoli. They call me the Mahdi. The truth is clear as Saki. I'm headed through the spheres, the proof is here. The suits I wear is probably for the star seas. I'm the tsunami, split to both sides when I part seas like Moses. I wrote this is God disease. Hashtag, when did Kanye start talking like he's Razzcast? Who would've thought it, but we support it. Knowledge drop like a leaky faucet. Take ignorance out like a trash bag. Say to the babies, we in the land where they made a graven lady. The great horde that makes war and takes your safety. Satanists, necromancers. Question God, the devil answers. Alchemists with bars, a metal handler. I sit on the throne with heavy antlers. The golden deer, the chosen steer. It's more than rap in the booth, I'm a channeler. I sense rejection, isolation, and fear. And abandonment, our planet hit. Candles lit for a year. Save the babies. Stress, loss of control, death. This is Hades, bodies going up the pole. They feel lost in the need to belonging. I see the performance. Let's save our seeds till the morning and place our greed in the coffin. You can actually see what I'm talking. I got the tolerance of Solomon on my throne of knowledge in the outer realms. I see it like a film or a hologram. I see our babies going crazy. Infants codependent with no opinions that's so offensive. No one to help them or show them business. So they're co-defendant in his prisons. Well, with the math, I'm the master of the solar system. I came in the craft to expose religion, but I'm good friends and good faith with the Jehovah Witness. And so with Christians. In Islam, I sit calm as I deal with the outer limits. I switch palms, I'm the old magician. Sleight of hand when I'm writing jams. My style is hidden, algorithms, balanced wisdom. The salads heal them. Trauma from the mama, drama. I had rhymes ready to carry the summer, but I was never ready for the news. I had to bury my mother. I told my Aunt Cassie and Aunt Carrie I love her. Don't worry, no supper. Fish and curry for supper. She's my Mary as I sit with the brothers. Maybe my last meal, Judas, came as a covert, narcissist, arguments, over if I had a deal, bag of pills, 50 pieces of silver, I grab a steel, this getting real, this giving chills, I written this will, understanding anxiety through a child's eye, grew up on the wild side, expecting a storm, mad clouds in the sky, saved the children, obeyed the healing, they played victim, became the villain, God favors Abel's offering, because of jealousy came with killing, in the 60s we were proud of blackness, now the black queen's a child of captive. Churches Alice to practice. Our attitudes are maladaptive. Our children play in the day, but at night the owls are active. Police proud with the captain. Big brother watches through clouds for our taxes. We stand on mounds looking up, but can't see them like the meerkats. And fear that they looking down on our actions. Post-traumatic stress disorders. The IRS and our law cuz they took the law from us. They plan to build a superhighway to try to escape and get arrested at the borders. Grandmothers pray, making a mess at the altar. It's like the old days, hair braids, break the chicken necks, make an offer. Pray till it rains, felt a hurricane over Mississippi to the whole South flood with waters. We personalized, we hurt inside. We never arrived, we first tried. 432 Hertz vibes. He must be doing the devil's work. This is Mr. Universe live. West is Yam, the East is Codeine, teaming in South. Let me even this out. They came from the North, which is smoke, painted on skulls. The land of Canaan of old, trading and enslaving the gold. Required by force, wanted resources, some tribes on a horse. Uninhabited plots, that's why the unexplained gathered in crops. The whole universe is inside of an astronaut. They say Killah Priest sounds like when Prince first worked with Sheila E. When Michael Jackson first put on his glove. When the first disco balls lit up a club. When Bob Marley lit up his bud. Or hear the key by Stevie Wonder. Or hear my CD mother. Save the babies. Play more Killah Priest. Play more Killah Priest. King of Dadanari, speaking wise words to Matani, dressed godly, the book of Proverbs I embody. Student enrollment, my music's golden. With writtens that influence my opponent, I'm fluent when I'm flowing. The words from faculty to nurture, carved out in murder. Priest rockin' jury, that's from Persia. Write rhymes using old English curses, like I'm from 685 BC circa. Get off your knees, you know not what you worship, but salvation's for the merchants. Black child of the Berbers, the ruler saw her dawn. Write it in a book made of bronze, said like you pushing my creative palms. When I was born, there was major storm. A black god in its greatest form. I'm what real rap listeners was waiting on. I mastered the 7 skills, so I was taking long. Then went back and got the 8. That's not in the book. It's not seen, not spoken. Only true masters can relate. In this place, there's no time, no date. God said you have to rhyme to be great. Abanawa Shabbat Shemayim, my whole line. Like Gilgamesh and write a scroll in Solar Zion. Ishtar in front of Urdu Malisi. Sit on his throne easy and write a poem weekly. Priest in his own, my microphone become a species. All on its own, new chromosomes. Bones Marvel DC. My impact on rap to free all the righteous people trapped. I'm overstanding, we under attack. Bismarcky music was godly. 82 they dropped Atari. 26 empty clips, John Gotti. Killah Priest hip hop version of Bob Marley. Amongst the Ansars, Israelite Muslims and God bodies. Now we got the whole teps. As far as deep, only priest flow is left. I took an oath to hold a set. The Ashur Ike in the writing. Holy Bible Genesis chapter 6. Speak on the giants. My favorite anime, Attack on Titans. Favorite boxer, Mike Tyson. When rhyming, I miss the excitement. Play more Killah Priest. Golden. Gold play more Killah Priest. Priest. It's from around the way. Shout out to all the DJs. Stop the with the skills. Killah Priest keeps it real. You want it like that, so you got it like that. You want it like that, so you got it like that. Deuteronomy chapter 28 verse 68. The black Jews to the 52 states. All those who relate, this is not up for debate. The stars form a hexagon shape. Metatron in the face. My body forms in the Babylon race. Through megastorms, electrons made a heart pulsate. Peace to Capadon, Raekwon and Ghostface. Islam is your faith. Open Qurans beneath Ramadan dates. A Hittite king assassinated by a Syrian prince. A chronicle from the honorables recorded the event. Also with the help and the blessings of a religious establishment. Priest is the dragon in the trench. It's raining badly. I'm throwing daggers while I'm drenched. On the top of his palace, I scale down, looking through his windows, eating salad. Holding a chalice, I'm moving silence. Like smoke, you'll never taste the scope on your palate. Who wanna hold a throat in a challenge? Bleeding out, trying to stop the blood while I kneel on the prophet rug. Shots blow through the window. Snowflakes in my memento. Gold plates, blindfold, tied up, pillowcase. Foreign voice asking me for info. They fed me whiskey till I'm pickled. They hit me in the arm with the sickle. But I'm calm and official. Alarms whistle. Royal priesthood came with the game. Save the Messiah, fire rain. Armageddon, the beast beheaded. We reign supreme. Play more Killah Priest. Play more Killah Priest. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Play more Killah Priest. Play more Killah Priest. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Play more Killah Priest. Play more Killah Priest. Fading fake man. Yo, you need some understanding. Here we go, here we go. To learn the laws and commandments, cause we're learning. Yo, the city. Our mind is gonna blame. Not using our mind. We're not using our mind. We're losing it every day. You know what I mean? Priesthood. always seem distracted. I'm distracted. Our magic always cause a reaction when we're real magic, rap magic. You know what I mean? In the streets of the city, Brooklyn, Bronx, little solo gems. Let's go. Hebrews always talk about reparation. I came here from another world. What we say? With just a hood on me. Just a hood. It's a ooh. Just a hood on me. Rain and thunder, the pain I'm under. Paranoid, I keep seeing the same numbers. Even on the train that's coming. Lights in the tunnel. I'm standing at the terminal of eternal jewels.
God is love. It's neither that you just did. The same thing that created the tree created me. The same element that created water created you. Same element that creates the wind and the rain created woman. God is everyone and everywhere.
I said it before, I'm a melody, a metaphor. I'm the L-O-V-E, comma, MC, comma, mentor, comma, Assalamu alaikum, breaking, Satan, embracing the day sun with night arms, quite calm. You see peace as we sleep, as you stare in the spheres, you hear light. Distorted noise, distant thunder, a sense of joy and mystic wonders. Spring is escorted into fall's courthouses in the winter season to visit summers.
The moon and the stars, the fields full of grain, the soft summer breezes and the mountain rains, it all belongs to my Father. Abba now is Shabbat Shemayim, Orion, Holy Mount Zion, snowy owls flying. I watched them closely, then slowly they morphed into Kobe Bryant. Talking, what is he saying? Then behind him I saw thousands of musicians playing instruments, intimate, actors and entertainment giants, masters of science. Get a path with their guidance. I'm in the craft when I'm writing. I am brass, I am diamonds. I wear a mask to keep them shining. I believe in man. I believe in woman. I believe that we can change anything that's wrong. I believe that God gave every man and every woman the power to change, to cause effect, to treat people decently. We have the power to feed the hungry children or not to feed. We have the power to give and administer justice or non-justice. We have the power for everything.
I dissolve the Old and New Testament like it's a peppermint. These gospels open up my nostrils. The treatment's like a medicine. It secretes within my tonsils. Then I speak counsels to my apostles. Like it's heaven sent, like Jesus in the Nephilims. I'm in past and present tense. To amass the devil Schmidt, to the upper class of presidents. Whether testosterone or estrogen.
Wait a minute, the colossal bones left evidence. Paintings of these ancient astronauts on these stones are copper tones. Silo, let's make an instrument. Chisel, now place the rocks on his phone. Then put it in his box that's unknown. The sun is hot, ozone, layer, prayer, watch. Time stops the invention of hip-hop. This is a microphone. The scenery is like a twilight zone. That's how I write poems. As I hone in my third eye combs. Then combs through ancient black civilizations and highlight thrones. Blood type Israelite to the real Christ is shown.
Do you believe in God? That is God to me. God is trees, air, women, men, children. We are made in his image. So my philosophy is if we're in his image, we must really be close to him. So man and woman must be a part of him. That is God.
loving you. Such strong words, the many Rippleton passed back into a songbird. She flew out her afro, platforms and long furs, soaring back down memory lane. Wintry rain, summer breeze, bumblebees, lumber trees, free range, hedgehog, dead logs, wet frogs, sweat lodge, less frogs and fresh moss. Leaves change, she sings, superb, herbs in a fleur. French word for flower, spring shower, her wings scour with dream power. The Queen's Tower, her whole nature, a soul savior. Andrea Davis, you're so sacred, you're so persuasive. Please let us load aside your spaceship, even though invasive. I came inside your garden as carbon. You're from the same place as Carmen. The words that I write between margins, its focus is sharpened. Though I may have wrote it a Martian, I sampled your song for happy. It went together like saltfish and ackee. Sunday mornings, porridge with daddy, reminded me of Miss November 22nd. The noble princes together, many plenty of blessings. Spring awakens everywhere, the day breaking, solar flares, icy winds, polar bears, night at the end, colder air, light comes in, snow appears, wildlife began, cobra's near, the mice are scared, the spring sun, the green sprung, the kingdom, the queen sung, supreme lungs. Adventures in paradise, winters in marriage life. Picture an average wife from scripture, no matter type. Angels wishes they had her pipes. 5 octave, skyrocket, made us gas, shocking. Glad she popped it. 5.5 octave, catastrophic. Behold nature of Croatia, tea from Oasia, Alpha and Omega. Build a house with no labor. Flowers to the creator. Water us, water us, water us, water us. Pour a cup, the floor is cut. Places in a pot of luck. Take your buck, you're out of stuff. Do the knowledge, but get your dollars up. I grab my pen with exotic touch. Erotica. I love honey and oatmeal with a lot of nuts, salad and garlic crush. My olives cut to please the palates in my gut. When she sang, I see terrains and floodplains, wild horses and mustangs, beavers and hogs in the mud plain. Nature is consistent and sustained. White-throated dipper, the kingfisher, all close to the river. Sava, from the UK to Nicaragua, lips to agua, or scout in the out. Find the natives whereabouts, get out or get scalped. Oh, Andrea Davis, you're the greatest. You're my favorite on my playlist. You're such a lonely girl. I want to hold you, protect you from the world. Andrea Davis. La 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 la, made you famous. Stevie Wonder could see your hunger. Take a little trip, my secret lover. Are they even numbers? I don't believe in covers. I love originals. 45 in my living room. I was 4 or 5 when I listened to you. She gave me visuals. Joyous years of Roy Ayers. Meet Quincy Jones. If I ever lose this heaven in Minnie's tone, I'ma miss everybody. I'ma miss everybody. Busy Bone, the honeycomb from the windy home. Long black eyes, on both sides counting in the 5. In a tree above the ancient tribes with hives, lived sisters that were all small in size. In the morning they would all rise and buzz above the buds, waiting for the opening of their love. Amongst the bushes and the tree shrubs. In Mexico, the old Mex would wait for them because they pollinate their cactus for the tequila. They were simply known as the healers. These small beings were winged and they had stingers to sting to protect the queen. They were responsible for peaches, oranges, and apples and nectarines. The color of their bodies were yellow and black. The rest were rings, the insect for kings. On a full moon on the right night when it's totally dark, the queen of the bees come out and talk with the wasp. We have all our ancient ancestors encased in amber. Great bees from the past that protect us from the bear and the badgers. They are the masters of the pastures. The wasp spoke off top. I scavenge from the bottom during autumn. While y'all fly above the garden looking for pollen, I see a problem, cause I search amongst the doom beneath the moon. While y'all eat that which bloom and blossom. Quiet, the possum. They tell me you have magic, royal jelly. Y'all really came up since y'all evolved from us. And y'all from the ants before y'all were ever was. The universe buzzed. We all can agree that debris gave rise to the plants, and plants gave rise to the canopy, such as the banana tree. They're different strands of weed. We are the bees. Since the larvae we were godly. Our colonies are responsible for spinach and collard greens. Y'all are solitary, the ants have an army. We have workers and servers and drones inside our comb, high above the Tassili stones and the pygmy homes. Before people unknown, places where gypsies roam, encased inside a hexagon-shaped cone. The sweetest taste that man can't duplicate. It can't be recreated or grown. Before the flood separated countries, before Egypt had mummies, the bees made honey. Royal priesthood. Yeah. Vedic vapor on papers. Yeah, all nature. Yeah, here we go. 1, 2. Call me Captain Invisible, Master Original, Super Saiyan of Saiyans, graphic and visual, math metaphysical, rap somewhat mystical. From a sun-disk vehicle, I come to spit lyrical. When I talk, I force crowds to come forth. As I return lyrical hip-hop to its source. That's food for thought. I add salt, so let it sit in the pot like broth. Stir it till it cools off. Nourishment from New York sidewalks. Rent with high cost apartments, vents and lofts. Space and treble was twist. The ghetto was lit. I take my space behind the tape as the next pharaoh to sit. From sunrise to become Ra. Then I became God from King's Yard. Brooklyn from the train yard. Spray paint, brave saints, late night rain hard. Engraved ink, they drink back on the boulevard. My flow irritate demons, make them uncomfortable like it's a palm reading. Cause when I write it's like I'm foreseeing those in your circle that will hurt you and across regions. I call them out throughout our 4 seasons. They say my quotes galvanize ghosts and make the place spooky, like cemetery chase in the movie. My pen embraces beauty, a taste of grace, a face with 4 aces, greatness truly. To balance the brilliant bipolar, try yoga. Till the skies lower than climb over. The time flow, I baptize Noah. Joan of Arc, my refuse to get up persona. Rosa Parks, this is mental health help. Protect the temple, be gentle with self. The giant to elf, though it seem hard, it's simple in stealth. Attentive, attractive anxiety disorders. Super supportive, silent schizophrenia. Dementia door walker. Dementia for millennials before the authors of Horus. Before the spirits moved across the waters. And my lyrics wrote themselves in Taurus. And Methuselah finally had rigor mortis. Now man makes machine to dig through the forest. The land placed with kings till he's to the orbit. I'm the understanding place in my queen in August. But there's more than 16 bars. To improve God.
Calculated zodiac, I figured the water formula. More mates and war braids dripping before Lemuria. Swimming in sound waves, the rivers of every aura. The dreamings, the real streaming Piscean movie Emporia. Currency's words for me, each sign is a note. That's $1. Dalai Lama Lake, I'm torching the boat. Across the river Styx with an orchestra and 2 goats. Rode a llama through the lake of fire, walked through the cloak. Darth Vader, peak the charm, leg to leg. That spoke the Brahma through an ancient wire, thought I was woke. Dreams wrapped in dreams, inception of a Russian doll maker. The secretive confessions of 100 stargazers giving birth to the future, but it wasn't hard labor. Bizarre nature, they be saying we extreme. You think you woke till you wake up in the next dream. Guitar player made the music to connect scenes. What if we're the clones of a nation, a depth fetus, a repeating simulation of the living death sequence. rays hidden nascent in the masonry beams. This is light architecture that remains to be seen. Made tea inside the circle, so my fate in the steam. Taurus taking nanobites till I ate the machine. Who could swallow volcanoes like a plate of cuisine? Cause God made the spiral and hypnotized himself, staring at his own chart. Now who can wake the supreme? So eternity at once in the space in the stream, between infinity and now and all this place in between. They so hungry for the light to get a taste of the gleam. The clip's empty, I'm trying to refill it, but the beat's already dead, I'm trying to re-kill it. Inside of a deep skillet, stop lying to me, spill it. Exercise peace while you puzzle, I still fit. The circle's out of shape with no muscular build fit. Papers from banana plants to pucker my grills with. Jungles though I'm used to going dust like the bill split. Light pole, fixed stars, froze time, I'm still lit. Playing freeze tag with my past self, I'm still lit. I'm still repping my past rain, I still drip. That's nice and cool, Zodiac bicycle. Rapid eye motion, beats with appetites growing. This sounds like a job for this is Captain Sky Ocean, Superman and Mr. Universe who snatched the time potion. Shoot, they optimism like it's magnified, hoping lyrics hit the firmament case and it cracked it wide open, wide open, wide open.
Tell us we woke, and at the same time sell us the dope that leads to heart failures and strokes. Where do we start? Do we believe what the elders wrote, or the ones who watched through a telescope? The Illuminati cyclops, beast mark on every coast. The head of a cult, the devil goat that sits in a drum circle like a hippie, dressed like a gypsy. My best of rocket to nebula quotes like Tesla notes. Now they got surveillance on Diddy. I'm a cross between Umar Johnson and Billy Carson. I told my grandmother that we are from where the stars from. I'm like Ron Hayes, but I'm Todd Wave with a blonde fade. Some days it'll be an orange braid, half shade. That's just his character. I made hair like lemonade. Both his parents come from Africa. Y'all know the prototype, it's the walking life. See, the sun is the source of light. They made my quartz bright as New York at night. They say when Walter Wright, he can steer Hathor to the boat of the moon. Into the cliff, sent to the glyphs to open the tombs. They say killer flows is like pillar protocols that fulfill the scrolls made of silver and gold. The bars I laid is like sculpted on the architrave. I wrote it like an art display with gods and goddesses with darker shades. I wrote it in the chamber, glowing like the child that was golden in the manger. Only 3 kings knew he was growing to be the savior. Okay, back to rap more about Hathor, the cow-headed near the Nile desert. Under the white clouds, the native dancing in the powwow. He wore the head crown of owl feathers as the clan went from loud records, and Priest and Jizza wrote their signature down on Geffen. And hip-hop's are where I found the presence. The shepherds are coming down from Mount Everest, surrounded by peasants with unclean skin disease. They called them leopard. I pointed a finger up and moved it around till I found the nebula. I told them I walked through Babylon, Persia, and Mecca. I talked to bees out their nectar, kings out their treasure. I've been counting ever since I've been walking. I started from forever. I've been writing on steelies inside of caverns where it's misty. Dealt tarot cards to the hands of time. Closed my eyes while the mouth of a cave kissed me. I gave the walls history. Y'all enslaved us all misery. That's why I shaved it off and came back bald, a mystery. I wrote it all on big slabs of lapis, lazuli, channel vibe to the candle fire. 12 candlesticks sits on amethyst. I write my scrolls on the clove of a rose. You see them when they unfold, the untold secret me and the queen bee hold. So when they make the pollen bin, I can communicate with the insect world like King Solomon. I mean solar gems, most roll to him.
Then I went rogue on them, those who stole my pen. Then I went ice cold as wind. Geminis we roll as twins.
When we take the mic, we're the walking life. The D's rated houses looking for your favorite out of Brooklyn. Africa praises to the bushmen, to the natives in the woodlands, the razors and the juksin, through the mazes of the bullpen. They killed our saviors, re-raised us and made us into hoodlums. Malcolm X became one of the greatest out of the Muslims, except for this boxer who never went to Oxford, never became a doctor, but got the rings of the chakras. Cassius Clay and Hathaway passed away, saw dimensions. George Benson, could this be a masquerade? Preacher said fast and pray. My mother's not there, but I asked her grave. Tiffany's not here, but her ashes stayed. What word will Prince and Michael Jackson say? I was a boy, now the mirror showed me patches of gray. Then it got black, and I started like tapping into a haze. Days. The mirror said your hair looked glazed because that's how much passion you gave. This is what happened, you still rapping. The mirror became my healer when it told me I was a pyramid giver. A gold spinner. walking life. Yeah, smoke crack.
Walking man, thoughts expand, rivers in my orbits ran after me across Japan, mastered the default command, skin brown but so bright, the mirrors where I caught a tan, lost the pan's labyrinth, spirits move across the sand, but birds to fly, the words defy, but in exchange they lost their hands, appeared inside a jungle, in the bed upon a Moorish man, I'm multiplying, gold horizon, traveling our ghost Orion, burned the tree to 3rd degree, asking all the birds agree, I'm absurdly a giant, using bamboo just to stir the sea, watched across an island, suddenly cooked the leaves to turn to tea, smoking gun to spoken tongues, 1,000 leagues below Poseidon, fell asleep and fell to sleep, woke up and I spoke Hawaiian, Kamakami homicide, my brain was never colonized, as angels, demons, gods inside, bakeries were prophesied, serving loaves of sermons, they all heard and drove in herds and droves, to see me when I'm cooking up, I'm writing over burning stoves, while levitating lepertainment, search below the surface robes, surface codes, words explode, Terminator circuits froze, zigzag zodiacs, killer that's in murder mode, I hate how serpent hurt the toad, I can make the sculptors cry, rivers undiscovered under colors in the sulfur sky, in the child lullaby, valley where the skulls are dry, swimming this a coat supply of culture, most of those deny, children see it still believe it, lyrics make your brains whirl, zodiac charts inside the coffee cup, you made swirls with coconut cream, like you slowly watching paint swirl, quiet child who clammed up, spoken, then it made pearls, Kai died twice like Mandela and James Earl, but only lived once in many bodies in strange worlds, my neck's a grail, talent spinal fluid in the mind wine, they don't understand me here, I'm from a higher timeline, I wonder what the microscopic people on my spine find, Pro Tools arena, so cool demeanor, while my head and heart battle, that's old school Medina, show and prove repeater, so smooth computer, I told you, Eureka, Zodiac and show theatrics, clearly they don't know the brackets, nearly break your bones for practice, think of kids who grow the cactus, marveled at my own exactness, that stand lethal from lowly maggots to holy maggots, engraved sigil in the stone of Cabraxis, who kept his name hidden as unknown on the track list, who rode a winged dragon on the road to Damascus, that kept his wings flapping on the throne of Galactus, no man can tell a Muslim from the bones of a Baptist, dragon flame spit and turn the stones into ashes, I don't even mean music, but I own all the masters, and they ain't really government here, they're only actors, farmers sat on lonely tractors, shaving over Hopi pastures, only realized he giving haircuts to an Olmec after, children in my gene pool, and couldn't get a pool pass, used to walk on blue moon grass, vision the cruel past, astrologies take the wheel, now I don't need the fuel gas, my Uranus versus means I'm following the rules last, back when I was formed, all the angels in the heavens stared, sharp and swollen harpsichords, playing over 7 stairs, said a prayer, said a bear, my solar system set up rare, know why I'm so fly, I'm flowing in the debonair, left the square, anywhere I sit is an electric chair, inside the maze I reached the dead end, and so I made a door, by just thinking, modern legend of an ancient Moor, when you die the world dies, you who they made it for, the tallest giant made a glass ceiling, it became my floor, lyrics in my brain galore, miracle they can't ignore, Zodiac, I'm the only man that time waited for.
Now, who were some of your early influences?
Well, the planets, the creator, mythical gods, real ones, people, flowers, everything in nature, inspiration. Musicians get their inspiration really from environmental things, and all musicians are inspiration to me, no matter what style they're playing.
Dear colony, I am gone and do not follow me. I left no pheromones. I'm on a mission of my own. Where I'm going is alone. Give the queen my regards. What I seen last week was so hard, she left my heart permanently scarred. During 007 hours during the Operation Termite Mound, I was left there bound. There was no food or larvae around. Our battalion searched the whole grounds. I was sent there with our liberators and corporals for some detainees on some classification of some other insects. Unknown, if they detest, we made arrests. That same night, the platoon had to find rest, so we slept inside of abandoned trapdoor spider nest. The very next morning, who came in swarming with some trapjaws trying to fight our sect. The combat resulted in a few more deaths, but we sung our mantra. We are ants. We are ants. And the plants we must protect. During the daylight, we gorged on millions of parasites, cut in pieces so many bodies of mosquitoes larvae. We are the original army of the safari. We eat fly maggots, bed bug eggs, cockroach eggs. You should watch them, they crack like tacos on a tray. Our strong mandibles can crack bones and tear through flesh of insects and chew through tissue of any animal. We're the smallest but the strongest of the botanical. We are ants. We are ants. Stare at the word giants and you'll see our name. During our march, we carry rocks, we carry leaves, we carry grains. Our body is armor, in our sector we forge nectar. We'll give our lives to protect our base. Even if bears want our honey, ask the wood ants, we'll spray foric acid in your face. And it's not difficult when we get to the edge of a lake. We connect at the head, we connect at the legs. And others climb on top of us. They connect at the head, they connect at the legs. Over and over, connect at the head, connect at the legs. Patches of ants going over the waves. Now I'm at the end of my days, so I'm writing this page. As my heart beats slower and the time comes nearer, I'm also telling my story to a ladybug and a caterpillar. The ant slowly turned towards the caterpillar and started to cry and said, though I had many blessings, only one I was denied. The caterpillar asked, what was that, old ant? The ant said, before I die, I wanted to stare eye to eye and talk to a butterfly. Nah, don't cry now.
There's a lot of alcohol in my system right now. If you could just ignore all of this message because
Extra room in the vape. Four. More. Killah Priest.
Priest, vámonos a la playa.
Embraced by poisonous snakes, such as the cobra and the bandit crate, the black mamba, Uganda. No chance, it's fate. You lie under the thunder in a tantric state. In Leo summers, the wonders after cancer breaks. Aquarius moon, various rooms. Raided his Vedic papers, he's buried in tombs. This ghost need a body to host. There's something godly invoked. Went through my arteries like a tsunami. I wrote on impulse. The insult was flowing through my mental, in my fingers and my pencil. Extremely yet gentle. I'm no longer a vessel for devils. I'm something holy, something special. The OG that came up some levels. I wrestled with modern Romans. Over 30 pieces of shekels. I was sold out by Black Judas for my rap music. Hated I had math to it. Drift down my path on the wrath. It was mad fluid. From my pad I had students. Let me drink your tears. this one. Too many black people caught up in religion. It's either that or drugs or superstition. Stevie Wonder, could you give us your vision? Fake preachers and politicians. All world leaders are under suspicion. Hey, I got something to say. Take off your glasses, read Obey. Classes, we are slaves. That's what it reads. Misbehave. They live as a classic till this day. I bed as a casket, elevator cage. I suppress all my melanated waves. The angel's gun, load the pellets from my page. Shooting the righteous words. I can't fight this urge. Kill a bee, the mic is herbs. I got a bad chick from El Salvador. She says she's moving to El Paso. She's with her friends from South Central LA. We having tequila and tacos.
Priest, vámonos a la playa.
Play more, Killah Priest. Early Egyptian knowledge, hieroglyphics on hydraulics. Home of the Lakers, home of the Dodgers. Known for shooting, but I'm in Houston with the Rockets. Pina coladas, I'm in Nevada, then in Stockton. Where you hear Jose, you know I'm good for it. Late night JFK, land in Newark. Then I'm headed to the city, uptown. What's up, Isabel? Where's your brother Chacho? I need some more pounds. Extra room, saga. Extra room, saga. Because we royal, the royal priesthood never stops. The royal priesthood is alive. Oh, come join on the podcraft. I'm a moderator. Join her to the podcraft. AD solo gems the podcraft.
Faith Room saga continues. Extra room. Extra room.
Ty Phoenix. Let's get it. From a mustard seed, I must succeed. Through storm clouds, a horned owl just brush the trees. The rainfall, I remain small to luckily. The grain is tall, but I change form, become a tree. Dusting off my leaves, the moth and bee swirl around me. A world with no boundaries. The ignorant 10% thought it was just a breeze. Throwing dirt, cause their heart holds in their hurt. Hey yo, Ty, you know the chart shows when to be alert. This goes from 2 in a verse to a whole universe. The altitude is windy, but through currents and air pockets, a rare prophet. To feel the world is too empty, it's too much to explain. Ty pH is the water source, only right she rain. And y'all know my name. Yeah, Ty Wave.
Taking you higher than you ever been. Feel the rush in the air when you touch the wind. Soaring with the eagles, baby, here we up. In the clouds past heaven, baby, fly with us. Taking you higher than you ever been. Feel the rush in the air when we touch the wind. Soaring with the eagles, baby, here we are. In the clouds past heaven, baby, fly with us.
A royal priest beside a phoenix is no less than fire. Every bar's a power line like an electric wire. We interplanetary beings, we can stand the sun. Been to 23 galaxies like a Samsung. When they speak of royalty, they thinking J and B. I'm talking higher deities and the awakened me. Unmistakably, I leveled up from A to B. Laid this beat like it was masonry. Don't play with me. Going higher than the rest of them. Flying, we caress the wind. Tower over lesser men, taller than the Nephilim. Use it like a sharp sword, so you will respect the pen. Claiming my reward every day, I put the effort in. Jewels around the throat chakra like a diamond necklace. Gather knowledge, drop clues like a crime detective. I took the road less traveled, found divine direction. We on the plane of existence with space and time connecting.
taking you higher than you ever been. Feel the rush in the air when we touch the wind. Soaring with the eagles, baby, yeah, we up. In the clouds past heaven, baby, fly with us. Taking you higher than you ever been. Feel the rush in the air when we touch the wind. Soaring with the eagles, baby, yeah, we up. In the clouds past heaven, baby, fly with us. Fly with us, fly with us, fly with us, fly with us, fly with us. Fly with us.
All scriptures are given by the inspiration of God and profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for corrections, for instructions in righteousness, that the man of God may be perfect, duly furnished unto all good works. 1, 2, 1, 2, I had to put that first. Now this verse will run the devil out the church and chase the reaper back to his hearse. He'll lock the doors while going reverse. The car will go up, tail end first, then drive back down the closing gate hole in the earth. Demons will shovel themselves back into the dirt beneath the watchtower where the owls perch. When I write rhymes, it's usually nighttime, offerings are made. When my words connect, I'll make Horus confess and chase him back to his nest and crack each one of his eggs. Or better yet, I put a collar around Anubis' neck, pull out a frisbee, play catch, throw a planet, go fetch. Now bring it back, that's a good boy. This what happens when y'all make me upset. Just pay respect, I waive the debt, y'all lay the rest. I did this alone, there's no bone to bone or flesh in my flesh. I get in my zone, the way I write is holy. It's sacred and quiet as the night. All the Mayans shaved their head and called each other homies. Or the night the Buddha discovered Kung Fu and didn't move, just made the leaves fall from trees into bamboo. Then call it tea, then place it in big hot water pots so it can brew. Traveled to the Yunnan mountains to go to school. Then went to the Shaolin mountains and taught the Wu. Born invincible, studied the 7 principles. Every time my pencil moved, my 2 eyes developed glaucoma, but my 3rd eye's the Kundalini Cobra, so I can see the needy through Corona. The flow is creamy like Iola, over linguine with some okra. I'm alone in the mirror, out of body I see Selassie alone, making homemade injera. Next I see Malcolm X in the morning with pancakes, pouring syrup. Clarence X books in Europe being read at cafes, quoted during plays. Regarded as a poet in his days and a god of his age. The birds chirping. You either zip line or cliff dive. I make the prophets start a mosh pit. When I spit rhymes, they get high. Get in the rocket, the black starship arrived in the nick of time. The game was getting out of pocket. Priest, it's time for you to drop it. Deliver the mind of the conscious, and I'm better than ever. And it keeps happening like Clark Kent walking through a metal detector. Y'all check my phone, I gotta go. My rocket's to Nebula. They say walk through again. They check my bags, I'm coming out of my sweater. Reoccurring over and over, we can do this forever. It's always gonna be. It's just in me is infinity. It's just being priest.
Here, the centuries of loneliness were to end. Your collection of Leonardo da Vinci masterpieces, Mr. Flint. They appear to have been recently painted on contemporary canvas with contemporary materials.
Then, age, death, the taste of dust. Do you understand?
You wanted a perfect, ultimate woman. As brilliant, as immortal as yourself. Your mate for all time.
Merkaba master, I charter demons to other worlds, drive devils to plaster, rush them to hell, breathing asthma, place Satan on gurneys next to Hermes, send them off to their journey to Cleopatra. They read those chapters, egos captured, the Leo laughter, Neoplasma run through my veins in this matrix, and my basement became a plaza. And now I'm in the Sky Lounge with negative spirit hackers. Build on math and we read the chapters. Observe through our windows at the quiet disasters. Riots at NASA, marches, gender pride, freedom rights for the masses. Till we do away with first and second citizen classes. Religion is backwards, trying to comprehend to the pastor. This gym is like Jasper. Either we all live and strive for the youth to survive, or it all ends with the rapture. Forget waiting on the man, I'm making a plan. And for the ages of false statements, I'm taking a stand. Start an investigation on Satan with a cross in my hand. Make a plea guilty, now face the jury. We're in the courts of I am. If I could just vanish from off the planet, like magic, become caught from granite. Days, mathematics is understanding.
Hey, hey, did you hear? This is the perfect place to disappear. Did you hear? This is the perfect place to disappear.
A billion stories in the naked city. Ghost told me that his best friend needs a kidney. We froze, reminiscing Tiffany in the cold. Open whiskey from the 20s in the memory. Sympathy made the angels play a symphony. Said he could have had a scholarship. Toured different colleges. Now he's out of it, fading away slowly on dialysis. His name remained anonymous, but here's my acknowledgements. Street legends and hood guards. Kingdom fall into a mirage. Ghetto depression sets in. Then we play sweet as cigars. A child has difficulties concentrating. From where he lives, he sees his promises fading. He sees his pops gone, his mom's is aging. She trying to stay strong for a church congregation. And meanwhile, a kid named Rico was the coke king. A lot of siblings of the dope fiends hope you scream. A lot of children with broken dreams, homes were clean. The most extreme, you got rich and what you sold to queens. Look what you did to Josephine. And Ebony is unheavenly. The devil's ready with open wings. As Lucifer uses love and his youthful mug. Then his blood on the cobra's fangs.
Hey, hey, did you hear? This is the perfect place to disappear. Did you hear? This is the perfect place to disappear.
Through the mid.
Have you heard of Nag Hammadi? No? Let me tell you about it. The Nag Hammadi Library is a collection of 13 ancient books called codices, containing over 50 texts. Texts that present a radically different view of early Christian beliefs.
During the early race, man wanted real estate, so he started building shape. Others started to fill away, though they started killing snake. Those of the worldly faith found themselves in pearly gates. Left his seat as girl inflates. Blessed he who elevate, set the tea and meditate. Rain splash off of the stained glass. Medieval cathedrals that still stand in Spain and France. Skeleton figures how many diamonds his ring had. The courts had green grass. The hawks took spring baths. Across where kings clashed, they fought for the queen's hand. A masterpiece done by priests. Refractory property so unique. Sister goes Sophia in her holy seat. Her feet Alistair Crowley sleeps. It's where Kiss and Bon Jovi meet. The Greek, the beast, the owl covered in rosaries. Prophetess, potions and poetry. Abraxas Reba Simha. The lion called Simba. When rhyming I'm the Templar. The troubadour make music for the temper. The The rooster call from roof to floor, the eyes in the center. The truth is all manly, hold what lies within the picture. The fruit don't fall, nuclear war that ties within the scriptures. The zodiac sign of Hitler, more than one Jack the Ripper, more than one Shakespeare. For some of it take years. The Nag Hammadi God body that practice motionless karate. The dragon on my Vatican Armani. Nag Hammadi, my bad. Craft I'm in, I'm mastering. The carpentry, the scaffolding. Corian stones to cornerstones. When I grab the pen, I fall in my zone and reach the African. Plastered in the walls of Rome, the priest is practicing. The royals on the doors of the dome, pads and fabric skin. On the mountain surrounded by columns, writing my album. All alone like I'm in the solemn, solving my problems. Gothic sanctuaries, a wall of St. Mary's. The Gospel of John, the scary. Lately I've been drinking heavy, reading Psalms with nervous palms. Open the vote, grab my sword and my coat of arms. Murder I wrote. Nag Hammadi library. Nag Hammadi library.
Imagine finding a book that tells a completely different version of a story you thought you knew by heart. These manuscripts were hidden for a reason. In the end, Nag Hammadi's texts aren't just relics. They're a bombshell on traditional teachings, showing us just how diverse and dynamic early Christian thought was.
The painter, brother's letter. I should cut my ear off like Van Gogh. Stop performing at the Klan shows. Watch myself from the audience. Play piano with lit candles. I mean, I'll still perform, but the thrill is gone. I don't feel as strong, maybe cause the wheel is torn. I clutch in the ball cause I'm sick to my gut. Then I brushed off the dust, stood up like I was touched by healing palms. I picked up my shield and 3 rocks as I'm hearing psalms. Know ye not that ye are gods? And I've been blocked by bouncers, overlooked by the announcers. I'm in the stand with the fans, which told me many of my album was like a counselor. They said songs like Then From Now, got them from then to now. Even Deja Vu, they said the old man was you. In the reoccurring nightmare, where you kept coming back around. I took a picture with him, then he showed me a picture of his daughter in a cap and gown. He said he put her through college because your words stood up for knowledge. Said to be honest, you like a prophet. I said stop it. He said what made you right before quarantine take us to Nebula in a rocket? I said it was just my journey to the planet of gods, a divine intervention. Just a mantra I said for the monsters in my head. Kept reliving, but we true and living. Like 3 Supermen then, he said who you kidding? That was a beautiful listening. Clan came on and music was hitting. They did 4th chamber while I talked to strangers about his divorce and child support papers. Got to restrain in court for his anger. On the cross cause of haters. As Coast finish up with the black suede while it dawn. They look around, I'm not on. They search backstage and I'm gone. March finish the set, play the next song. Play the next. Nobody would remember. He hardly was a member, but the gods was his event.
Freak out, yo!
Yeah, ma. Mom, say what up.
Huh?
Say what up.
Say what?
Say what's up. Ma, you look like grandma. Fire worshippers, Abraham followed Abraxas, Sax, priests, honorable and hollow words. Same word, sages of the ages, and prophets, Coptic, Gnostics, and apostles heard. And those sinning unfinished, now it's written in the ribbon, and held by 4 swallow birds. Beneath Abraxas practice, in the blackness, seance, each one of my classics. Burn a candle to Anu with bottled myrrh, and Quetzalcoatl and herbs. Preach the novel in the marble Ben Hur, a gold icon of Basilides of Alexandria. They sold to Italy from a palace out in Zambia. Stole from Sicily, Africa towers over Pangea. Amateur, reaching for my aroma. Deep sleep and yoga. Psyches like the Pisces of Jonah. Tertullian, till I get the nutrients to come out of Nubian. I'm not talking about the ancient Natufians or hooligans when I'm putting out something new again. Let LF tell of death. Me, I'm an embellish on the angelic, holding the mic like a relic. Last one left, priest and purpose, living footprints deep in the surface, enough to be called a crater. Meditating in the Tibetan hall in Asia. We all evolve from nature. The ink shooting out my pen like flaming balls hitting my paper. I grab the dark horns of archons and star forms. The bars drawn to give you Mars floors to walk on. Epiphanius, Arrhenius, Hippolytus, sit by fire, different writers sniffing coke. Who's the most highest? Baptizer, Holy Ghost. Santa Morte, Phantom and all gray, stands in the hallway, head of a ram, put hands on your grave. Purpose, let the chords play. Priest never had an off day, never let my sword lay, so all pray. Work from the bottom like Noah, meditate, I slip into a coma till I reach my pleroma.
Have you heard of Nag Hammadi? No? Let me tell you about it. The Nag Hammadi Library is a collection of 13 ancient books called codices, containing over 50 texts. Texts that present a radically different view of early Christian beliefs.
During the early race, man wanted real estate, so he started building shape. Others started to fill away, though they started killing snake. Those of the worldly faith found themselves in pearly gates, left his seat as girl inflates. Blessed he who elevate, set the tea and meditate. Rain splash off of the stained glass. Medieval cathedrals that still stand in Spain and France. Skeleton fingers, how many diamonds his ring had. The courts had green grass, the hawks took spring baths. Across where kings clashed, they fought for the queen's hand. A masterpiece done by priests. Refractory property so unique. Sister goes Sophia in her holy seat. Her feet Alistair Crowley sleeps. It's where Kiss and Bon Jovi meet. The Greek, the beast, the owl covered in rosaries. Prophetess, potions and poetry. Abraxas Reba Simha. The lion called Simba. When rhyming I'm the Templar. The troubadour with music for the temper. The rooster call from roof to floor. The eyes in the center. The truth is all manly hall. What lies within the picture. The fruit don't fall. Nuclear war that ties within the scriptures. The zodiac sign of Hitler. More than one Jack the Ripper. More than one Shakespeare. For some of it take years. The Nag Hammadi god body that practice motionless karate. The dragon on my Vatican Armani. Nag Hammadi, my bad. Craft I'm in, I'm mastering the carpentry, the scaffolding, Corian stones to cornerstones. When I grab the pen, I fall in my zone and reach the African. Plastered in the walls of Rome, the priest is practicing. The royals on the doors of the dome, pads and fabric skin. On the mountain surrounded by columns, writing my album. All alone like a minute of solemn, solving my problems. Gothic sanctuaries, the wall of St. Mary's. The Gospel of John is scary. Lately I've been drinking heavy, reading Psalms with nervous palms. Open the vote, grab my sword and my coat of arms. Murder I wrote. Nag Hammadi Library. Nag Hammadi Library.
Imagine finding a book that tells a completely different version of a story you thought you knew by heart. These manuscripts were hidden for a reason. In the end, Nag Hammadi's texts aren't just relics. They're a bombshell on traditional teachings, showing us just how diverse and dynamic early Christian thought was.
Welcome. Behind the Vedic veils, Sarah Bartman, Venus of Holophels. Victory visits Valor Vest through Vortex. Stargate, the tarot card shows Ptah face. The god is fate while I cigar taste. Priest, I'm camouflaged within the grates. I channel into stars, then disperse around space. Sit candles in the mosque, in the verses I create. Each bar becomes a god, past times, different place. While y'all on Instagram, I microdose with 1/10 of a gram. The mics I broke with the strength of a ram. Took my rights, Jim Crow said I'm only 1/5 of a man. Now you can see the whole god that I am. I consume the whole mushroom to To whom much is given, much is required. Trust your Messiah. I'm a monsoon, a typhoon, clusters of fire. Big hands reach out the jewel, clutching the rider. What's your desire? To rule. My heavy mental became an empire. With the symbol of 10 bulls, it's simple, I reign wiser. My temples are raised higher. Explain firmly. Hermes, Trismegistus, and lyrics that specialize in the pyramids and physics. It's mesmerizing for human ears to hear this. My nebula guidance, soon you feel this weirdness. Your blood pressure rises, you get cold as the fear grips your soul. The sheer bliss, you go, spirit from bones. This way into the vape room. Read my Vedas, may make you wanna take shrooms. Be free in nature, can your nostrils take fumes. You need the gospel as you face doom. I lay in tombs and ski on vapor. The Kabbalion, 528 hertz the volume. My verse is like the universe is falling. I search, there's no human worth my calling. The whole earth, every womb, every coffin. The hermetic hookah lounge. I'm in the back, I'm not used to crowds. Sudden movements in groups too loud. I just lounge in my suit and crown. Cigars in the car, red shoes on the towels. Wild style when I blow a cloud. Women get aroused as their attention swim around. It's written down, pen is swung like a pendulum. My writing is psilocybin mycelium. Bicentennium, bodies and drums to next millennium. Reptilian, next get rung, I'm killing them. Since Da Vinci carved this demigod. Called the priest cause he knew I came from the infinite divinity squad. Hey Ru, Nimrod. Firestones engraved to the Templar. Priest, I rise upon the throne where sages grew, Avenger. In 86, the devil raised the bar, but I'm a hurdler. And I'm the good thief. I sneak in your toxic house, the burglar. The musical Merkaba came to set free the Lucifer worshippers. Like James Bond 007, the soul of an old legend. Negative energy murderer, good or evil, angel or demon interpreter. Kings with frankincense and myrrh, and perfumes anoint me soon as my birth occur. Like Ben-Hur, I'm indigenous to Gilgamesh. With brilliantness became the builders of the pyramids. Now we lost in American North wilderness. I became the force, a poor man's ventriloquist. On the island far away from home like Gilligan. Took us from our villages till we find our way back through resilience and our diligence. Two rags and wave caps, black fists look militant. And college remembrance, while living ignorance. Driving kids with innocence, dreams fly limitless. Straight towards the nebula, with cannon or the terror. Black boy's face, we all in this together. I chase demons in my cape, my sword and my scepter. His brother Glow the Great, the lord of this era. Royal priesthood, gold plates and treasures. Anubis, my eye, wear your heart against the feather. Carted Satan out your soul, lifting him out, he's on a stretcher. With my divine helicopter, with shocking propellers. The outlines made of copper, the fortune teller. My dragon glows green like matcha. New York regalia, like Robin Walker is the prophet Walter. From the days of Iron Sheik versus Sergeant Slaughter. Blue around my garment borders. Fringes, execute vengeance. Mathematics, Qurans and Taurus. Rock the head of Horus. Rocks in the watch is gorgeous. Behind my will, it fell into the wheel. Metamorphing. Start spinning clockwise and counterclockwise. On the outside, my car became a flying saucer. Straight through the orbit. Use my mind. Lose my mind. I will. Use my mind. I won't.
Yo, masquerade killer, Michael hijack the sun, matinee thriller. Zombie apocalypse, a center for disease, says my tracks are way iller. Isodrenochrome cubes keep they cabernet chiller. And thought this thought, they don't want you to think. Knowledge is power, shock the flowers, make my aura look pink. To know the ledge, godly hour, push your thoughts to the brink. You can't even close your eyes, become a corpse if you blink. Where the oracles sink, I was born in the Sphinx. Copper DNA necklace with historical links. Hiding poison in the food, in the water you drink. Cause they raised done and they just biding their time. Throw food, the lost tube coming down on my mind. Stab you with a light ray cause you was dying to shine. Then I disappeared like a truth post in your IG. Holy Spirit dripping like a ghost in your IV. Can't deport them all, we was already here. So get in tune with the voices in the water right here. You don't see the embryo in the form of your ear. Invisible man, I make myself awfully clear. Royal priesthood, astrologers is Lord of the Spears. Throwing platinum plates, you thought the flying saucers appeared. Yeah, they scared to wear their own face in the street. Deep elixirs, beast addicted to the taste of the sheep. On Harry Potter's wheel, the god knew arrange my physique. Kai, Elohim, Globe, and the Arabian chic. 7 circles like the planets in the days of the week. Supreme math, solar facts in the language I speak. You brainwashed if you watching the news. Never make the wrong step when the laws in my shoes. The dream weaver make it seem there's no option to choose. Corona dope fiends, they be trying to nod. They in line to get shot, that's a fireman squad. Pharmaceuticals shoot to kill line with the gods. I cried for the angel babies that have died in the fog. Caught up in the crossfire like a panther in a Claire rally. Zodiac, they need these answers in my hands badly. Like palm readers, break dancers in the sand valley. I moonwalked on chemtrails in the sky. On the path to ancient Kemet, weigh the scales in my eyes. The sun and moon temple sitting on the side of my head. A million years I still remember every line that I said. Hermes Trismegistus served me the statistics. 99 attributes of Allah, 99% survival rate. Imagine the odds when you're the Neo, you're the one that made the patterns evolve. Another chapter to solve, why the Saturn revolve. Spinal column, I am Amen, climb the ladder to Oz. On the rocket to Nebula, the planet of the gods. Use my mind, lose my mind, I will. Use my mind, I won't lose my mind. Use my mind. Musical math, get used to the craft. Use my mind, turn the mic to a producer you stab. Trying to fit these odd shapes in the box. Tetragrammaton, Tetris, see my face in the watch. Circle of life displayed in an arrangement of clocks. You can't be so diplomatic when you're breaking the locks. God Zodiac, Killah Priest, wrong priest.
Close the door. Priest hut. Open the door. Baby drink home. Butterfly, butterfly. From the cocoon, which is a womb. I stare in my mother's eyes. I'm sent from the moon to sit in the room, and I'm totally justified. My stomach ballooned, the trumpets were tuned by the angels, maybe Gabriel, some grateful in your navel. Butterfly, butterfly, looking for the pollen. Her wings spread over Brooklyn to Harlem. Where kings tread, I look at the problem. Over Queens Head, Manhattan, Long Island. Staten and Shaolin, wing flap like a falcon, then launch up the Bronx like a mountain. Why stop when you have talents? Hover with balance. Hug my mother in silence. The asylum, some suffer from violence. Chevalier touches with violence. Well prepared, never scared. Frail of fear, hell is near. Swell up tears in my eyes, strength and size. Energized, develop a bear. Amazed, I scrambled an egg. Then for crumbs, the flour at the back of the box. The ingredients, add water inside a bowl or pot. Then wrap, I'm the black astronaut. Butterfly, butterfly. I rub my eyes, blood inside, embrace the earth, hug the sky.
You give me butterflies, got me falling in the deep end of your disguise. Spot with the highlights, so I feel this might be my goodbye.
Butterfly effect, what if I inject cassettes, love drop, core quest. What's next? Vibe one.
I don't need reparations, boy, bye.
Age of the days, days are old, De La Soul.
Blessings by the dozen, ooh, I'm God shy.
Son of man of the Wu-Tang clan, 100 grand.
All it took was dedication
Let's water to the beach. More Killah Priest.
Not a minute could be wasted, we ain't got time. Pass you the time to leave me confused. In a maze, trapped in your room. Many tried to cleanse me of you. From my heart, you give me butterflies.
Yeah. Priesthood. Of the glow. The Black Madonna with the child. From Uganda to the Nile. Rock paintings of a cow. Lilith, feet of an owl. Ancient world beneath the clouds. Ugaritic priest in front of a crowd. I frighten storms and tidal waves. Hold the devil behind doors with a Bible page. A golden dragon on each side of the blade. One hand holds the atlas, the other throws a grenade. Herodotus, speaking of Remus and Romulus. With the winged dance of demons and phoenix are rising up. Lovers like Mercury and Venus for astrologists. A long line of kingship, the gods to apocalypse. I hold the keys to the pits that's bottomless. I exist from the breeze as soon as the marble chip. Who is this MC that rhymes so marvelous? Priest, bar for bar, you win every argument. Since heavy mental, look how hard he went. Came from the stars to a god to a prince. And I've been taking on all the odds ever since. And every now and then a dog move when it's pinch. When my pen is gripped, every picture in the room flinch. Every scripture on a tomb switch. I go from stiff to movement. Priest, I'm just here to uplift through music. I teach, you must get my new hits. It's not a reach in tune, soon as the moon shift. You gotta eat, food for thought, the spoons lift. I am magic, you was always spoonless. It's foggy or starry, innate, going through the gate. Travel through space, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, sacrificing Billy Goat. Over kings, left their skull and bones expressed with screams. Naked, wet in streams, cold water, running dry, body sunken. Each finger a row of golden rings. Each tell their moments with heroic genes. It's detailed perfectly, encrypt in codes on beams like mercury. Written on scrolls unseen, only the worthy see. Missing head rolls from guillotines and perjury. Body release the soul in surgery. The mirror is clean before it cracks. Killer is back at the murder scene to clean his tracks. At the darkest hour of the night, glides on the wings of bats. Like a black avenger called the crow above a phoenix bat. Swirling ravens around my fountain pen. There's all my written text. Unforgiven death, counted sin? If so, I write this epistle, holding the crystal, trying to counter them. With rhymes are balancing, and the mind is challenging. And all my writing books that lightning pushed. Open with burning pages, minister from sermons from ages. A lot remain hermits nameless. Hip-hop ordained minister of greatness. Came in the game from a spaceship. My merkable message, wordsmith on records. Magic, check it. It's like I'm related to the inventor of Tetris. It's weird, cause as my name slowly go down in the pages of history, the book disappears. My bars then reappear in shapes that's great. From the top then slowly drop. It's reoccurring as ghostly hip-hop. I'm the phantom. Hold your attention for ransom. In my father's house there's many mansions. Each room a bar, lounge, and expanded. A black K stretched next to a Celtic P. The crest etched upon my eldry. Red rosaries, holy beads. They read, I wrote a creed for the dead that goes to the elderly. Try to put a hex or spell on me. Ropes around the necks fell from trees. Open the doors of the cellars, make you dwell in hell for centuries. As the middle age seal reveals the MC KP, an executioner. With a letter from Lucifer. The dreads go booyaka from Memphis to Utica. I'm really that vulgar as I read from the stilly of the vultures. I'm hip hop. I'm the city and the culture. Watch, I play chess upon the universe. Map first, flat earth, pull up my chair. I use the borough of Queens as my queen. Protect Brooklyn as king. Then call check as I place Manhattan on the Madison Square. Then wait calm, you can't touch the Bronx. You in check, you got a problem, try to lift up Harlem. He touched Strong Island next. I start smiling, that's checkmate, Staten Island. 32 pieces from my Charlene set. Who went next? I shuffle tectonic plates like it's a deck. Any concept, my sword complete with all flesh. It's Killah Priest, the war vet. The golden psalms, coat of arms, and medals on my broad chest. Othello that shove devils into a vortex. Eyes yellow like the great owl. As my mic appears from out of gray clouds, my verse heard in wave sounds and frequencies of high pitches. Hiding in hieroglyphics, the lyrics is aged now. A sage found. How do I stay bound? Young with a face frown. I'm older with grace. On my shoulders go plates. I went from headaches, but now on my head is where they place crowns. Caution when walking on my stage with your sacred grounds.
Anywhere our feet touch become sacred grounds. See us walking over clouds wearing flaming crowns. If you ain't speaking with love, it's just a waste of sound. Sacred ground, laid it down, builders of the ancient mounds. Anywhere our feet touch become sacred ground. See us walking over clouds wearing flaming crowns. If you ain't speaking with love, it's just a waste of sound. Sacred ground, laid it down, builders of the ancient mounds. The lips of death kissed me and it died right before me. See, they say the Grim Reaper took his eyes when he saw me free. They need me like breath, though they cried and ignored me. So ironic, knew I was the most high as a shorty. Trees tried to record me in their rings, years of extra Lakers. Why y'all don't see that every tree's a stack of record players? Nectar mayor, nexus maker, killers on our best behavior. They say your next friend could also be your next betrayer. Magic trick, 3 eyes that saw me in half. I'm illustrating, brigand, raving, spoken, taught me the math. Now it's all I see, thought I did. A seraphim that shared honeydew, melanin with the Z hive that's swarming me. They rhyme and it's boring me. To thine be the glory, he's Allah's favorite suit. I arrived when he wore me, God. Body in the cleaners, had a stellium in Virgo. Kill adrenochrome sippers, melatonin into Merlot. Flying over New Jeru, I saw a giant priest rhyming on beats in a circle playing chess with all the boroughs. I said I got next, sat on Barican dropping words, snow like ashes. Serapis, Caraxes, we played some worlds ago. I reached my jersey pieces from Monopoly and AC. Computer hacking saxophone, calling music to play me. To learn your pattern, son, your KP. Where should I move my next? Word horse, jumpkin' JC, or is that move smart? I sparked the LEO with ideas to build a new arc. The move is nights falling, cause his curtains made the room dark. I'm serving turns of blows that level the playing field. From owners to renting the kingdom will never kneel. From Brooklyn to guillotine neck, protect your shoulder mug. Upon his head he wore a T-set. I spit a soldier's blood. The mad Maga hand of the dagger is still liquid. Watch it on Camden in slow motion, it's still missing. The Knights of Elves cut off their legs and still kick the globe back to the subconscious mind where it existed. Bishop coming at an angle with Woody, maybe he missed it. Spot the rook coming trying to take the Queen Elizabeth. Swept the pieces off the glass roof, watch her slow breaking ozone layers. Once connected to the turbo deep, they trying to figure out how I cut them with a steel sword. And though I danced across the ceiling, they was still floored. Skilled at war, though I became human, I was still the Lord. Right until my name became huger than a billboard. I almost cracked the firmament, yeah, with just the surface below. While I was in the sky, breakdancing as the earth was rotating in the circle, I created an inferno. My breath across the glass wrote my name into the words glow. Head spinning on the ceiling like iguanas, it's the lizard ill. Nothing ever happened if it's all a dream, it isn't real. Pictures in your image real, lightning that I get to wheel. Grip the wheel, whip a pill, bananas when I drove off. Grasping with the spoke speak, magic on the throne seat. I'm faster like I don't eat, magic when our souls cross. Say the future limits you, traveling with no peak. Hide and seek the time I sneak back again, but don't peek. I saw myself counting on the map again, a stone sheik. For many kings vanished, cause their character was so weak. Collab with God until we slay the dragon on its own beat. Out the lid, on this pot they battling with no heat. Without my hands I caught a glimpse, then married it with cold feet. I walked on thin ice and melted half until there's no sheet. The Matrix figure skater, one in battling your whole fleet. The greatest figure skater, to the math magician, don't cheat. But what if no one can see us? No squares to hold and keep us. No board and no chess box, just astronosis, Jesus. We just played each other's music, it controls the pieces. Humans on the sidewalk, squares, planet psychokinesis. Every move connects fate and empty heads and neck weight. Santos and Priest in Australia, we talk to plant ghosts. Created
like money together. Now that's a checkmate.
Made the devil eat his heart out from off his breastplate.
We are giving you these scriptures on our authority and by the authority of the prophets and the apostles who came to open everybody's eyes to the fact that you are too manifestations of the divine. This discovery is the gospel, that is the good news, with the eternal energy of the universe and the love that moves the sun and other stars.
When KP is silent, he's still powerful, like a pharaoh in knowledge. Y'all think about it, when y'all done, I'll be over to the next one. Giving your mind and your ears direction. What you hear is perfection. When you disturb the Egyptian kings, death comes swift on wings. Either kiss the ring or get bit and sting, or it's dimethyltryptamine. That mean you die while you trip off of beings. No human beings what you're seeing. Only me in a huge coliseum, with slaves following me to their freedom, with trumpets and swords, and we taking out the kingdom. When I rap, I'm Lord, and this is my Eden. I write in my laws for the snakes and treason. Chariots out the floor that I'm placing my feet in. Horses pull my microphone cord, I take a seat then. We thrust through my bedroom door straight into deep winds. The crown of love, eternal light, glory, seat of the throne. I receive microphones, surely thine will shall be done, because there's nothing new under the sun. The crown of love, eternal light, glory, seat of the throne. I receive microphones, surely thine will shall be done, because there's nothing new under the sun. I wrote on steles and pillars of master killer and jizza, and saw my own reflection crash into mirrors. The healer, shout out the RZA, the cure. My rhymes could be mistaken as cocaine lines so pure. I should have wrote this on aluminum foil, light a torch beneath it, to the room is fumed with the royal, like Upper Egypt. Back in the days we used to fight if you scuffed a sneaker. Your name ring bells through the school if you snuffed a teacher. I used to rhyme off a boombox with a busted speaker, back when Biggie and Tupac was just a feature. I started rhyming like I couldn't be touched by neither. I was only a child like King Tut, but deeper. While y'all poses on Instagram, I put roses in the pictogram, scent in my nose when I kill a ram. I'm son of man, rappers think they goats but they still a lamb, so I use it for a coat and to warm my hands. The crown of love, eternal light, glory, seat of the throne. I receive microphones, surely thine will shall be done, because there's nothing new under the sun. The crown of love, eternal light, glory, seat of the throne. I receive microphones, surely thine will shall be done, because there's nothing new under the sun.
Meet the gray eyes Moses like I rock a cane, and turn into a serpent in my top reign. I'm certain that I'm not sane. The end is near. Engineer service in the clock train. Glock range, Dr. Strange, linears, hemispheres, hammers from the top crane. While handling the rock cane, ran before the cops came. This manual was not named. Now they call me Rock Kane, the spotted cool Jesus rapper. Half a brigade and half a militant. He's the master. Read the chapter even after I can hear the demons' laughter. From A to Z, I found these letters between, written by Allah's hands. Every step is supreme. Flew across the hot sands, turning breath into steam. Magnanimous clouds, my dining on electric cuisine. In the center of it all, but still never be seen. The memoirs of Superman who flew ahead of his dreams. Clan of the 10 planet spheres under one roof with me. Combine them all, made a W, like there's two of me. You guys, you gotta feel it like your moon degree. But who would see the breeze who stole heavy mental riding on the ferry? My flow across the wave valley, like riding on a jet ski. Turn the heavy, getting to heaven like the science has possessed me. Spirit in the body, use the iris to address me. Calls from the astral plane, need a psychic to connect me. I gotta hand it to him, knowing lightning couldn't catch me. Run me the procedures, sweetest honey in Indonesia. Staying on my D-Nars like money in Tunisia. While they studying how Nas ticks, I was with the Gnostics. Until I started rapping like I couldn't be touched by either. From 5%ers in intelligent hoods to God MCs, I was God, they was never this good. Heard the silence swept the room like a ghost when it's calm. And said you took their breath away, how they supposed to respond?
The crown of love, eternal light, glory, seat of the throne. I receive microphone, surely thine will shall be done. Because there's nothing new under the sun. The crown of love, eternal light, glory, seat of the throne. I receive microphone, surely thine will shall be done. Because there's nothing new under the sun.
Since inspiration always comes through a human vehicle, whatever truths I might utter to you will be distorted. My voice will be distorted. And you might mistake the meaning of what I said. Now, so therefore, everybody who receives divine inspiration, sometimes it comes for no reason that anybody can determine. And you can take that or leave it.
Play more, Killah Priest. Play more, Killah Priest, why don't you? Play more, Killah Priest. Play more, Killah Priest, why don't you? Play more, Killah Priest. Play more, Killah Priest, go ahead. Play more, Killah Priest, go ahead. Play more, Killah Priest. She had
Kiss the ring, kiss the ring. I'll spare the life.
Born angels in the flesh with the hidden wings. I'm talking angles that connect, it's a different thing. We royal priesthood, we the wizard kings.
The most anticipated, kiss the ring. Scream the name out for the priest. Supreme, all will kiss the ring.
We the royal priesthood, we the wizard kings.
Smacking seas, watch you scream your majesty.
She's not a raven, not a dove, and not a pelican. The immortalized phoenix, universal element. The throne holder with the flow that's most eloquent. Bringing the rebellion, the mothership propelling it. I'm nicer than they ever fathomed every time I'm doing this. My energy is like slicing an atom to its nucleus. Interstellar, surpassed astronomical. That's why my aura got a sparkle like a diamond do. Soaring through the sky, but I was born underground. Blood on the temple from the thorns in the crown. The seventh seal will open when the horn makes a sound. No time to mourn, you was born not to stick around. So start reflecting and atoning. I recollect the sectors I was known in, even long before the Greco-Roman. Time to bow and kiss the ring, you will respect the chosen. I won the battle before I select my next opponent. 6 million ways to die, they lied to the masses, but they never taught you how to rise up out the ashes. My intuition say we trapped inside a simulation, so I'm here to bring demolition to imitations. I dispel the pressure when I held the scepter, the luminescent, iridescent solar cell receptor. I rebelled and I refused to sell the elder treasure. Time to unify, rebel against the hell forever. Every word in the verse you know in this phoenix. Give the people rebirth like I'm growing a fetus. Say the truth with my chest like showing my cleavage. The mothership kiss the ring, cause we the ring leaders.
Multitasking through the multiverse, immersed in the energy that broke the curse. In a thirst for higher works, dispersed out your speaker box like beta taj. Days balance equal, vernal equinox. High voltage, frequent shocks, outward charged particles. Flares bring more color than carnivals. Editorials, rhymes, and written articles. Alkaline, my arsenal, I'm Canis Major. Others are marginal. Fez, brilliant red like a cardinal. Flourishing with other Moorish kings. Kiss the rings, mystic strings. Beyond intellect, holistic beings. Ecclesiastic, legendary like Atlantis. Reminded of divine protection, seeing the praying mantis. King Sharif on my throne, caliphate in the east. My influence increased from Greece to Mozambique. Crown jewel, laying new ground rules. Ibukare, my mind sparred in renowned schools. No parlay, gracious, build an oasis. Spacious, greatness, entire priesthood, traveling spaceships. Connect with lawmakers, Mahatmas, scholarly, those who know the truth about the Barbary. God's professor, private sector, peep the architecture. Tartarian, so on the microphone, a barbarian. Islam, Al Day and Bay. If we Voltron clans, we run circles round Satan like the photon band.
Jack fell down, broke his crown, and Jill came tumbling after. The black and brown came from the ground and filled the sun in the magma. I rap profound as a lounge so kneel in front of your master. From merry-go-rounds to burial grounds, I killed every one of you rappers. With my skills I can heal, but my tongue is disaster. The age seal is revealed in none of the chapters. Burn them on cheap wood, this is royal priesthood. There's cavities and casualties wherever we stood. When I black out, I see the bats route. I say things that make the cats crouch. Wings from my back sprout, serpents coil. Anoint the head with virgin oil. drip with olives. We sit in garments and spit astrology, regardless of goddesses. And thick as the dip with the garlic, but hard as the chip. That's smart, that's trick knowledge. Nah, we kick knowledge while eating salad in a big palace. The roof open and the sky show a rich harvest. The Bitterman man, the black who a thick target.
Hey, yo, musically I'm married to the group. That's the wedding band. Cycle Jordan rings like Thanos with the heavy hand. The ringleader, the electric lamb. I'm staring at the rings like a breast exam. I'm peering up the next cycle at the drug ring. Spirals in the dust ring. I made a campfire with the circle around the sun spring. I see rings in the flowers when the blossoms bloom. Like the onion rings out of supersonic boom. That's 2 holes in the middle of the VM. I seen rings in the middle of the tree limbs. Clothed in the gospel, the noble, apostle. I'm moving more circles than the O's in Morocco. My blow made the rocks blow. Killing sex traffickers, my flow freed the kids in the ring. From death massacre, priesthood, vampire hunters, arrest Dracula. Earth stage, I rock, never left in the ground. But smoke till I'm so high up the heavens down. 12 angels quickly circle me wherever I'm bound. Morris headband leader, that's a heraldry crown. Like no sort of omens, bodies lammed on the floor. Purple rings of cerebellum, see who answers the door. As I quickly throws, they rain the snow rings like the sound of sleeping, playing ring toss with my chakras over mountain peaks. Now's of the owl chief, ornaments around the reef, alkali, riding on the decibels around the streets. Brainstorm will let's gather the star charters. As every knee bends, kiss the rings of the Zod father. The Don Zada, in a sense, like the Nog Chomper, knowledge chomper. Kaharaja, squash him like a Kalabasa, Kali Lama. Dalai Lama lamp, Muhammad Ali Baba, uncontrolled votes. They all bowed down when we stood. Big flag, zigzag, zodiac, Killah Priest. Killah Priesthood.
Scream the name out, Royal Priest. Leave the blood spilling in the street. King, supreme, all meal, kiss the ring. Scream the name out, Royal Priest. Leave the blood spilling in the street. King, supreme, all meal, kiss the ring.
From the darkness came in the light. Best I'm from Gateside. I was born in Bushwick. My upbringing is in Best-Style. And a lot of MCs came through my block. A lot. Big Daddy Kane, Jay-Z, Jazzo, and a lot of them came on. My block was like a haven for that. I'm a fan of rap and all of it. So just being that, just being a fan of it made me want to push a little harder. You know what I'm saying? I had a mixture of Guards and Hebrew Israelites and Islam, you know, so it came from a lot of mixture. I kind of like had a lot of this energy that was in there, so it's like a different type of philosophies in there.
But they didn't give it when it came in. It's slick because it never was just set. It was like you got a demo deal. So the demo deal, at first, and you stress out like, damn, I got a demo deal. That's good, but just say deal. You know, once you hand in the songs, then you got the deal. So I handed in the song, but I wanted to hear, yo, the deal is yours.
And 3 of us formed the Maccabees out of that. And Hellraiser came, and then Timbo came, and it was supposed to be all 5 of us, but it didn't work out. We got Black Market. We'll talk about that later.
It was my song. It was a song I had called As I Die Slowly. So it was the same thing, and then we just called it America. It was the whole clan. So there's a song called As I Die Slowly. So I said, yo, I got the song. Because they would say, yo, we wanted something for AIDS. So I said, I got a song about AIDS, but it had to be all of it. It got to be the clan. So I said, America is dying slowly. And then we just ran with it. RZA loved it.
To do the next video, they was just like, sorry, there's no more videos, no more nothing. We done. So after Heavy Mental, it was like, I was really like, man, I'm done with this, you know? So I was ready to go independent then. But then MCA called me with a check. View from Masada was about to be born. I met this producer that was in there. He kept asking me, I kept going to the studio, and it was like, yo man, this cat keep going to your studio session. you know, and he wanted to hit you with some beats. He was working there. He had dreads. It was Just Blaze. Fourth chamber, we in the studio. I'm over here with Jizza. Ghost and Ray is over there recording at the same time. And this dude, I just saw this dude in the middle of the circle, commanding it. And this, I've never seen that done, especially with the clan. Like nobody had did that. At that time, this cat was different. And that's when my first time encountering the cannabis. We met sword to sword, man. The offering is all New York. When I came out here, it was like more of a, like behind the stained glass where it started at. But then I started getting out, and then artists, I seen people wanted to work with me and things like that. So I was like, oh, yo, this is a little different. And other than the clan, like we was doing it because we was keeping everything in the house. It was my first time out, so I started working with other artists. So Horseman came, the idea came from cannabis towards me. Can't speak for the rest of them. And then he told me to call Corrupt, gave me Corrupt number, and Raz. And me and Raz already had a relationship, it was cool. But the first one who brought that to my attention was cannabis. He was like, yo, we gotta start a group. I wanna do it's gonna be me, you, Raz, Kaz, and Corrupt. It was just special to me. I started meeting people that I was fans of myself. And like DJ Pooh and all these guys, it was just dope. You know what I mean? I didn't know they was actually listening. I just thought we was making music, and it was right there. We was all celebrating right there, and that was it. Hip hop is here to stay, and I'm a part of it. So let's go. It means a lot to me. This is all behind the stained glass. So when I first came out here, I moved out to Manhattan Beach, and I came to Topanga, which was a whole different world. This place, mountainy, it's the view from Masada. Is the vision, is the vision.
My fingers slipped from Solomon's grip. I was swallowed into a bottomless pit, going down through the rocks from a cliff. Though the darkness wasn't the worst of it. As the curses eclipsed, I saw spots in the Gothic were lit, going down the throat of black smoke into a moat that covered my face and my back like a coat. I'm in its bowels with owls, and men that wrapped their head with towels and spoke the Talmud, the owl school now too. I'm in his guts, I see skeletal forms in his tusk. The winds are rough, a gust bends me up. My view is now in the spiral, confused as I go up in the cycle. Circular, 6 dimensions, my body light up. I'm a Merkaba, positive, negative in my messages. I thought the worst occurred. Soon as I lay the verse in the beat, it becomes a 12-person word. I raise it from the beast's digestive system. I resurrect with wisdom. When I connect with rhythm, I see Solomon hands appearing closer as I reach, coming from debris with composure. Behind me, looks like debris from explosives on planets that nova. That's when I got the grip, he pulled me over. As he pulled, he slipped, my hand still in his grip. He tumbled to the edge of the canyon, his body dipped. I said, I got you, hold on. We both pulling so strong. Then he tapped me on the back of my shoulder, asked me what's wrong. Asked me why I'm leaning over the canyon. I look again, I'm holding on my other hand like a companion. I said, wait, something not right. It went left, let's get this straight. As he curved the conversation, it could drive you to a place. I backed up, shocked, bouncing in my mind. A lie sends you mistakes. Food for thought, read it on the plate. Since Adam, Eve, and the snake, evil deeds inflated like a cake. Superstition, religion became a business. Truth is fiction. Change from old, new edition. New offenders, new to prison. Sign up to the system. Line up, choose a witness. We lose due to fitness. We chew with a vengeance. No clues for the sickness. Cold flu so suspicious. Mom brewing biscuits. A song that she knew, a stew or twisted citrus. Esau's the author of my free fall of torture. Evils and horror. Eagles guard the borders. Energy has a secret. Cerebral's getting stronger. The mummified hands trying to grab me. The son of I am. Jagged stone streaming past me. Abraxas sweet as Simha Paroma. Galaxy above my head holding my diploma. Graduated, not encapsulated. I A lot infatuated with my greatness. Most of y'all favorites, I keep it basic.
Aroma, Cerebus, Abraxas. The word slow motion falling down side up. I read it backwards. The sea becomes a skyfish freeze, turning to blackbirds. Trouble is afoot with no ledge like Bishop's last words. Free fall until he crashed. Now they yelling free falling at an ankle. Need the cash, need the dough. See below, secret wisdom in the class nerd. Who spilled his juice crucible. Visions of the past stirred. Alice's paralysis. I run Atlantic fast and blur from fire above the phallus. Niggas cured, now that occurred. Reflections coming back and who was fishing for a glass turd. Seeing through the shift is so different, it was absurd. Trust my gut feeling as I'm hearing what my abs heard. The band was playing spinal chords, in them with a crab served. Glasses full of past words, wasn't in use tubes. Has been plan on coming up to get new views. Falling out the sky while I discovered the blues clues. Colors and blue hues while touching the new views that shot the breeze of prophecy for scuffing his new shoes. It's magic how they all became ducks with this fused blue. It's hypnostic like a cup full of blue booze. They're hiding bars inside my bars like trouble they boo-hoos. The exes quickly ghosted them, bolted like loose screws. Got mad and shot each other like a couple of news crews. Last memory, we didn't get the password. I stuck in the who's who, good luck on the yuzu. Gemini that got them both in trouble like you two. Went from the esophagus, sent to the Moroccan trust. Hippos with colossal touch, told me what it's all about. The sunken place with me, myself, and ISIS had to fall it out. Black Panther said the Jaguars right, while they hear the child asking me if Hathor bites. Watch as I develop. Hands in time lost their grip on watches I that fell up. Watching as the kings collapse. Eternal voice of life is a bitch with no wings attached. He died before he let a bungee jump with no strings attached. Rings I snatched, fire from the guards in a thinking match. The universe threw me ideas I didn't think to catch. The tallest towers turned into dust. The fiends think it's cracked. The bricks become cities in the sky. I brought the kingdom back, designed a new treaty with the devil where the handshake. Look the planet right side up like it's a pancake. Children rise from underground holes, receive the mandrake. Control me falling up in slow motion as I steer the crowd toward the sun manifest. Standing on the cirrus cloud, praise the Jesus. They was calling, I could hear it loud. I won't falter, nah, I won't falter. Slipped it in the tune, read the message in the water. The stars you thought were rising up were dying what? The whole time I thought that I was falling, really I was flying up. Everybody screwing each other to get the tightest nut. T-I-T-A-N, y'all better tighten up and move this jangle piece that was held in this beat. So society collapsed on itself in the week. Revealed the secrets that were burned on the selfish elite. Allegations shook the planet till they fell from their seats. Caught from earthquake, the Killah Priest felt and released as he slipped into the darkness to the essence of the beast and turned it into beauty. Child of destiny, police now. Worry took his piece out the game, none caught the fall guy. Started to fall apart just like a Libra telling tall lies. I never fell for it, saw the answers in this small lies. The camera said it's all lies. Candles, they was all high, but as the felons fell in the trap, the righteous all fly. For every God deed, I gained a feather to adorn my wings. The beat was kicking, arms flying. When I talk, I swing punchlines, spit the chemtrails. And when I got to the bottom of the seasons, to get even, I'm now storming spring.
I know my sacred rights when I write. Who am I to judge? I'm in my pen tonight. I got booked in the pages with blue bars and I started doing the sentence and finish at the margin. My mind tried to escape, but I'm the correctional garden. Max in the mental state, full of gems while I'm jogging. Using words and terms till I serve my turn. On my brain cells form into a bell's bond. Recording while I'm self-rewarding. Like I spit 3 autumns. When I release a masterpiece just talking. That's how I get when I'm zoning. Just flowing. I make the listener a prisoner of the moment. And dialogue. And dialogue. And dialogue. And dialogue. To create new knowledge, the old face was abolished, reshaped and polished. Graduate from college, move to different states. The same people that hate make the dollar. Leonardo da Vinci in cathedral cardinals with busy throughout the cities of Italy. The evil part of the history of mystery replaced the people dark as the pygmy. Eventually, Michelangelo and Bible radicals handed gold by the Pope from that century to cover art immensely, intentionally. To dark ages from arcade, from rock paintings who started language, charts and data, tribal marks invaders, before titles and parts of Asia. The heart was nature, Africa was far ancient. Older periods, stars Sirius over pyramids, walls with cobra images, rituals will open the mouths of mummies, or biblical, how to rip a crowd for money, identical beneath the clouds of countries, subliminal, one wears the crown is chubby, while we hungry, they ugly and frowned upon me, look down on us but count on us and our growling tummies, arrest the devil, read him his rights, Edomites, in the courts of the cross, the Lord's jury seated Christ, and the two witnesses since Genesis, bringing the devil as God prisoner, the job for the minister, persecute him, then drag him to the chair to execute him. He tries to bribe you, stone him with Bibles. Give thanks to the Lord for he is good. A million saints with their swords to the devil's hood. Metal hooves, stand in heaven where I never stood. Only in hell, music and spells. Magic only several could. Before religions, oral traditions. Total transitions, Dogons, Egyptians. Both arms are risen, the boat gone and drifting. The throw on depiction, there's more on subscriptions. Snowstorms on Christians. Black magic and sorcery. Mathematics, bad habits, horrors that I see. And dialogue. Giving honor and all glory, thankful and painful during long sufferings, calm when storms hovering, protected by my guardian angels. The lower and the upper wings are covering, for soul restructuring. I'm like Job recovering, loosen all the knots and the cluttering till I'm filled with coloring. My life's a book with crayons to spray on. Our legs and arms are bronze from the Amazon, lost tribes in Babylon. North skies we sung a song, sweet chariots, then we carried on. We came from the nebula as settlers. We came here to plant grain, then explain the weather. The 10 spirits of the Symphonians, their attributes and appearance. 10, this is the beginning. The hot ones like the chakra transcended. Our demeanors in Bina, in its likeness in its image. The Nexus dot like my eye, the astronaut on the ziggurat. Comet rocks past the equinox, cast it on my headdress. The space cadet, that's the message. Then Gavura like Suma, then Teferi, then the tea beverage. Connect with comedics, genetics and deep merits. Next up is next suck. After is hold in your soul. The Malkut's Tao book, weed is Nubian, brown kush. Take away the image you saw, now look. Jacob vengeance on Esau, his crown took. Before the Platos and the Aristotles, in days of old, those were pharaoh novels. And dialogue, and dialogue, dialogue, and dialogue, dialogue, and dialogue, and dialogue, dialogue. Come with actions from a praxis, every tree is gone dialogue. Become paper for my reasoning and dialogue. Rhythmic, big applause to the lion god. Round and six mountains, make the sounds can make the giants nod. Mayan guard, zodiac clocks made of compliant cogs. Move barbarians, medicines from a psychic crop. Hallucination equations lost in vagina bar. They all bow when I walk into the highest lodge. Climbed out the pupil in the all-seeing iris rods. Vivid third eye massage. Flying pigs high up the hog. While they hoarding, I'm bored of the next astral plane. The wheel turns, but I never seen its axis change. The same script, just the actors in the apple frame. Bobby giving different roles written just to act the same. And clearly view can mask his flame. Who can reenact the same? That's a shame. Planets rotating as the math explains. Shed my skin, left a million bodies on the path I came. Came up on myself and got away, but look what that became. Master brain, God releases science when I ask for rain. Master brain, if you don't have a name, you don't have an aim. In and out this world so many times, still I haven't came. I can see the next me, seen through galactic frames. 7 keys, 5 degrees, demons on our path get slain. Royal priesthood, our reputation got them scared to death. Devils caught wind of us approaching, they give up their breath. Treasure keep a century, eat a season with time spice. I ate a clock and deprecated minutes from my hindsight. I took the 7 vows and went from infinite to finite. He's in the days, but he only entered it to finite. Looking at my chest, now she got interest in the finite. Talisman, talisman, the ignorant divine height. Body, all the Gnostics knew their wisdom's in divine right. Profound magic of a master at the round tablet. Heaven's real meal, not immortal from the ground addict. Holy evidence, open portals in my crown addict. Special spectators took the spirit world and brown back. The why knows like why know is ignorance bliss. But it's all mirage, vanished with one flick of my wrist. Took a picture
picture of my watch like it didn't exist. Photo of my photons from the mystic abyss. Serpents with a hawk face, circus in my thoughts race. Knew my Pegasus would be the quickest at the horse race. Spearhead the mirror fed me visions of the Lord's face. Arab in the abracadabra, abracadabra. Zigzag zodiac killer, the next massacre.
I write my verses like the curses using curses. I write my verses. I write my verses. My gospels go spelling worship. Worship in the surface. Worship in the surface.
Yo, watch how you speak to me. My bars on guard frequency. Your arms too short to spar, even if you in arms reach me. Discard decency and ours are resolved peacefully. Heavily armored bombers when karma's involved. Frequently secrecy, coded language in cryptic forms of mystic norms. Monolithic lords of suspicious storms. Prolific born elaborate author of emerald tablet.
Close the door. Priest hut. Open the door. I write my verses like the curses using curses. I write my verses. I write my verses. My gospels go spelling worship. Worship in the surface. Worship in the surface.
Yo, watch how you speak to me. My bars on guard frequency. Your arms too short to spar, even if you in arms reach me. Discard decency and ours are resolved peacefully. Heavily armored bombers when karma's involved. Frequently secrecy, coded language in cryptic forms of mystic norms. Monolithic lords of suspicious storms. Prolific born elaborate author of emerald tablets. So I packaged it for wise men and abbots, extracting the gems that's trapped in it. My pen's mastered it, astronomers tone. They've written books based off on poems for clone philosopher's stone. Behold progression, the father of all perfection. The wind carries my sessions and travels in all directions. It's evolution, manifesting purpose with spark. The works of art brought to life by the birth of a thought. So serpents who pluck it, smite it down. Mark it, book it, write it down. I am bound to peek around and found out when I struck the ground. Thunder sounds broke the sky, open for my potent rhymes. Soaked in blood, the chosen rise. Floating, I awoke in my inner beast with synergy, giving me Christ consciousness. My mic will ignite, throwing embers of light off of it. Know who the prophet is, the great Archon Abraxas. 7 classic planets commanding and chanting the lands with magic. Decipher the name through numeric tactics. 365 heavens, ascension axis. Relentless practice, tragic. Read it, Shimha, the great work redeemed through alchemic means and grim bars. My shadow known to dim stars explode within the coldest men. We overthrow like Moses, can exposing sins. That's when my flow ascends.
My right hand is a symposium of holy men holding pens. Each tunnel out and go to gym, then barrel back in. I sit as the pharaoh of rapping. I flow like I spoke in hymns, Catholics and masses. My cathedral cerebral, blood on the Abraxas. On my back's a black eagle, medieval. Steeples from ashes. I rose up, wings tucked, king tut, gold rings, emerald green cup, queen's blush, Fareem and Magnum. My egg-shaped skull, the phoenix dragon. Come through the mall, all of y'all human beings are savage. Wishes are granted if you're left-handed. Toe text, old Max, written in old text commandments. Sun, moon, stars, and planets. My Xbox-shaped object just vanished. Chariot of ascension through dimensions. Did I mention this extension of Atlantis? I'm the phantom. I wear the face of space and a million grandsons. Each change place from black to white, from white to random. Master like the yin and yang symbol in temples. I like my money blue and green like ours are the Hindus. Priest of purpose, the wordsmiths, this beat is monumental. Christ consciousness, bow down and honor it. Yeah, we deal with the waters, Noah's Ark. Now we deal with astronomers, show you the charts.
Composed of 12 signs, 10 planets, 12 houses, aspected by these ghostly marks. We hold the spark, shown to be a gnosis tree with golden bark. Saturn by a chest, a cataclysm who gloat in the dark. And Noah's Ark, Novus Arch, planet spoken, making points, sharpen up the throwers darts. I was in the oldest quarks, Superman, I strolling clocks. Mother plane, drive the planets crazy, I threw it in park. ball of frisbee, time will turn it all to cities. Jungles took it all so quick, the plane became the earth. Hawaii, the apple, macrocosm of the human heart. I showed the card, future charts, hidden there, the Lucia art. Bullseye, Taurus filled the vision, saw his own remarks, remarkable. The stars go, lightning in my sword glow. My spirit fought to have my body playing tug of wardrobe. Study supreme math, archangels, the archangels. Virgo clean the satellite dishes off for the star table. Scorpio wave sign, intersex. I took up lust, double cross, right bed, intersex. I took a plus, spun it, didn't multiply, reproduce. Now look at us, shocked when I merged both 8 points. I made a universal flag out of the snake's joints. Serpent goats, compass of the zodiac, fate points, virgin host. Infinity is infinity. My cup overflows and refills instant for me. I drink from my own brain, from the business I see fall. Everything was 8 by 8 to 64 chess squares, so they stared. No one's ever been as lit before. From the aroma of the thrifty Mars that drift ashore, the broken wing people free falling down to 60 floors. Demiurge and venom serpents, been the current's time talker. I'm Luke Cageless as a baby, used to Skywalker, walking life with thoughts of Christ. They walk in death, their thoughts possessed. Money was the goal, they thought, then lost their breath. Thesaurus Rex, moonwalk the Green Mile backwards by my orange breast, put on my flesh. Use Mars to iron my skin suit. It turned brown, circle mounds, lions play wind flutes. My brain erupts, their rain is up, they staying stuck in Satan's crux. Strut around the sacred grounds, kicking up the angel dust. Following the pathematics, mathemagic elements. Thine will and testament, mind skill is excellent. Zaya logarithmia, spine shield, the exorcist. Legged eye and eye exam, labeled in the diagram, great I am. Once they all saw me, all the ligers ran. Cracks and Zodiac is who won't smoke with the highest ram. Shepherd here to guide the lambs, Messiah man, Messiah grand. Well of Zam Zam in my diagram and my command. No pad elixir, Boaz constrictor. Benita apple bumper clock, throw jabs in Mithra. Hieroglyph and hydrogriffin, pyro spitting, fire wicking. Roll the tape, the time is sticking, clock inside the diamonds ticking. My dimension, Mike and henchman, Mike ascension, time suspension, master builder, walk amongst the strangers and still act familiar. Time is up, so match the killer. Holy rhyme book that I used to light a match the gorilla. Smack the silverback gorillas, Mr. Zodiac Attila. Medicine from sarsaparilla. Temple with 2 lions on the side, call them caterpillars. Caterpillars.
Oh my God. I must go see the master. Now, the conquered ancestors told the Spanish invaders how their history began. The statue and the ruined temple. The construct of the philosopher's stone, the primordial aqueducts where the astronomers zone. The eternal circle, the infernal, turns into a square root. The primordial forces, fire, water, earth, and air. That's the 4 of the eye, most high angels. As the square fold in its sides where you can slide, called the triangle. I spin on the outside, counterclockwise to a tornado. I came to warn those behind the navel. After the 9, they'll be born. Then sigh inside the cradle. Eat, sleep, and cry. To the hands come to bathe you. The man that worshiped Babel made his lands unstable. They spoke from literature, some truth, some fable. Knowledge was regarded as magic. The astronomers charted on tablets. I came out of the 4 elements and saw elephants. Then my tribe explored the world from the time before I saw a wild boar. As the people had melanin, they arrested the unrighteous president that was prejudiced and spread devilishment. This is all written in my lost testaments as the angel sat on the horse called pestilence. Famine examined the horse on top of Mount Everest on hind legs. This is designed for the sign and the plagues. Behold the pale horse, and him that sat on top of him was Thoth, the philosopher's stone, a popular poem made by him with the copper tone. The wind that played the instrument, they sung hymns and burned sage as they sojourned for days into the desert. Shepherds' records returned to the caves, hearing voices of ghosts and mummies that emerged from the grave. In the corpus of the heavy metal, sourcing from the endorphins of the orbits into my text view, which makes me extraterrestrial. A flexing center and the inner divine contraction happens. Pulsate my occult state. The eruptions are rapid. A suction flattens, then pump opening a function fattens like an inner tube, but I'm in a cube, which give me the mental view. The kaleidoscope is like a microdose. My rhymes ignite the wood seen by the wolves. I dance with the psychic folks around the tribal smoke. Welcome into the Vedic vape room. I am one of your sages. Tonight is a snake moon. This way as the drapes move, see the crimson altar and the ancient pool. Come sit in his waters, the ascension cools. Join my descent into the deviled kingdom, the bottom world, the forgotten Eden, where the bohemian angels overthrow demons. Bereshit bara Elohim, Killah Priest, the God, righteous king. Up north wanna hate on me, ride down to the 803, where my cousin's a straight OG. Straight pimpin's a scary world, dripping with Jerry curls. In the 80s had every girl, all those ladies had Coco Chanel. Back to dope, sniff coke off his nails. You back at home, place the dope on the scales. Ask my cousin, Priest some smoke, make sure you roll it well. I said that's okay, I do not smoke. I just came here to see my folks and lay low for a week or so. This bag is from my peoples, yo. Went down in the 803, gotta stay low key. When nobody knows me, old lady knows it, gotta move slowly. The girl got a hold of that fentanyl, and that Adderall had a spit on the walls. Fish and grits in the morning, buck tooth, head twisting long. Where you come from, you sound funny. Do your peoples got some money? We don't do that fancy talking. I get antsy, I start coughing. God of the low, beware who you entertain. Man, you different, man. My cognitive behavior, practice at the bar with a stranger. Black fist, God entertainer. Boss said, why you bother the brother? My eyes turned colors, K9 teeth got longer, ears got pointy, hair turned slick and shiny. Grimy took my gun out the Bible, shaped like a crucifix. Louis on the kick, start shooting, anything moving, hit. No mirror, no garlic, garlic. Graveyard darkness, devil with his carcass. Up in the 803, it got scary. So who comes pulling up? My uncle. Oversized clothing, vibrant colors. One hand on the wheel to Egyptian lover. Popped open the door, get in. Is this by Hunter? Video game, at least 3 men. Don't tell him that he old or new school, true school. Then he played some Jets and the cassette. Up next, I got some Wham and some U2. You seem upset. I'm like, yep. Like, damn, staring through his rear view. Step on the gas, go fast, so I don't have to kill you. I don't want to look back to the future. See, I got these powers. Explain it to him about an hour. If I get mad, I'll devour. It first happened at the lab with some powder. I turned horror into the ink of a marker. It gets darker. He started to laugh. Well, alright, it's like Teen Wolf. A movie screen or a book. My eyes turned green as he looked. Then he screamed and shook. See, I'm the weird science, no fear of dying. Fierce as a lion when you come near the Viking. To hear what I'm writing, I'm sincere. It's not a rainbow appearing as lightning. You wild, nephew. See, this is what I'm talking about, nephew. Cause I'm down, this word is bond. My distress is triggered in the mirror. I'm trying to figure, could I help the killer? The brain fog becomes clearer. Vedic vape room, put your favorite rappers on the plate. I'll consume, then wash them down with some crushed grapes. Why the flush face? Have you ate? Did you take mushrooms? Bodies floating down the lake. For heaven's sakes, he spake beneath the good luck moon. Practical tools to improve your bad mental moods. Here's lentil stew. I'm passing the knowledge like food. I'll leave you this jewels. First there's some rules. Validation is why your palates are tasting. Before you get to eating, can you balance the plates then? Grab the salad and put some olives and grapes in. Then add some knowledge. I'm out of the spaceship. I'm the werewolf barefoot, howling at the moon, prowling around the gloom, growling for some food. Fresh meat, bird flesh on my teeth. Then I eat the beak. Now I'm looking for the human MC. He's underground. The archaeologist said his tomb is empty. Killah Priest crucifix, Lucifer sits, pair of eyes in his uterus. Dear God, why am I used to this? Lunatic, with the pen when I'm using it. Stir the Virgin Mary. When I write, sacrifice the entire herd until your arms are heavy, palms are sweaty. Then read the book of Psalms deadly. Vedic vape room, Aquarius moon. I bribed the brides, hand me his insides. Now where did you bury the groom? Walls crumble, we all jungle. There's a mystic moon, here's a bowl full of tea. The Oolong owl, jasmine jackal hair. This one's rare and it's free, see? I just want you. Brother glow is on you, brother glow is on you. Mother, I just want you, mother, I just want you. Mother, I just want you. Brother glow is on you. Vape room, planets align, greatest case to prove who can rhyme, build on stories, allegories, the walls open up, the palace before me, so I walk in, the floor lights up, the hall lights up, hit a roaring tigers, great and small ciphers, the more I walk, the more the doors get brighter, falling in this darkness, calling for the honest, this time all the gods said we taking off the harness, I'ma turn Zeus loose, just let Priest rap and let unknown produce, we got celestial gram coming, the podcraft, peace to all the mods in the god class, star gas. On the universe, sonship, the impact of the holy ones hit, mass extinction, disappearance of the Vermont decks, wing discs, the ascended masters. In these chapters, the headquarter heavens, endless disasters. Dinosaurs disappeared, the great engineers of the near and distant spheres. Occupying Zion, we're always here. The ships are gone, the hallways clear. Water systems, organisms, the broad day appears. Alternation of the rocks as the temperature on the earth decreases. The sea level drops, pool begins to cool. Gases releases. The constellation daddies lift up my eye like a Grammy. Put away in scale, an animal, woman, arachnid, and a fish to form the family. Now call a zodiac, and each one shows on the flowing tracks. My flowing rap, it's like you unfold the map. It's freedom when I write, free those who's trapped. It's extra pages in my Vedic papers, extra rooms to see the nature. Forest of the happy ever after. Here and after, within my tears there's laughter. I wanna know, wanna flow. Vedic vape room, open up the door. Extra room, unmasked devils in plain sight. Religion, tunnel vision, I see the train light. Women, give us children, we have gained life. Mysticism, I spit snowstorms to a flaming mic. Thus spoke Zarathustra, Pisces, Barracudas, High Priest and his cherubulas, with his wifey somewhere in Suma. Amongst goats, then I broke the fortune cookie that I shared with Buddha. He poured me tea, we talked with geese, I called them B. This was ancient times when LA and New York was trees. Extinct animals, where the woods and bushes are. This forest is now Hollywood Boulevard. We would laugh and joke as travelers. From here I see Detroit, to my left I see Africa. Muslim, Jew to a Christian, I'm Utum the Bishop. I came to tell the truth to the children. I flip a nickel wearing a fedora hat, a smoked down cigarette, a large pea coat, a vintage set. I paid a dime for the papers and got a quarterback. Y'all all crossed over, I just crossed over rap. My Vedic vape room keys unlock the doors to the mystery room. Starry night, silvery moon. The bars I write are memories from wombs, walls with baboons.
I was really hoping that you would pick up because I miss you a lot.
They crave attention and power, control over your soul. Employing manipulating tactics to sway my perception. I'm supposed to be the protection, you supposed to be the essence. Your delusions have zero impact on my thoughts. For your amusement, call me a weirdo empath, it's all my fault. Yes, I was strong as the cast iron, but you came with the gaslighting. I saw the flaws in your cracked diamonds. I took a pause cause you lacked guidance. All the lies, exaggerations, and inadequacies. We were Adam and Eve, now you're just a dragon in me. So you have it out seeds. Vedic vape room keys. I'm leaving this room. Incapability. Can't escape the trilogy. It's the Killah Priest, ESTHosted. An out-of-body experience. Now we in godly excellence. Do you listen to Sade, or do you listen what the gods say? She said she listens to Yahweh. I said, do you listen to Sade, or do you listen what the gods say?
She said she listens to Yahweh back in the days and not nowadays. And the boundness. I'm twirling through rings of fire, my wings are tired, the king of Tyre, and dream attire. Eyes of a tiger, the supreme rider. King Ashurbanipal upon the wall, with two angels holding dragons on the wall. Standing in castles with sunken floors, holding tarots like they were doors to paranormal dimensions. Above there's thunderstorms, 1,000 fingers, 100 palms I write with. On the page covered with sage, and my mind is of a psychic. I go to sleep today and wake up in yesterday, then daydream to rewind it. What fellowship does clay has to a diamond? The bounty hunter through cloudy summers for the William Cowdy brothers. I kick in the doors looking for the Satan lovers, and I have cases on others. Killah Priest, kill the beast. The 7 silver leaves feel the heat.
War is still raging inside of me.
The greatest MC.
Still feel the chill.
My words make you feel.
I reveal my shame to you.
Angels too.
I wear it.
Wake up, wake up. 100,000 years, Jacob. 100,000 years, pyramids. And ziggurats in Mesopotamia. Black figures on the wall. Back when they written out the law. Mathematics and science. Open up your mind to explore. Killah Priest. Violent watts of hip-hop. Vintage like wine, you pop a twist top. Pour, explore the thrift shop. It's pure, I'm a ball of fizz knock. On the desk doing reader subjects, rhyming to myself like I was obsessed. Now when I rhyme, the demons protest, cause I kept the king with an English old text. Vedic Vape Moon Saga. Play more Killah Priest. Play more Killah Priest. And above was a firmament. Below, I'm the journalist. Divided the waters, I'm the reporter. Even in the morning, the tides were in order. Tribes on borders, call the dry land earth. While the stars in the sky describe the Taurus. Made man from the dirt, woman get birth. God alive in all of us. Killah Priest, Extra Moon, Vedic Saga Part 2, unreleased.